Chapter 71. Spirit Stones over 1,000,000. Let's go spend. The four supervising disciples were completely ignored, watching helplessly as Li Chuan and Mo Xiangling flirted with each other. In their eyes, it wasn't flirting at all, it was clearly their noble and dignified senior sister unilaterally fawning over Li Chuan. They felt a surge of emotion. Please, just be nice to her, sob. Next, Li Chuan began naming spirit plants that Mo Xiangling didn't even recognize, while she looked them up one by one in the Spirit Plant Exchange Directory of the Yin-Yang Sect. In a small jade slip, millions of spirit plants were recorded. The methods of cultivating immortals were indeed miraculous. Mo Xiangling spoke with a tremor in her voice. Junior brother, these spirit plants can be exchanged for a total of 138,221 spirit stones and 138,221 contributions. If we double that, it would be 276,442 spirit stones and 276,442 contributions. Li Chuan smiled and corrected her. Senior sister, these spirit plants are yours. Spirit plants worth over 100,000 spirit stones and contributions were just the beginning, and there would be even more in the future. How could she possibly hold back? After Li Chuan put them away, he handed the contribution token to Mo Xiangling. After some operations, Li Chuan's contributions became 251, 343. Only a core formation stage cultivator could have this many contributions, but those contributions were accumulated over a long time, unlike Li Chuan, who only took 10 days. No one else in the world could achieve this. Even a nascent soul or transformation stage cultivator couldn't manage it. No1 understood spirit plants better than Li Chuan. He was now maxed out in spirit plant identification. This income also shocked him. While the momentum was still there, he immediately headed to small world number 43 after settling the accounts. Mo Xiangling and the others naturally followed him the whole way. However, this time, a supervising disciple from the law enforcement hall suddenly suggested wanting to follow Li Chuan inside. After all, this matter was too significant. They wanted to see it with their own eyes. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain to the sect later. Li Chuan didn't refuse and directly pulled them in with him, including Mo Xiangling. Li Chuan accelerated to the max, not even slowing down when turning, causing the 5 people on the flying boat to sway violently. Suddenly, the flying boat came to a halt, and Li Chuan darted off the boat, digging up spirit plants before the 5 on the boat even reacted. This junior brother Li Chuan is too fast. How does he know there are spirit plants there? The 4 supervising disciples were completely stunned. Although Mo Xiangling knew from Hu Min that Li Chuan was quick at finding spirit plants, it was her first time witnessing his operation, and she was also shocked by his speed. Before they could snap back to reality, the flying boat had already started again, continuing its flight. The few of them hurriedly took out the recording stones to document everything. In the next short incense sticks time, Li Chuan dug up more than a dozen spirit plants, leaving them speechless. At the same time, they felt dizzy from the swaying, exclaiming that they couldn't take it anymore. Li Chuan's flying boat was not meant for humans to ride. After witnessing everything and gathering evidence, they expressed that they didn't want to continue suffering alongside Li Chuan and parted ways with him. Watching the flying boat disappear into the distance, Mo Xiangling said to the 4, "You must not speak of this to anyone, otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind." She directly used her authority to suppress them, and the 4 didn't dare to say much, quickly agreeing. The sect master's promises had been heard by many fellow disciples. If this matter reached the sect master, it would only complicate things for him and add to his troubles. So, being mute was the best option. They were all thinking of the sect master and certainly not afraid of Mo Xiangling's retaliation against them. However, one thing was already clear. The rise of Mo Xiangling and Li Chuan was unstoppable. Just based on Li Chuan's speed of earning spirit stones, he could support several core formation cultivators, let alone his own mere 4th layer of qi refining. After a year of hard work, the spirit plants he dug up could support Mo Xiangling's foundation building to core formation, and there would even be some left over. These supervising disciples could only feel envy, while simultaneously thinking about whether they could find opportunities to curry favor with Li Chuan in the future. With so much wealth, even a small amount tossed their way would be an enormous boon for them. Time flew by, and a month had passed. During this month, under the doubled settlement rewards, Li Chuan exchanged spirit plants for over 800,000 spirit stones and contributions. He now had over 1,070,000 spirit stones and more than 1,050,000 contributions. After working hard for over a month, he felt it was time to take a break and relax. The first thing he did after coming out was to go to the treasure pavilion. Don't get it wrong, he simply intended to buy some armor, with no other intentions. After all, having saved so many contributions, it was time to treat himself a little. In fact, Li Chuan had been holding his breath in the small world. The reason he chose to wait for over a month was that he calculated it would take this long to max out his spirit plant skills. Today was supposed to be the day he reached level 2 in spirit plant skills from level 1. But in the end, his spirit plant skill still did not reach level 2. Because the spirit plant skill offered him a choice. Spirit plant skill, level 1, level 10. Level 1 spirit plant identification, level 10. Level 1 spirit land identification, level 10. Level 1 spirit seed cultivation, level 10, mutation 0. Level 1 spirit plant planting, level 10, promotion 0. In the two categories of spirit seed cultivation and spirit plant planting, there were two additional enhancement abilities. One increased the probability of mutation for level 1 spirit seeds, and the other increased the probability of promotion for level 1 spirit plants. Each 1 point of fortune increases the chance by 1. According to the choice given by the fortune record, Li Chuan could ignore these two enhancements and directly upgrade the spirit plant skill to level 2. However, after upgrading the spirit plant skill to level 2, he could no longer enhance the probability of level 1 cultivation mutation and spirit plant promotion. Although level 10 of the level 1 spirit plant skill greatly improved the probabilities of mutation and promotion, who would complain about having a higher probability? And he didn't urgently need talisman crafting skills now, so he naturally chose to first increase the probabilities of mutation and promotion. In fact, Li Chuan was also looking forward to what kinds of things he could mutate when he cultivated spirit seeds in the future. When he arrived at the treasure pavilion, Lu Yao was introducing a magical treasure to a foundation building senior brother. In a wonder Lu Yao had such good business capabilities while introducing the treasure to the customer. She still kept an eye on everything around her. As soon as she saw Li Chuan enter, her heart skipped a beat. Chapter 72. The junior sister is good at business. Senior brother, I'm really sorry my junior sister lacks understanding of the effects of this magical treasure. Let me find a senior sister to assist you. Lu Yao immediately said to her customer. Then, without waiting for the customer's reaction, she walked aside. Senior sister, please attend to this senior brother for me. In fact, in this kind of situation, there was usually no need to slip spirit stones. Most disciples who come to see magical treasures tend to buy something. If they don't buy today, they'll buy next time or the time after that. So if someone has something to do, others would be more than happy to take over that customer. But Lu Yao was different. Her popularity was overwhelming. Originally, just entering the level 2 magical treasure area as a chi refining first layer was enough to make others envious. Last month, she even had a big order of 200,000 contributions. Lu Yao was aware of this, so she usually offered some benefits when asking others for help. Just like this time, if she hadn't offered spirit stones, that senior sister might not have helped her. Originally, there was no wind in the hall, but she still reached up to brush her hair. With her brows lowered, she wore a face of joy and shyness. Li Chuan praised in his heart that the Yin-Yang Sect was indeed a great place, and without any hesitation, he wrapped his arms around Lu Yao and said boldly, Junior sister, take your senior brother to the second floor. Okay, senior brother, let's go, she replied sweetly and obediently. The other female cultivators in the treasure pavilion saw Li Chuan taking Lu Yao upstairs and were filled with envy and jealousy. Items on the first floor could be purchased with spirit stones, but those on the second floor could only be exchanged for contributions. Some even recognized Li Chuan and regretted not taking the initiative to serve him during his last visit. However, to be honest, when they saw a disciple like Li Chuan, they generally wouldn't approach him to serve. They preferred the eager old disciples who were desperate to break through, draining their chinkuan bags every time. Of course, this was not referring to Li Chuan, but to other old disciples, someone as shrewd as Li Chuan would at most buy a few more pills. So, when one is poor, they can't access many things. In the past, Li Chuan would never have known how different the treasure pavilion and alchemy pavilion of the Yin-Yang Sect were from the outside world. Poverty greatly limited his imagination. Upon reaching the room on the second floor, Lu Yao naturally nestled into Li Chuan's embrace. Senior brother, what kind of treasure do you need to buy this time? Lu Yao asked while pouring spirit tea for him. Li Chuan replied, this time, I want to buy a set of armor. What quality does senior brother need? Lu Yao's eyes lit up immediately. It should be noted that normally, no one would buy armor because the expensive prices deterred them. She knew that this month's performance was secured at a first-tier spirit weapon level armor. How much does it cost? Li Chuan asked. He had never bought armor before, let alone one of spirit weapon level, so he was quite curious about the price. Heaven knows how fast Lu Yao's heart raced upon hearing the words spirit weapon. Oh my, a spirit weapon armor. It was as if she was about to obtain a set of spirit weapon armor, and her little face flushed with excitement. The more nervous she was, the more she had to stay composed. She said in her usual tone, for a first-tier spirit weapon level armor, if it's of the highest quality, the most favorable price for senior brother would be 100,000 contributions. Seeing her earnestly introducing it while her face turned as red as a cooked crab without her realizing it, Li Chuan found it too amusing and couldn't help but kiss her. After a while, Li Chuan said boldly, then give me a set of first-tier spirit weapon level armor. With the items chosen, it was time to get down to business. However, Li Chuan couldn't proceed smoothly because Lu Yao pouted. Senior brother, you didn't let me finish my sentence. What sentence? Li Chuan was a bit stunned. Could it be that there was an extra fee? Lu Yao explained, because there are very few fellow disciples who buy armor regularly, and first-tier spirit weapon armor is something that Qi refining stage disciples cannot afford. That we never expected someone as powerful as senior brother to make such a significant contribution to the sect. So, Li Chuan had almost guessed what Lu Yao was going to say. Lu Yao opened her big, cute eyes. We haven't prepared any first-tier spirit weapon armor for senior brother. Li Chuan really did not expect this outcome. They actually had no stock, so it turned out that even if he had money, he couldn't spend it. Sigh. Earning too much isn't necessarily a good thing. While Li Chuan was lamenting, Lu Yao told him the solution. Lu Yao said, senior brother, actually, whether or not there is first-tier spirit weapon armor doesn't affect you. Li Chuan asked in surprise. How does it not affect me? He couldn't buy it. How could it not affect him? Even if he reserved it now, he would have to wait for quite a while. Perhaps he would even be taken advantage of during the reservation. For him, this was indeed an impact. Lu Yao smiled. Senior brother is powerful, and building the foundation is a sure thing in the future, so why still buy first-tier spirit weapon armor? After senior brother builds the foundation, the effectiveness of first-tier armor will greatly diminish. While its power still exceeds most second-tier treasures and magical tools, if senior brother buys second-tier spirit weapon armor, won't you not need to change armor after building the foundation? Spend one amount of money to achieve double the results. I think second-tier spirit weapon armor is the best choice for you. Moreover, think about it. If you wear second-tier spirit weapon armor, not to mention the outer sect brothers, even the inner sect senior brothers and sisters wouldn't be able to harm you. The main point is that the second-tier spirit weapon armor only requires 150,000 contributions, which is just 50,000 more than the first-tier armor, but it is a whole tier higher, making it extremely cost-effective. At this moment, when Lu Yao mentioned 50,000 contributions, it sounded as easy as 5 spirit stones. Yet this was a contribution value that many Qi refining stage disciples of the Yin-Yang Sect would never earn in their lifetime. Chapter 73. Lu Yao promotes the armor. Li Chuan had never considered buying a second-tier treasure. One reason was that his thoughts were still stuck in the time when he didn't have much contributions. Suddenly becoming wealthy, his mindset hadn't caught up. Now that Lu Yao mentioned it, he felt that what she said made some sense. This was his only concern. Contribution was actually a minor issue. The greater the power, the greater the consumption. This is actually very easy to resolve, Lu Yao said with a sweet smile. This made Li Chuan secretly admire her prowess. This girl was not very old, but she was quite clever, and her actions were interconnected, making it hard not to fall into her trap. After all, you speak a word, and I answer. Isn't that a kind of adjustment? This was Lu Yao's greatest strength. She then performed a hand seal towards the window of the private room, and several sets of armor flew to the window. This set of armor included a helmet and battle boots, hovering in front of the two like a person. Could it be that the outfit Su Yaoyue wore wasn't a complete set of armor? Because he was previously unfamiliar with armor, he hadn't noticed this issue. Li Chuan laughed. This spirit storage formation must cost contributions, right? To serve different customers well, the armor, after being refined, does not include auxiliary formations, only the combination formations that the armor itself possesses, Lu Yao explained. After all, randomly adding formations might make this priceless armor unsellable. And the price of the spirit storage formation isn't expensive. Engraving a first-tier low-level spirit storage formation only requires 1,000 contributions, which is nothing for senior brother. That it's a small matter, she said, playfully pinching Li Chuan's eye, looking incredibly cute. This made Li Chuan laugh heartily. If a first-tier low-level spirit storage formation requires 1,000 contributions, then how much for a second-tier top-level one? He asked. The second-tier top-level spirit storage formation is a bit more expensive, Lu Yao sweetly said. It requires 20,000 contributions. I knew it, Li Chuan chuckled, pinching Lu Yao's face. After all that, you just want senior brother to spend contributions. Not at all. Junior sister is helping senior brother with the introduction. Lu Yao said playfully. It is said that women who can act cute have the best luck. Isn't she one of them? Her ability to act cute is one of the treasures contributing to her rising performance. Li Chuan asked, can this armor be sold separately? Our armor can indeed be sold separately, as many cultivators do not like to wear full armor. Lu Yao nodded vigorously, just like a little chick pecking at rice. This was exactly what she wanted to say next, and she didn't expect Li Chuan to ask it first. She waved her hand, and the set of armor suspended in front of her dispersed into individual pieces. The complete armor is divided into 10 parts. Lu Yao began to introduce seriously. Helmet, chest armor, back armor, arm guards, shoulder guards, wrist guards, waist guard, leg guards, knee pads, and battle boots. Among these, the helmet, chest armor, back armor, and waist guard are single pieces, while the other parts come in pairs. In total, there are 16 pieces. Most cultivators don't like to wear the helmet and arm guards, knee pads, and battle boots that come with the armor. She said this tactfully. It wasn't that everyone disliked wearing them, but rather that their budgets were limited. The more pieces of armor one wore, the greater the power of the combined formation. Who wouldn't like that? Li Chuan glanced over and noticed that Su Yaoyu's armor, just as Lu Yao said, was missing the helmet, arm guards, knee pads, and battle boots. How much contribution does a set of second-tier upper-grade armor require? He asked. Lu Yao smiled even sweeter and replied, a set of second-tier upper-grade armor only costs 150,000 contributions more than the lower grade. Many senior brothers and sisters actually prefer to buy upper-grade armor. After all, if you grit your teeth and buy it now, it will save a lot of trouble later. If you wait until your strength increases and then change to new armor, it would seem a bit too much of a loss. Her smile was incredibly sweet, because she hadn't intended to recommend second-tier lower-grade armor to Li Chuan from the start. When exchanging for contribution tokens, they could see the contribution amount in the tokens, so she knew Li Chuan still had 100,000 contributions. Li Chuan was now a well-known figure in the outer sect, and she was aware of his identity. Her goal was not just to extract Li Chuan's 100,000 contributions so simply. From the beginning, she was pushing for second-tier upper-grade armor. After all, once he bought the scattered armor, he would continue to buy the remaining parts later on. Even if Li Chuan only bought a few pieces of second-tier upper-grade scattered armor this time, it would still be equivalent to her promoting a complete set of armor. Why do I say this? Because countless experiences have proven that as long as a cultivator who buys scattered armor doesn't die, they will find ways to make money to buy the remaining parts. It's just a matter of time. This is true not only in the Yin-Yang Sect, but also in other places and other sections. Buying scattered armor can be said to bind a person for life. Lu Yao didn't expect Li Chuan to ask about it actively. Asking indicated interest, making it easier for her to push. Senior brother, are you looking to buy second-tier lower-grade spiritual armor or the components of second-tier upper-grade spiritual armor? Lu Yao intentionally asked. She thought Li Chuan only had 100,000 contributions, so if he said he wanted to buy second-tier lower-grade scattered armor, she would suggest he buy second-tier upper-grade scattered armor instead. She was very confident she could succeed in her persuasion. Li Chuan replied, of course I want a complete set of second-tier upper-grade armor. If I'm buying, I want the best. Oh, a complete set? Lu Yao blinked, momentarily lost in thought. Didn't she just say that a complete set of second-tier upper-grade spiritual armor costs 300,000 contributions? Chapter 74, Lu Yao's Promotion. Take this set back and bring me a set of upper-grade armor, Li Chuan said to Lu Yao. Lu Yao didn't show any signs of surprise and sweetly responded, okay, senior brother. Although the two sets of armor were different colors, one could easily see the difference between them. To put it simply, the texture was different. The color of the armor can be changed. If senior brother doesn't like silver, we can switch to another color. She was smart. Although she knew Li Chuan only had 100,000 contributions, she didn't doubt whether he could afford a complete set of second-tier upper-grade armor. Even if Li Chuan was teasing her, there were only the two of them here, and no one would see. Unless she only intended to do this business once or didn't want to make this deal, she would never allow herself to doubt a customer. In no wonder she could be promoted. Her awareness was high. Wow, Senior brother actually likes red. I like red too. Lu Yao was genuinely surprised because she had never met a male cultivator who liked red. An old man wearing red armor floating in the air, what a sight. Of course, she knew Chuan was only 49 years old. This was widely known in the sect. So people had long gone to check Chuan's information upon joining the sect. With just a glance or a facial expression, Lu Yao could guess what he wanted to do. Hearing Lu Yao say she also liked red, Chuan couldn't help but smile. Red is good. Red is flashy. I like flashy. I said I like red. Why does that mean I hate it? Chuan feigned surprise and asked. Lu Yao waved her hand at the bright silver armor, and the armor scattered. She said, Junior sister will continue to introduce armor to senior brother. What's there to introduce about armor? Chuan said this, but still pretended to listen attentively. After all, he didn't know much about armor. He only knew that when worn together, they could form a formation that greatly increased defensive power. The material of the armor itself also ensured that even if it was separated from the formation, it still had strong defensive capabilities, providing multi-layered protection. Lu Yao pointed at the various components of the armor and said, there's a lot to introduce. For example, this set of armor is just an ordinary set. It doesn't have additional elemental protection abilities. This means that if a cultivator attacking it has elemental roots, the defensive effect against their attacks will be somewhat weaker. If senior brother is interested, you can specifically choose a set of armor that protects against a certain elemental attribute. With elemental protection abilities, not only does it have strong resistance against cultivators with corresponding elemental roots, but it also greatly resists ordinary elemental attacks, and the effect is very good. Chuan couldn't help but pinch Lu Yao's face and said, you want to charge more, right? Oh, senior brother, junior sister is just simply introducing it to you. Don't get angry, or you'll hurt your health, Lu Yao said playfully. This time, Chuan didn't agree. He bluntly said, change it. This one isn't needed. There were hardly any cultivators with elemental roots in the entire Yin-Yang Sect. Not to mention he had already used foundation building armor in the Qi refining stage. His protection was already maxed out, so why waste contributions on that? Moreover, if he had to choose a single elemental attribute for protection, which one should he choose? If he wanted to protect against multiple elemental attributes, the price would increase exponentially. He understood this trick, but he really didn't need it now. Then let's talk about something that doesn't cost money. Lu Yao understood Chuan very well and sweetly smiled. Armor, besides its own defense, also comes with a combined formation. This combined formation is integrated into the armor. Unlike engraved formations that can be changed, the more pieces of armor worn, the greater the power of the combined formation. Especially after wearing a complete set of armor, the power of the combined formation is simply unimaginable. For example, with this set of second-tier upper-grade spiritual armor, once worn completely, the power of the combined formation can even withstand attacks from early-stage core formation cultivators. Generally speaking, second-tier spiritual weapons can only accommodate spirit beings of the foundation establishment stage, but this set of armor, when complete, can accommodate spirit beings of the core formation stage. However, once separated, the spirit beings will disappear. They will only continue to appear when the entire set is combined. Chuan nodded, but the next moment, his hand was pinching Lu Yao's face. Didn't you say it doesn't cost money? Spirit tools don't need money? Lu Yao replied with grievance, but we don't have any spirit tools for sale here. Senior brother, even if you want to spend contributions, you can't. She really didn't expect that Chuan could find such a loophole. You said it doesn't cost money, so now it's time to talk about something that does, right? Chuan teased. Lu Yao also laughed. She just liked communicating with senior brothers who had a lot of contributions. Senior brothers with more contributions had great temperaments and never got angry over a little contribution. They were also very willing to listen to her recommendations. The hardest to deal with were those who had neither too much nor too little contribution, who had few contributions but many demands, and would get angry at the drop of a hat. They were too difficult. Since senior brother requests it, junior sister will naturally comply. Lu Yao said with a cheerful expression, let's talk about the engraving of formation arrays. She pointed at the back armor and said, generally, cultivators will engrave the spirit storage array on the back armor because it has the lowest chance of being attacked. Are you also going to engrave the formation on the back armor, senior brother? Chuan nodded. Since everyone engraves the spirit storage array on the back armor, I will choose the back armor as well. I trust the experience of the predecessors. The spirit storage array is equivalent to the energy core of the treasure armor. Placing it in a less vulnerable area seemed correct to Chuan. However, After saying that, he realized something seemed off. Chapter 75. Li Chuan asked Yao before Lu Yao could answer. Li Chuan impatiently pinched her waist. Oh, you guys are really something. Each part of the precious armor has a separate charge for the formations, right? At first, he thought that the spirit storage formation would be like the combined formations that came with the precious armor, allowing each part to store spiritual energy. However, he found out that this was just the price for one part. It turned out that the 300,000 contribution precious armor was just the basic version, and he could buy another set of armor with the self-selected formations. Senior brother, listen to your junior sister, she said, looking at Li Chuan with tearful eyes, pitifully saying, Senior brother, think about it. Engraving formations requires many precious materials, especially for a second-tier high-quality formation. Our contributions are all handed over to the sect's formation pavilion without any extra charges. I swear, your junior sister absolutely hasn't charged you a single bit extra. What she said wasn't a lie. The prices at the Yin-Yang Sect stores were standardized, with no discounts and no risk of cheating disciples. However, she conveniently omitted the part about rebates, so those in the know would understand that her words were nonsense, mainly aimed at reducing Li Chuan's psychological gap. She hadn't charged Li Chuan extra contributions, but the pricing at the formation pavilion was another story. Anyway, it was nearly impossible for Li Chuan to take advantage. Engraving formations on the precious armor was inherently a challenging task. After engraving a set of combined formations, trying to engrave a second formation would increase the difficulty by an unknown factor, and the price for engraving formations would naturally multiply several times. In fact, Li Chuan wasn't too clear about the matter of engraving formations on magical treasures, as he had always only purchased basic versions. Even when he occasionally saw some magical treasures containing formations, he never thought they were added by formation masters. He assumed they were done during the crafting process by the artifact masters. Lu Yao said nicely that she was afraid he would use the combined spirit gathering formation, which would affect future engravings. To put it bluntly, she was worried that he would occupy the positions for the armor's formations with the combined formation and would be unable to continue engraving in the future. How ruthless! But it happened to be suitable for his financial situation. With his current contribution points, he naturally wanted to fill all the parts of the precious armor with formations. If he engraved a combined spirit storage formation, that would be a total waste. Then should I engrave one spirit storage formation? Is one enough? Li Chuan asked with some concern. After all, with his current strength, if he encountered any danger, he might have to rely on the spirit storage formation to maintain the operation of the precious armor. Lu Yao said, the spirit storage formation can store enough spiritual energy to support a normal foundation establishment period battle. Senior brother, you are only at the chi refining stage, so generally, it should be enough. Look at the wording. A normal foundation establishment period battle is generally enough. Sure enough, there was a follow-up. However, the path of cultivation is fraught with dangers, and no one knows what dangers they will encounter. Sometimes, fighting for days and nights is not impossible. Even escaping for half a month happens often, like Elder Seven's disciple, He Fenglin, who risked his life to bring back news of a spiritual vein for the sect, but was chased for nearly a month on the way. If it weren't for He Fenglin having many escaped magical treasures to help him, he might not have survived the crisis. When Li Chuan heard the name He Fenglin, he was slightly taken aback. Wow, are you giving me a direct example from someone I know? So, do I need to get another spirit storage formation? Li Chuan couldn't help but ask. Lu Yao shook her head, saying she didn't really recommend that senior brother engrave another spirit storage formation. Engraving an additional spirit storage formation would not only reduce the number of formations that could be engraved on the precious armor, but would also require another 20,000 contributions. It would be better to spend 10,000 contributions to upgrade the existing spirit storage formation to one that can absorb spiritual energy from spirit stones. This way, after the stored spiritual energy is used up, he could replace it with spirit stones, as long as there were enough spirit stones. The combined formations of the precious armor could be used continuously. Speaking of which, he would spend 10,000 contributions less. After hearing this, Li Chuan nodded. So it turned out that the 20,000 contributions for a formation wasn't the end. It could still be upgraded. I wonder what else you can add. He couldn't help but ask Lu Yao, besides adding the ability to absorb spirit stones to this spirit storage formation, can any other functions be added? Of course. Lu Yao began to speak excitedly. You can also add a separate space for placing spirit stones in the formation. After all, many times in intense battles. There is simply no time to invest spirit stones into the formation. If there is this spirit stone space, you can preemptively put in a large number of spirit stones, ensuring that during battles, you can fight without distraction. Indeed, Li Chuan asked, then, how much contribution is needed to add a space for storing spirit stones? Lu Yao replied, because adding space to the formation isn't something just any formation master can engrave, and since it only involves placing spirit stones, it's not expensive, just 20,000 contributions. Wow! Li Chuan exclaimed. One formation directly costs 50,000 contributions. No wonder so many people prefer buying pills over magical treasures. It turns out magical treasures are so costly to maintain. A normal foundation establishment cultivator can't afford that. Fortunately, I'm a chi refining cultivator. I can afford it, haha. Then engrave me a spirit storage formation that can hold spirit stones, Li Chuan said boldly. If we're going to do it, let's do it right. Lu Yao nodded obediently. Then does senior brother want to engrave formations on the other parts of the precious armor? What other formations are there? You tell me. What do you recommend I engrave? Chapter 76. Yao is a bit flustered. Asking her senior sister for help, Li Chuan knew Lu Yao would definitely push him towards the more expensive options, but it was fine. He had plenty of contributions to exchange. The main thing was that Lu Yao's recommendations were all to his liking. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Although he was spending a lot of contributions, the effects were also better. Li Chuan arrived at the treasure pavilion in the morning, but by the time he left, it was already noon. The next day at noon, the precious armor was just too complex. He had to understand every ability and usage scenario clearly. Lu Yao meticulously explained everything to him, allowing him to learn much knowledge he hadn't grasped when he was a loose cultivator. After selecting the formations, did he need to send them to the formation pavilion for engraving? Senior brother, your junior sister lives at Outer Sect Ding District, room 339. If you need anything, you can come find me anytime. When Lu Yao saw Li Chuan off, her reluctant gaze almost melted one's heart. Although he knew that a heartless person had no deep feelings in the Yin-Yang Sect, Li Chuan still felt greatly benefited, and his vanity was immensely satisfied. This was exclusive service, a unique treatment. Don't worry, junior sister. I won't be polite, Li Chuan said boldly. Of course, why should he be polite? He had already bought magical treasures worth hundreds of thousands in contributions. It was only reasonable for the sales staff to solve any problems he encountered while using the magical treasures, right? Junior sister will wait for senior brother. Take care. Lu Yao smiled sweetly, full of anticipation. After all, she wasn't just doing this one deal. She wanted Li Chuan to continue buying magical treasures from her and continue to spend here. Otherwise, how would she accumulate a massive amount of cultivation resources? Last night, she secretly calculated that if Li Chuan's spending on magical treasures was converted into cultivation resources, she would quickly become the top new disciple in the Outer Sect. The new disciple evaluation period was 5 years, and she was already a strong contender for first place. Now it was practically guaranteed. Even if Li Chuan only spends such a large sum at the treasure pavilion once a year, in just 3 years, she can become the top outer disciple. After all, her innate talent is among the best in this batch of disciples, and with her contribution this year amounting to 20 to 30,000. If she continues to make such contributions every year to exchange for resources to cultivate, who else could possibly rise above her? After all, the contributions in the Yin-Yang Sect have a stronger purchasing power than spirit stones from the outside world, allowing one to buy many high-quality elixirs that are not available outside. Li Chuan is also very satisfied with his little junior sister Lu Yao. Although his initial plan was to spend several thousand contributions to buy a set of armor, it has now far exceeded his original intentions, even by 10 times. However, he is very happy with his purchases and gives a perfect score for the shopping experience. He likes all the projects recommended by Lu Yao. They align perfectly with his preferences. For instance, he initially wanted to buy a first-tier spirit weapon armor, but if he had done so, it would be outdated by the time he reaches the foundation establishment stage. Even if it can be recycled, he would still lose tens of thousands of contributions. He has even planned in his mind that once he learns alchemy and artifact crafting, he will definitely recruit Lu Yao to help him sell goods when he opens a shop outside. An outstanding junior sister should help him make money. He cannot let her talents go to waste. As Li Chuan is leaving, Lu Yao immediately retracts her smile. Her expression tense as she quickly walks towards the interior of the treasure pavilion. Senior sister Chen Lu, I want to see senior sister Dongfang. She approaches a tall and graceful Foundation Establishment female disciple and speaks to her. This Foundation Establishment disciple is the leader of her group, and she was the one who noticed Lu Yao and asked the manager to transfer Lu Yao from the first-tier treasure area to her team. Upon seeing Lu Yao, Chun Lu's smile is incredibly warm. She enthusiastically grabs Lu Yao's hand and says, "Junior sister Lu Yao, congratulations on selling so many items. This month's tasks have all been completed by you alone." When she initially brought Lu Yao over to her group, other members laughed at her for recruiting a first-layer Qi refining disciple. However, Lu Yao has given her a huge surprise with consecutive large orders for 2 months. This month is particularly astonishing, as she directly made a sale of 730,000 contributions in one order. Even among core formation stage cultivators, very few have such strong purchasing power to spend so much in one go. Who doesn't save up contributions and spend them in batches of several tens of thousands? Not to mention others. Even Chun Lu herself feels a bit sour about it. However, as the group leader, she also receives a certain percentage of the commission from Lu Yao's large sales, although it's not as much as Lu Yao's, but it's still free money. What do you need to see senior sister Dongfang for? Are you planning to ask for leave to cultivate for a while? No problem. You don't need to find senior sister Dongfang. I'll approve it for you. Chun Lu responds generously. She doesn't even ask Lu Yao how long she wants to take off. Regardless of the duration, she will approve it, even if it's for 1 or 2 years. Because if she doesn't approve it, and Lu Yao becomes unhappy and goes to another group, that would be a significant loss for her. Lu Yao quickly says, "Senior sister misunderstood. I'm only a first-layer Qi refining disciple, and I don't need to meditate often. This is a great time for me to strive. How could I take a leave?" She first expresses her loyalty before saying, "It's just that the contribution on senior brother Li Chuan's token has puzzled me a bit. I think this matter should be discussed with senior sister Dongfang." She cannot forget the shock she felt yesterday when she saw the over 1 million contributions on Li Chuan's token during the settlement. She even doubted whether she had misread it last time. Perhaps it was indeed over 1 million before. There are treasure tools for settling contributions in the private rooms on the 2nd floor, so only she saw this matter at that time. That shock has persisted until now. Chun Lu is surprised. "Junior sister, the order you sold yesterday for 730,000 contributions was to Li Chuan? The same Li Chuan who bought your flying boat and received a reward of 100,000 contributions from the sect leader?" To avoid Lu Yao misunderstanding, when Lu Yao handed her the treasure tool yesterday for additional formations, she did not ask who the customer was. After all, there have been instances where group leaders have snatched orders from their subordinates. Therefore, disciples of the Treasure Pavilion are very cautious about such matters and generally do not take the initiative to ask others who the items were sold to. Chapter 77. New beauties appearing one after another. Of course, in reality, if group members don't say anything, they can still figure out who the order was sold to just by observing. For instance, everyone in the Treasure Pavilion knew that the last flying boat was sold to Li Chuan. The other flying boat users were all seniors in the core formation stage. The last time Li Chuan spent 200,000 contributions to buy a flying boat surprised everyone. The sect leader only rewarded him with 100,000 contributions. Where did the other 100,000 contributions come from? Moreover, Li Chuan is a newcomer who has only been in the sect for about a year. Yes, that Li Chuan. Lu Yao nods. Where did he get so many contributions? He's only in the Qi refining stage. Chun Lu almost blurts out. The result is that Li Chuan, who is in the 4th layer of Qi refining and has been in the sect for less than a year, has earned nearly 1 million contributions. This is quite absurd. I don't know what is going on, which is why I want to find senior sister Dongfang, Lu Yao says. She is indeed puzzled and a bit anxious. Even though the treasure tools can be recalled, what about the formations inscribed on them? Yesterday, when the 730,000 contributions were deducted, she was so excited and full of hope for the future, but now she feels panicked. She is a typical case of scaring herself. When she doesn't think about it, she feels quite happy, but once she does, oh dear, her Dao heart shakes with anxiety. The paper crane seems to have a life of its own, flapping its little wings and flying out. There are quite a few clumsy people in the cultivation world. Although they cannot know the contents inside the paper crane, turning it to ash is just a casual act. Whoever gives the paper crane, it will seek that person, and as long as no one causes trouble along the way, there generally won't be any mistakes. Before long, a stunning woman in a light blue long dress approaches the two girls. The jade pendants hanging from her waist clink together, producing a crisp sound. Senior sister Dongfang. The two girls quickly bow. The woman has eyebrows like distant mountains, naturally adorned without makeup, exuding a fresh charm with a hint of allure. Her eyes are like water, clear and profound, resembling a bottomless deep pool. A faint smile graces her face, and the subtle upward curve of her lips makes one think she has something to share. Although the color of her blue dress is light, it cannot conceal its luxuriousness. The fabric is of extraordinary quality, instantly recognizable. Additionally, there are many small accessories adorning her dress. Not only that, but she also wears exquisite bracelets on her wrists and attractive earrings dangling from her earlobes. Even the phoenix hairpin inserted in her hair is incredibly intricate. Her exquisite attire not only adds a touch of brilliance, but also conveys an intimidating aura of nobility. Literally, the word noble refers to something of great value. Because her outfit is indeed quite expensive. She is the manager of the Treasure Pavilion, Dongfangyu. Not only is she an 8th-layer foundation establishment inner disciple, but she is also one of the top 10 stunning fairies in the inner sect. In the Yin-Yang Sect, the Treasure Pavilion, Alchemy Pavilion, and Auxiliary Immortal Pavilion have attracted a large portion of the exceptionally beautiful female disciples and handsome male disciples. Because these places easily earn contribution points and spirit stones without risk, excellent disciples prefer to work here. It perfectly combines cultivation and earning money. Just in this treasure hall, there is one inner sect top 10 fairy and 2 outer sect top 10 fairies. Dongfangyu is the person in charge of the entire treasure hall, including the core formation area, which she also oversees. There are not many core formation cultivators in the Min Mountain branch, so although the 3rd-grade treasures are expensive, their sales are very low. Therefore, no core formation cultivator is willing to take responsibility here, which allows Dongfangyu, a foundation establishment cultivator, to take advantage. The core formation area of the treasure hall is also the most desired place for all disciples working here, representing a place with less work and more money. Junior sister Chen Lu, did you just say that junior sister Lu Yao sold treasures worth 730,000 contribution points yesterday? That's impressive, junior sister Lu Yao. Achieving this at just the 1st layer of qi refining, you will definitely have a place in the Yin-Yang Sect in the future. Dongfangyu looked at Lu Yao, her delicate face filled with amazement. To be honest, she had been in the treasure hall for many years and had never made such a large sale in one go. Not only her, but she had never seen anyone sell such a large order. Even among core formation disciples, there was no one who would accumulate 700,000 or 800,000 contribution points before spending. After all, the stronger one is, the more they will gain, and the higher their survival probability will be. So everyone spends their contributions as soon as they accumulate them. Thank you, senior sister Dongfang, for the compliment. Lu Yao's smile was a bit forced as she said, I'm quite puzzled about this order, so I wanted to ask you, senior sister. Oh, what are you puzzled about? Dongfangyu asked curiously. She noticed that Lu Yao seemed a bit unsettled, which puzzled her even more. After earning so much commission, shouldn't she be happy? Lu Yao replied, because all the treasures I sold yesterday were bought by outer sect senior brotherly Chuan, and at that time, I saw that his total contribution was 1,051,343. What? 105 million? Chen Lu and Dongfangyu exclaimed simultaneously. Chen Lu's voice was especially loud. Seeing their reactions, Lu Yao almost cried. Could you not be so surprised? You're scaring me. How does he have so much contribution? Chen Lu and Dongfangyu almost simultaneously asked this question. Lu Yao obviously couldn't answer. Dongfangyu was the first to recover, frowning as she said to Lu Yao, tell me your doubts. Lu Yao hurriedly explained, last month, when senior brother Li Chuan bought a flying boat, I saw that his total contribution was only 300,000. How did it suddenly increase so much in just 1 month? Chapter 78. Starting to investigate Li Chuan's background, are you suggesting that there may be a problem with Li Chuan's contributions? For example, that they are not legitimate? If Li Chuan's contributions hadn't skyrocketed in just over a month, she wouldn't have had such thoughts. But the lack of information made her feel lost, like a headless fly. Dongfangyu shook her head. This situation should not exist. The contributions of outer sect disciples are managed by Mo Xiangling. She takes this position very seriously and would not allow anyone to do anything under her nose. Dongfangyu clasped her hands behind her back, slowly pacing as she thought, let me think. Mo Xiangling, for some unknown reason, has always been obsessed with spirit plants. She takes a cut from any good spirit plants exchanged by outer sect disciples, and many inner sect disciples know about this. She would definitely find ways to make Li Chuan work hard to gather spirit plants for her this year. No, she is bold, but not to such an outrageous extent. It is already very risky to get Li Chuan to accumulate tens of thousands of contributions in his contribution token. The task hall doesn't have many categories available for spending, and contributions are in the millions. Once the matter is exposed, even the sect master wouldn't be able to protect her. Dongfang Yu muttered to herself. Chen Lu said, excluding the 100,000 given to him by the sect master, that means before the sect master rewarded him, he already had 200,000 contributions? Chen Lu was anxious, even more so than Lu Yao. She genuinely wanted to know how Li Chuan earned it, as she wanted to earn too. Exactly 300,000 contributions? Dongfang Yu murmured. What a coincidence, exactly 300,000. Could it be that Mo Xiangling helped him gather it? Dongfang Yu stopped and continued to ponder for a moment before slowly saying, regardless of whether it was Mo Xiangling who helped him gather it, it proves that Li Chuan has a strong ability to earn spirit stones. When he came to buy the flying boat, did he go straight for it? Dongfang Yu looked at Lu Yao. Lu Yao quickly nodded. When I asked senior brother Li Chuan what he wanted, he indeed answered flying boat directly, and then I took him upstairs. I noticed he had a cold aura, so I helped him soak in a medicinal bath. After the bath, he didn't do anything and hurriedly left with the flying boat. Lu Yao recounted the situation in detail. She knew that the more detailed she was, the more information Dongfang Yu could analyze. Cold aura. Dongfang Yu smiled oddly. Chen Lu looked at her and couldn't help but say, "What's wrong, senior sister Dongfang? Your smile is quite frightening." She only dared to say this because she was familiar with Dongfang Yu. However, the smile on Dongfang Yu's face did seem a bit creepy, making Lu Yao feel uneasy. Dongfang Yu sneered. Mo Xiangling is a rare ice spirit root. Didn't you consider anything? Chen Lu suddenly exclaimed. The cold aura on Li Chuan. Lu Yao was also stunned, then suddenly enlightened. In fact, when she noticed the cold aura on Li Chuan, the thought of Mo Xiangling, the ice spirit root's senior sister, had crossed her mind. However, she hadn't connected the two. Given the situation at that time, how could she have linked the once celebrated outer sect beauty, who was once number one on the beauty list, with Li Chuan, who seemed rather unserious? But now it was different. If Li Chuan's million contributions were real, then it didn't matter if she was an outer sect senior sister or an inner sect senior sister. He could easily look down on them. Lu Yao couldn't help but say, does this mean that senior brother Li Chuan really has the ability to earn 1,000,000 contributions in a short time? I previously asked the senior brother who attended to senior brother Li Chuan. He said that senior brother Li Chuan came with senior sister Chu Mingyu. At that time, senior brother Li Chuan and senior sister Chu Mingyu were very close, and he was very generous when buying things, spending thousands of contributions without hesitation. Dongfang Yu fell into thought and then looked at Lu Yao, saying, tell me everything that Li Chuan bought yesterday and what happened at that time. Lu Yao immediately started recounting. Senior brother Li Chuan bought a set of second-grade superior spirit armor, spending 300,000 contributions. He chose to engrave a second-grade superior spirit storage formation on the back of the armor, costing 50,000 contributions. He also engraved various second-grade superior formations on all 15 other components, each costing 20,000 contributions, totaling 300,000 contributions. Later, I asked him, and he didn't plan to wear the armor all the time, so I recommended him a second-grade superior spirit robe, which cost 30,000 contributions. I also suggested engraving a second-grade superior gathering formation on the robe, so he could use it for cultivation, which cost 50,000 contributions, totaling 730,000 contributions. Chen Lu exclaimed in surprise. He bought second-grade spirit armor, and you recommended a spirit robe to him, and he actually accepted it, even engraving a gathering formation worth 50,000 contributions on it. Lu Yao, you are really impressive. Generally speaking, after buying such an expensive armor, who would still buy a robe? The treasure armor is covered by the treasure clothing, rendering the treasure clothing completely useless, which is simply a waste. Moreover, Li Chuan is only at the 4th level of Qi refinement, yet he extravagantly uses the best second-tier gathering spirit formation. Why is it considered extravagant? Because Li Chuan's realm is too low, and his aptitude doesn't seem good. It's impossible for him to continuously use that gathering spirit formation. After all, he can't absorb that much spiritual energy. So during cultivation, The gathering spirit formation must be in a stopped state most of the time. This is simply a waste of resources. What else can it be called if not extravagant? Lu Yao said. It's not that the junior sister is impressive, but that senior brother Li Chuan is too extravagant. I had previously recommended to him to just carve a first-tier gathering spirit formation on his original treasure clothing, but he seemed dissatisfied, so I subsequently recommended a second-tier spiritual treasure clothing and a second-tier gathering spirit formation to him. Chapter 79. After getting money. Even stunning fairies come in groups. Dongfang Yu nodded at her words and said, that proves he indeed doesn't take those contributions seriously. Generally speaking, only those who suddenly acquire wealth or possess great strength would behave like this. He went straight to the flying boat as soon as he arrived last time, which must have been arranged by Mo Xiangling. However, to have accumulated 100,000 contributions in just over a month is quite terrifying. After Dongfang Yu expressed her feelings, she signaled Lu Yao, continue discussing yesterday's matters. This time, what they talked about was no longer related to magical treasures and formations. Chun Lu and Dongfang Yu listened very attentively, feeling there was nothing unusual, as everyone was tacitly aware of the events in the private room on the second floor. After finishing, Lu Yao continued from her previous point and tried to analyze. Senior sister Chu Mingyu was rated as one of the top 10 stunning fairies among the outer sect disciples and already has a Dao partner. Why did she suddenly become close to senior brother Li Chuan and senior sister Mo Xiangling, who is in charge of the mission hall and is a heavenly beauty in the outer sect, was once rated as the top stunning beauty among the outer sect disciples. Her status and strength are much higher than that of senior sister Chu Mingyu. The fact that she also has an unclear relationship with senior brother Li Chuan indicates that senior brother Li Chuan must be extraordinary. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly win them over. I heard from others that it was senior sister Mo Xiangling who suggested to the sect master to reward senior brother Li Chuan in the mission hall. Senior brother Li Chuan reciprocated by suggesting a reward for senior sister Mo Xiangling to the sect master. The sect master directly doubled the settlement reward. Chen Lu took over her line of thought. So, it means that senior sister Mo Xiangling already knew that junior brother Li Chuan has a strong ability to find spiritual plants, which is why she wanted the spiritual plants he sells in a year as a reward. She was afraid that junior brother Li Chuan wouldn't help her, so she suggested to the sect master to increase junior brother Li Chuan's settlement reward. The sect master, unaware of the reason, generously doubled junior brother Li Chuan's settlement reward. If the sect master knew how capable junior brother Li Chuan was at finding spiritual plants, I wonder what kind of expression he would have. As Chen Lu spoke, her expression became more vivid. If things are really as they speculate, then the sect master has suffered a huge loss this time. Moreover, it's a silent loss that's hard to express. Just think about how at that time, they have to maintain the sect master's dignity and the reputation of the Yin-Yang Sect while competing with Qi refinement disciples for spiritual plants. Sister, how should we handle this? Chen Lu asked Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu said, I don't know how far our speculation is from the truth, or if we are completely wrong. It doesn't matter. As long as Li Chuan can contribute and spend, he is our most esteemed guest. What she means is that regardless of whether Li Chuan's contributions are real or fake, they will treat them as real. Hearing her say this, Lu Yao completely set her mind at ease. She replied, I know what to do, senior sister Dongfang. Dongfang Yu nodded, saying that they must not let the people from the Pill Pavilion lure Li Chuan away. His contributions can only be spent in their magical treasures pavilion. As soon as the Pill Pavilion was mentioned, both Lu Yao and Chun Lu's expressions became serious. The Pill Pavilion is their lifelong rival, combined. Their magical treasures pavilion and auxiliary fairy pavilion cannot compete with the Pill Pavilion. Their customers are often deceived by the Pill Pavilion into giving away their contributions, which frustrates them to no end, yet they feel helpless. The people from the Pill Pavilion can claim that their certain pills have the effects of enhancing aptitude and speeding up cultivation. Once others buy and consume them, there is no way to verify whether their aptitude has truly improved or if their cultivation speed has actually increased. Perhaps under the persuasion of the Pill Pavilion disciples, those who clearly see no effect might delude themselves into thinking it works. Especially concerning lifespan-related pills, they can easily change the name of a pill and claim it can extend lifespan, not knowing how many cultivators with limited lifespans have gone bankrupt buying them. Li Chuan is exactly the kind of standard customer for the Pill Pavilion: poor aptitude, weak strength, abundant contributions, and nearing death. Once the Pill Pavilion sets its sights on him, he will definitely buy a pile of useless pills. This is a minor issue. But if Li Chuan spins in the Pill Pavilion, how will he come to their Magical Treasures Pavilion to buy treasures? As for the Auxiliary Fairy Pavilion, it basically has no competitiveness. The Auxiliary Fairy Pavilion of the Minshan branch mainly sells talismans, puppets, spirit beasts, formations, and other miscellaneous items. Originally, these could all be sold in separate stores. However, aside from talismans, the puppets, spirit beasts, and formations are all incredibly expensive, and the Minshan branch simply does not have enough people to support a separate store. Moreover, the consumption of talismans is relatively low, so the Auxiliary Fairy Pavilion has the worst business and is thus not taken seriously by Dongfang Yu and the others. Chen Lu said, "Senior sister Dongfang, don't worry. I will work with junior sister Lu Yao to do everything possible to keep junior brother Li Chuan in our Magical Treasures Pavilion." She then looked at Lu Yao and said, "Junior sister Lu Yao, don't worry. Senior sister 1T steal your customers." Lu Yao also understood her meaning. This was purely helping, but it also helped Chen Lu herself. Lu Yao happily smiled and said, "With senior sister's help, I am even more confident about keeping senior brother Li Chuan." "Just the two of you are not enough?" Dongfang Yu said. Chen Lu replied, "Then I will call all the junior sisters from our group to help. We must not let junior brother Li Chuan be taken away by the Pill Pavilion." Dongfang Yu still shook her head. Chen Lu looked at her in surprise. "Senior sister, do you mean to let junior sister Xie Yue and junior sister Tang Qiming help?" Xie Yue and Tang Qiming are currently among the top 10 stunning fairies in the outer sect owned by the Magical Treasures Pavilion. Xie Yue is at the 5th level of Qi refinement and is in charge of the first-tier magical treasures. Tang Qiming is at the 10th level of Qi refinement and is in charge of the second-tier category, sword-type magical treasures. Keeping Li Chuan is the responsibility of Chen Lu and her group, so it naturally wouldn't be appropriate to let people from other groups take charge, which is why Chen Lu immediately thought of these two stunning members on the list. Chapter 80, Looking for Ningxiru. Li Chuan is unaware that a group of stunning fairies from the Magical Treasures Pavilion is discussing how to team up to exploit his contributions. He is currently strutting arrogantly towards the law enforcement hall. Just look at him, dressed in a bright red robe, leaning casually on the flying boat. His gaze recklessly scanning everywhere. It's clear why he is considered arrogant. Low profile? What is that? After working hard for over a month, why shouldn't he be free and easy? The contributions he earned himself can be exchanged. Why not? Just as he told Lu Yao, he likes being flashy. What he said is true. He indeed likes being flashy. He needs to find senior brother Sun Huijin and talk to his Dao partner, senior sister Ningxiru. Since heaven has a way of nurturing life, how could he be so violent? Therefore, it would naturally be better to seek justice from senior sister Ningxiru. He is quite fond of senior sister Ningxiru. However, before Li Chuan could fly to the law enforcement hall, he saw a large group of disciples from the law enforcement hall coming towards him on their swords. But Li Chuan did not fly directly over. Instead, he controlled his flying boat to stop. The group of disciples from the law enforcement hall, seeing this, prepared to bow. But upon seeing Li Chuan lying on one side of the flying boat, they were all momentarily stunned. Thanks to his recent rise to fame, the combination of being at the 4th level of Qi refining and having a flying boat instantly led everyone to guess his identity. Looking at the bright red robe Li Chuan was wearing, they all had strange expressions on their faces. It wasn't that the red robe looked bad. It just didn't suit Li Chuan, who looked like an old monkey in it. "Li Chuan, senior brother," old monkey looked at the disciple who called out. No, it was Li Chuan who looked at the calling disciple and asked, "Where are you all going?" Zhou Shijing had only called out tentatively, but he didn't expect Li Chuan to respond and engage in conversation, which made him extremely excited. He immediately bowed respectfully and said, reporting to senior brother Li Chuan, "There is a disciple from the outer sect who has gone mad and harmed several fellow disciples while escaping. A few of us senior brothers and sisters are taking the others to search for him." In general circumstances, even if Li Chuan's strength was greater than his, Zhou Shijing, as a disciple of the law enforcement hall, was naturally of a higher status than other disciples. After all, everyone makes mistakes at some point. Therefore, there was no need to be so respectful when seeing a senior brother or sister who was slightly stronger. But who could blame them? This was Li Chuan. Not to mention that he had rewarded Zhou Shijing with 10 spirit stones the last time they met, even considering the flying boat he was currently piloting. No one in the outer sect dared to be careless in front of Li Chuan. Moreover, he was quite diplomatic when just speaking with Li Chuan. He didn't forget to mention his surrounding senior brothers and sisters, showing that he was skilled at maintaining appearances. Li Chuan was surprised. Haven't those demonic cultivators been cleared out yet? Why are they still haunting us? He had stopped because he saw Zhou Shijing in the group. He wasn't curious about what this large group was doing. He just wanted to check if the delicate senior sister Ningshiro was inside the law enforcement hall. Zhou Shijing hurriedly replied, "It's not the demonic cultivators. I heard that the disciple couldn't handle being abandoned by his partner and, under the stimulus, tried to forcibly establish his foundation. As a result, he was invaded by his inner demons and not only failed to establish his foundation, but also lost his sanity." As he spoke, he felt a bit like laughing but thought it inappropriate to do so, leading to an awkward expression. A disciple at the 9th level of Qi refining beside him sighed, "Alas, our Yin-Yang Sect is unfortunate to have such a disciple." In fact, when it came to this matter, everyone had a gloating attitude. After the disciple finished speaking, he suddenly complimented Li Chuan, saying, "Li Chuan, junior brother, you are the first in the Qi refining stage to have a flying boat. Congratulations." Another disciple at the 8th level of Qi refining added, "Not only in the Qi refining stage, but even counting the foundation establishment stage, intersect senior brothers and sisters. Junior brother Li Chuan is also the first disciple below the core formation stage to own a flying boat. You are truly pioneering for our Yin-Yang Sect." If it weren't for the task they had at hand, the senior sisters would have shamelessly asked Li Chuan for a chance to experience the flying boat themselves. Everyone chimed in with endless compliments, as if they had forgotten all about the task. Flattering those in power is the same in both the immortal and mortal realms. It's just that for cultivators, flattery comes more naturally. As their state of mind is much stronger than that of mortals, they probably think it's perfectly normal. They didn't necessarily want to gain something from Li Chuan. They just wanted to know another strong person because the path of cultivation is perilous. Knowing one more strong person means one more chance at survival. If they ever encountered danger outside and happened to meet Li Chuan, it wouldn't just be a matter of a flying boat. Li Chuan glanced at a few senior sisters and junior sisters in the law enforcement team, all with different figures, which was quite tempting. If it weren't for the goal he had already set, he would have taken all of them with him on the flying boat. He said, "If you senior sisters are going back to the law enforcement hall, I wouldn't mind taking you along." One senior sister smiled sweetly and said, "We just came out of the law enforcement hall. If we go back now, we would surely be punished." "Junior brother, you are so bad. Wanting to see your senior sister punished as soon as we meet." Hiss. Looking at the flirtatious glances, Li Chuan couldn't help but think about not looking for Ningshiro first. Although these senior sisters and junior sisters were not as beautiful as Ningshiro, each was still a top choice. The quality difference was not something that quantity couldn't make up for. However, Li Chuan was someone with principles. How could he change his previously set goal? Forget it. He wouldn't chat with these senior sisters who seemed hungry like wolves. Or he really wouldn't be able to leave. By the way, senior brothers and sisters, is senior sister Ningshiro in the law enforcement hall? He asked. Yes, she is. Are you looking for senior sister Ning? What do you want with her? She is the partner of senior brother Sun Huiqin, so don't get any ideas. One senior sister kindly reminded him. It was clear she wasn't among those present when Li Chuan was captured by the demonic cultivators. Nor did she know that Li Chuan had spun around with Ningshiro in his arms at that time. However, whether the two had kissed at that time remained a matter of debate among those present to this day. Chapter 81. First. Beat up the victim before talking. Senior brother Sun is also in the law enforcement hall. Junior brother. You wouldn't be looking for senior sister Ning to do something that senior brother Sun shouldn't know about, would you? However, the male disciples of the law enforcement hall couldn't bring themselves to smile. At that moment, a paper crane flew in and landed in front of one of the disciples. The disciple made a hand gesture towards the paper crane, and a pleasant female voice came from it. The information regarding the possessed disciple has been found. It is Zhao Bingqian, a 10th level Qi refining disciple from the outer sect. He has injured several fellow disciples and escaped. Pursue him quickly. Others were a bit surprised. Zhao Bingqian, the one who has gone mad, is actually senior brother Zhao Bingqian. He is the partner of one of the outer sect's top 10 beauties. Senior sister Chu Mengyu. How did he end up going mad? Don't you know? Senior sister Mengyu has already established her foundation. Everyone looked at Li Chuan with varying degrees of meaning. Originally, it was just rumored that he had shared a flying sword ride with Chu Mengyu. But as his fame skyrocketed, the rumors gradually changed to him kissing Chu Mengyu on the flying sword, and then evolved into even more outrageous stories. To the point where people were writing little books about the two. So, did Zhao Bingqian go mad because he was abandoned by his partner? Or was it due to the widely circulated various stimulating versions? Sigh, the world is truly unpredictable. seeing him patting the flying boat with a heartbroken expression. Everyone couldn't help but feel their skin twitch. By the way, senior brothers and sisters, if you see senior brother Zhao, please send my regards to him. Just say I said so, and hope he can pull himself together. Farewell. Do you think senior brother Sun would also be like senior brother Zhao? Someone couldn't help but ask. No way. Disciples entering our law enforcement hall have a stronger temperament than other disciples. How could Zhao Bingxian compare to senior brother Sun? Are you implying that senior sister Ning Shiro will inevitably be? Is there even a need to ask? Just look at what kind of background junior brother Li Chuan has now. What's wrong with senior sister Ning getting a bit closer to him? If their relationship improves. Who knows, maybe in the future, if senior brother Sun encounters any difficulties, he could still ask junior brother Li Chuan for help. What is this? Who doesn't he have a few male disciples they are close to? Why act so surprised? Since the Yin-Yang Sect occupies a sufficiently large area. Even the law enforcement hall in the outer sect has its own small mountain. The mountain isn't very big, but it can comfortably accommodate over 100 disciples of the law enforcement hall. Not only do they have their office here, but they also live here, making the treatment of the law enforcement hall the best in the outer sect. This treatment refers to their status. In terms of income, they certainly cannot compare to the Pill Pavilion or the Magical Treasure Pavilion. Even the disciples from the task hall earn slightly more than them. However, the mountain they live on is the one with the most abundant spiritual energy in the outer sect, and that is enough. When Li Chuan's flying boat arrived at the law enforcement hall, the passing disciples respectfully stopped to observe. They all thought a senior in the core formation stage had arrived. However, when Li Chuan, dressed in a red robe, stepped off the flying boat, they were all stunned. Those who didn't know might have thought Li Chuan was there to attend a wedding. Li Chuan, junior brother? Finally, someone spoke up from the silent crowd. The flying boat had practically become Li Chuan's business card. He didn't even need to say anything. As long as the flying boat was matched with his chi refining fourth layer cultivation, anyone who had heard of him would definitely know it was him. Li Chuan nodded and said loudly, I'm looking for the outer sect law enforcement hall steward, senior sister Xie Qinghe. This guy clearly knew that Xie Qinghe was not there, yet he pretended to be all high and mighty. Senior sister Qinghe has gone to deal with outer sect traders and is not here. I wonder what junior brother wants with her. A disciple replied. Well, Zhao Bingxian has been labeled a traitor so quickly? Li Chuan was truly happy for him. He finally stood up as a man. Li Chuan said, I want senior sister Qinghe to uphold justice for me. What justice? The disciple was taken aback. Li Chuan's voice was originally loud, and many disciples still in the law enforcement hall rushed over, curious to see what was happening. Enjoying the spectacle is a common trait among cultivators. Junior brother Li Chuan. Suddenly, a surprised voice came. Ning Shiru, in her flowing skirt, hurried over. The smile on her stunning face was incredibly charming at this moment. The surrounding disciples looked at Ning Shiru in astonishment. They obviously acknowledged her beauty, and many were drooling over her. However, they had never seen her smile so brightly in all the time they had spent together. At this moment, Ning Shiru seemed even more beautiful than usual. This puzzled them. Why did she seem so different in the same clothes and attire? Especially the disciples who had just seen Ning Shiru were amazed. Senior sister Ning. Li Chuan also smiled brightly, feeling extremely happy. With Ning Shiru looking like that, winning her over would be as easy as beckoning her with a finger. The reason he didn't seek Ning Shiru out immediately was that Sun Huaijin was also in the law enforcement hall. So, he decided to set aside other matters and deal with Sun Huaijin first. It's been a long time, senior sister Ning. You seem even more beautiful today. Li Chuan praised. Ah, really? Ning Shiru approached Li Chuan, and upon hearing his compliment, a charming blush appeared on her face. She shyly turned around in front of Li Chuan and said sweetly, Isn't senior sister wearing the same clothes as that day? How come I look more beautiful? The surrounding disciples looked at each other in confusion, almost thinking that the two were in a romantic relationship. Junior brother Wu Ti lied to senior sister. You can ask them, Li Chuan said, pointing at the surrounding disciples. He wasn't lying. At this moment, Ning Shiru indeed looked better than that day. Her smile was more beautiful. Ning Shiru looked around as Li Chuan suggested, and indeed saw the surrounding disciples gazing at her with shining eyes, as if she truly was a sight to behold at that moment. She couldn't help but feel delighted. She knew Li Chuan wouldn't lie to her. After returning to the law enforcement hall last time, she privately asked several fellow disciples if she was more beautiful than her senior sisters, Su Yaoyue and Mo Xiangling. Although she got affirmative answers, she could see from their eyes that they were being perfunctory. She felt very disappointed. Among so many people, Only Li Chuan was sincere with her. No one knew that over the past month, she often thought of Li Chuan, wanting to hear him say that she was more beautiful than Su Yaoyue and Mo Xiangling, that she was the most beautiful in the outer sect, the #1 beauty. So when she just heard Li Chuan's voice, she was overjoyed. Why did everyone feel she looked more beautiful than before? It was because of her mood and, more importantly, her confidence. Li Chuan gave her confidence. And Li Chuan wasn't he really lying to her, because he had already been with both Su Yaoyue and Mo Xiangling. Ning Shiru was at least one of the top 10 beauties, and her looks were not much different from Su and Mo. For Li Chuan, of course. She seemed even more beautiful. Is there anything wrong with that? No, not at all. Who isn't like this? Chapter 82. The suffering party is truly suffering. By the way, junior brother Li Chuan, I just heard from senior sister that someone slandered you. Who is it? Tell senior sister, and I'll help you seek justice. Li Chuan replied, the person who slandered me is a senior brother at the Qi refining 10th layer. Senior sister, you can't defeat him, so let me handle this myself. Don't worry, even if senior sister can't defeat him, there are so many fellow disciples in the law enforcement hall. And there's your senior brother Sunday. Senior brother Sun is one of the top 10 experts in our outer sect. As soon as he mentioned senior brother Sun, he arrived. He didn't want to come, but he couldn't avoid it. Everyone, go to your own things. He waved his hand to the crowd as soon as he arrived. He was clever, taking precautions and sending the fellow disciples away first. His gaze couldn't help but look at Li Chuan's flying boat hovering above his head. I think it's unnecessary. I still need everyone to uphold justice for me, Li Chuan said. Many people stopped in their tracks. Originally, many didn't want to leave. And now they had the perfect opportunity to stay. Sun Huaijin also noticed this situation, feeling angry but unable to vent, as they were not his people. Looking at Li Chuan's face that he detested, he really wanted to kick him. Senior brother Sun, are you going to help me seek justice? Li Chuan asked him. Li Chuan smiled broadly, saying, but I'm here to accuse you, senior brother Sunday. If you come to uphold justice for me, then should I still accuse you? Last time, they had already noticed that Sun Huaijin and Li Chuan were at odds, especially since many had seen Li Chuan openly kiss Ning Shiru. Sun Huaijin's anger flared up at his words. You brat, I haven't settled the score with you for kissing my Dao partner last time. And you dare come to stir up trouble. How outrageous. Junior brother Li Chuan, what do you want to accuse senior brother Sun of? Ning Shiru asked in surprise. She glanced at Sun Huaijin, indicating that she couldn't defeat him. Li Chuan said, senior brother Sun has repeatedly slandered me as a demonic cultivator, damaging my reputation, insulting my character, affecting my Dao heart, and causing me great harm. Absurd. Sun Huaijin said angrily. What do you mean repeatedly? I only mentioned it twice. And I didn't say you are a demonic cultivator. I was just suspicious. Don't be unreasonable and make a fuss. Li Chuan laughed. I was almost killed by senior brother Sun in the name of being a demonic cultivator. How is that unreasonable? Nonsense. When did I say I would kill you? Sun Huaijin quickly denied it. At most, he just wanted to deal with Li Chuan a bit. Li Chuan said, talking about this now is pointless. Anyway, senior brother, you want to admit it. But you just acknowledged that you slandered me as a demonic cultivator. So how do you want to handle this? Fellow disciples of the law enforcement hall, what do you think should be done about this? Li Chuan asked the crowd around him. But no one responded. It was clear that the onlookers just wanted to watch the show and didn't want to be involved. Senior sister, what do you think should be done? Li Chuan turned to Ning Shiru again. Ning Shiru looked back at Sun Huaijin, then turned to Li Chuan, feeling quite troubled. She weakly said, how about letting senior brother Sun apologize to you? After all, it hasn't caused any bad influence, okay? Sun Huaijin felt a mix of emotions in his heart. His Dao companion actually asked him to apologize to someone in front of so many junior brothers and sisters. Since senior sister said so, I'll give her face and let senior brother apologize to me, and we'll let this matter rest. Ning Shiru didn't expect Li Chuan to agree so readily. After a moment of surprise, her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. It felt great that her junior brother was giving her face. Just as she was pleased, Li Chuan's rough hands suddenly touched her face, and he said, senior sister, don't cry, okay? For your sake, I won't do anything to senior brother. Ning Shiru was confused. When did she cry? Wasn't she happy? She suddenly realized that Li Chuan was taking advantage of her in front of so many people and felt embarrassed. The group of disciples all craned their necks to look over. However, with Li Chuan's large hand covering Ning Shiru's face, they couldn't see clearly whether she was crying or not. They only saw Li Chuan's hand stroking Ning Shiru's face. Behind Ning Shiru, Sun Huaijin, who had been furious when Ning Shiro asked him to apologize to Li Chuan, now felt both regret and warmth upon hearing that Ning Shiro was crying for him. He hated himself for thinking about his junior sister like that just now. Bastard, let go of my junior sister Shiro. Seeing Li Chuan being so gentle with his junior sister, he couldn't help but feel furious. His junior sister should be treated gently by him. Sun Huaijin lifted his foot and kicked towards Li Chuan. After kicking, he felt a sudden sense of relief. He had wanted to kick for a long time. He didn't care about the consequences. He only knew that this kick felt very satisfying. Senior brother, what are you doing? However, as Ning Shiro exclaimed, Sun Huaijin's foot landed on Li Chuan, but Li Chuan remained unmoved. It was as if Li Chuan's big red robe glowed slightly, blocking Sun Huaijin's kick. Not only did it block it, but it also knocked Sun Huaijin back a step. Everyone was shocked. Sun Huaijin was not only at the 10th level of Qi refining, but also a top expert in the outer sect, achieved through genuine strength. Yet Li Chuan was only at the 4th level of Qi refining and had just broken through recently. Shouldn't Sun Huaijin have kicked Li Chuan flying instead? How did it turn out the other way? Some even looked up at the flying boat above, wondering why Li Chuan hadn't been knocked into it. Chapter 83. Li Chuan's words instantly caused an uproar around them. Oh my god, what did junior brother Li Chuan just say? That big red robe he's wearing cost 30,000 contribution points. No wonder it looks so good on him. Junior brother Li Chuan is really impressive. At the 4th level of Qi refining, he's wearing a treasure robe that many foundation building senior brothers and sisters can't afford. Where did he get so many contribution points? You're so silly. The flying boat cost 200,000 contribution points, remember? Alright. Where did junior brother Li Chuan get so many contribution points? What is the reason? Oh no, senior brother son. You just kicked my 2nd grade top tier gathering spirit array that cost me 50,000 contribution points. If you break it, you'll have to compensate me. How could he afford to compensate for something worth 50,000 contribution points? But then he realized he had been tricked by Li Chuan. Li Chuan, Sun Huaijin shouted. Stop putting on airs. It's just a treasure robe. What is there to show off about? A treasure robe costs 80,000 contribution points. Wear it if you want. But don't go around bragging. I don't like what senior brother said, Li Chuan replied. This is a treasure robe I saved up for. Look at it. It's crying after being kicked. Under the gaze of dozens of eyes, the confused Ning Shiro had her hand pulled by Li Chuan and placed on his robe. No one expected that Li Chuan could turn this into an advantage. They were still thinking about the treasure robe and the formation, while he had already taken her hand. Talk about timing. Junior brother, is this treasure robe really worth 80,000 contribution points? As she touched Li Chuan's treasure robe, Ning Shiro felt no sensation. She was still dazed, shocked by the number 80,000, her mind filled with 80,000, 80,000. She didn't expect a treasure robe could be so expensive. It turned out the gap between levels of Qi refining could be so large. It's only 80,000 contribution points. Senior sister, it's not expensive. Li Chuan's words made everyone around want to hit him. Is that even human language? Not expensive for 80,000. Damn it. It takes them a long time to decide on a treasure robe worth 800 contribution points. And you're telling me 80,000 isn't expensive? Senior sister, feel it. This is a treasure robe made from 2nd grade materials, very different from 1st grade treasure robes. Li Chuan held Ning Shiro's hand and kept touching his treasure robe. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether he was letting Ning Shiro touch his robe or if he was touching her. Sun Huaijin saw his Dao companion looking at his junior brother with admiration and yearning, and he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Let go of my junior sister. He charged forward again. Even if he couldn't hurt Li Chuan, he couldn't let him take advantage of his junior sister. With so many people watching, did he still care about his face? Senior sister, be careful, Li Chuan shouted, instantly pulling Ning Shiro into his arms. As she looked at Sun Huaijin's approaching kick, Ning Shiro felt a bit confused. She needed to sort things out. Just now, her junior brother warned her to be careful, and then she ended up in front of him, so he warned her because of this. Seeing Li Chuan holding Ning Shiro in front of him, Sun Huaijin was forced to stop. Seeing that annoying old face sticking out from behind Ning Shiro, resting his chin on her shoulder, he was instantly furious and shouted, Li Chuan, if you have the ability, stop using these tricks and fight me fairly. Okay, Li Chuan said without hesitation, directly pushing Ning Shiro aside. To be honest, Ning Shiro had been in a daze. Just a moment ago, he was using her, and now he tossed her aside? However, Li Chuan was decisive in his actions. Without any hesitation, seeing Sun Huaijin draw his magic sword, the surrounding disciples became excited. Starting, it was finally going to start. It was simply too exciting. The plot was developing too quickly for them to keep up. Li Chuan was truly unpredictable. Everyone could see he was here for Ningxiro. Yet he quickly used her as a shield and then mercilessly pushed her aside. What was he thinking? What was he thinking? What else could he think? To Li Chuan, women were nothing but tools he could summon and dismiss at will. Didn't he do whatever he wanted? Believe it or not, if he called out for Ningxiro to come over now, she would immediately come rolling over, afraid to stand, afraid to lie down. He was that confident. Senior brother's son, be careful, Ningxiro shouted worriedly to Sun Huaijin. Sun Huaijin felt warmth in his heart. His junior sister always cared for him. Even those around them thought Ningxiro was not the kind of senior sister who would be paralyzed by a pile of contribution points. However, Ningxiro looked at Li Chuan and said, Junior brother Li Chuan, be gentle. What side are you on? Even the onlooking disciples were confused. Not to mention the person involved, Sun Huaijin felt as if the sunlight was green. Sun Huaijin let out a furious roar and charged forward. Even though he knew that his sword might still be unable to break through the defense of Li Chuan's second-tier high-quality treasure armor, he had to show his attitude. This was a counterattack from an angry Dao companion. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out as Sun Huaijin's sword struck Li Chuan's shoulder. At that moment, a red treasure shoulder guard had already appeared on Li Chuan's shoulder. Following that, other parts of the treasure armor gradually manifested on Li Chuan's body. The chest armor, back armor, and helmet. The crowd was in an uproar upon seeing the sudden appearance of the red treasure armor on Li Chuan. Oh my god! A complete set of treasure armor. The disciple who shouted this was quite knowledgeable, as many people did not realize that a complete set of treasure armor included a helmet. The set that Su Yaoyue had was missing many parts and was mistakenly thought by many to be a complete set. The red armor shone brightly under the sun, and at that moment, Sun Huaijin wished that his eyes would be blinded by its brilliance. Damn it, why did he have to have eyes? At this moment, he was so close to Li Chuan, yet he wished they were worlds apart. He saw the corners of Li Chuan's mouth curl up. Why are you smiling? If you don't smile, will you not laugh? Chapter 84. Senior sister sent me here, don't reward him senior brother. What you just struck is the shoulder guard of the second-tier high-quality spirit armor I bought for 300,000 contribution points. Sun Huaijin exclaimed. I also spent another 20,000 to inscribe an enhancement array on this shoulder guard. Li Chuan reached out, lifted the blade of the sword resting on his shoulder, and then let it drop. Another crisp sound rang out, but it was much softer than the previous one, because he did not activate any arrays of the treasure armor. Sun Huaijin's sword was able to strike directly against the armor. This was a second-tier high-quality spirit armor. Its material was extraordinary. That was 300,000 contributions. Enough for them to cover expenses from foundation building to golden core stage. Wait, you already have a second-tier spirit armor for 80,000 contributions. Why do you need to buy the treasure armor? That spirit armor is impenetrable by anyone. They expressed their unwillingness to respect him. Sun Huaijin's hand holding the sword trembled. He couldn't strike back, couldn't curse, and couldn't compare. He didn't know what to do anymore. Senior brother, give it another strike. I just love hearing the sound made by this treasure armor that cost me 650,000 contributions. It's simply wonderful. Many people were still trying to wrap their heads around it. Senior sister's question is well asked. Li Chuan said, the 300,000 contributions is just the exchange price for this set of armor. It doesn't include the arrays inscribed on each part. These arrays are not cheap. I just casually selected a few and spent another 350,000. When contributions are needed, one regrets having so little. But you get what you pay for. Spending an additional 350,000 contributions is worth it. At least it's much better than just buying a complete set of armor. Li Chuan was talking nonstop, while the surrounding disciples had dazed expressions. They felt like they were listening to a foreign language. Why is it that when others speak, it's about tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, while when they speak, it's only a few points? The gap really doesn't have to be this big. It's terrifying. Ningxiro was left speechless by Li Chuan's talk. Without contributions at that level, she felt her responses were weak. Shut up. Sun Huaijin could no longer tolerate it and shouted at Li Chuan. However, as soon as he finished shouting, he was kicked away by Li Chuan. With a loud crash, Sun Huaijin screamed as he crashed into the building behind him, directly getting buried under the debris. Li Chuan patted his chest. Still feeling a bit shaken, the treasure armor clanged loudly from his padding. Senior brother, you scare me to death. But why was he so light? He flew away in a swoosh. Looking at Sun Huaijin, who was at the 10th level of qi refinement, being kicked away so easily by Li Chuan. The surrounding people did not feel surprised. After all, it was a treasure armor worth 650,000 contributions. If it couldn't do this much, it would be too useless. Li Chuan, junior brother, it seems like senior brother has fainted, came Ning Shiru's voice. Fainted? Then let's wake him with some urine, Li Chuan said. Huh? Ning Shiru was stunned, pointing at herself, me? She looked at Sun Huaijin in the rubble, and then at the crowd of eager disciples around. This isn't good. Junior brother, she said weakly. Haha, just kidding, senior sister. If anyone's going to do that, it should be me, Li Chuan waved her over. I'm coming. Ning Shiru glanced back at the unmoving Sun Huaijin and quietly said, Senior brother, you can sleep for a while, before trotting over to Li Chuan. When she reached Li Chuan, before she could ask what he wanted her to do, Li Chuan suddenly scooped her up. Senior sister, let me take you to experience my flying boat. Like a bamboo shoot sprouting from the ground. Li Chuan lifted Ning Shiru into the air and flew into the flying boat. As the flying boat departed, the disciples of the law enforcement hall were still immersed in the spectacle they had just witnessed. They seem to be going to our villa, someone shouted. And suddenly the crowd was in an uproar. No way, taking someone else's Dao companion and going to their residence? What do you want to do? Senior brother's son, Li Chuan took senior sister Ning to the villa. One of Sun Huaijin's subordinates hurried over to him, originally intending to wake him and share this shocking news. However, upon reaching Sun Huaijin, he was surprised to see Sun Huaijin's eyes wide open. Ah, senior brother's son, you're awake? Why aren't you moving? Your Dao companion has been taken away, and who knows what they're doing on the flying boat. If you don't follow now, they'll be in your room. The disciple thought to himself. In fact, Sun Huaijin had never fainted at all. What could he do if he didn't pretend to be fainted? Get up and be kicked away by Li Chuan again, or lower himself to apologize. That would be the best. If that disciple hadn't come over, he might have continued lying there. He wished he could lie there forever. Why? Couldn't he just quietly be a lying man? Sun Huaijin crawled out from the rubble, glancing at the flying boat that was getting further away. And he followed it on his sword. He swayed slightly, seeming to lack spiritual power. The disciples of the law enforcement hall below watched him with mixed feelings. Some were gleeful, some shook their heads and sighed, and others were heartbroken. Suddenly, a sound transmission entered Sun Huaijin's ear. Brother Sun, don't follow in brother Zhao Bingqian's footsteps. You are an elite disciple of the outer sect. Don't ruin your path to immortality for a woman. It's not worth it. What a heartwarming piece of advice. Chapter 85. Brother, don't be mistaken. We are innocent. Sun Huaijin felt cold and trembled. Was Li Chuan flying the boat so slowly on purpose to wait for him? He thought he could pretend to be dizzy to deceive Li Chuan, but Li Chuan was not inexperienced. Ahead was Li Chuan's mockery. In the end, Sun Huaijin chose to let Li Chuan be the only one to laugh at him instead of floating in the air for everyone to ridicule. After all, it's hard to resist many voices. Li Chuan only had one mouth, but he had two ears, which gave him a slight advantage. But he unexpectedly followed along and got closer. Soon, the flying boat entered the disciples' residence area of the law enforcement hall. Here, there were small houses, each one more infused with spiritual energy than the others, allowing the tired disciples of the law enforcement hall to immerse themselves in high-quality cultivation at night. Sun Huaijin watched as Li Chuan and Ning Shiro entered a room and saw Ning Shiro close the door. However, after Ning Shiro glanced back at Li Chuan inside, she still closed the door. Sun Huaijin stopped before the courtyard, staring at the closed door but not daring to take a step forward. What if he saw something he shouldn't? Moreover, it was broad daylight. What could happen? But the sun always sets, slowly descending from its highest point. The closing time for the law enforcement hall was approaching, and his fellow disciples would be returning. How would he explain himself if they saw him standing there? Fortunately, the door opened. It was still Ning Shiro who opened it. Li Chuan walked out, looking pleased. Ah, brother, when did you return? Why didn't you come in? He said. After sister's patient persuasion, I have let go of our matters. It's all water under the bridge now. Don't falsely accuse people again, brother. Li Chuan laughed heartily, took out the flying boat, and soared away. Junior brother, remember to come find sister when you have time. Ning Shiro blushed, waving reluctantly. Once Li Chuan was far away, she turned to Sun Huaijin and said, Brother, don't misunderstand. Junior brother Li and I didn't do anything. We are innocent. You must believe me. Sun Huaijin's mouth twitched. And after a long time, he forced out 2 words. I believe. Ning Shiro immediately brightened up. I knew brother would believe me. Everyone pretended nothing was wrong, which was better for everyone. Ning Shiro was very satisfied with this outcome. Brother, aren't you going in? She thought as long as Sun Huaijin could get through this, his future achievements would be limitless. Looking at her ever-present smile, Sun Huaijin felt a moment of daze. Everything seemed to return to the past. It felt like nothing had changed. He and Ning Shiro were still so close, and nothing unpleasant had happened between them. Sun Huaijin suddenly sighed. The annoyance in his heart was expelled with that breath. His state of mind became clear and bright. It turned out that without women in his heart, everything really was different. Sister, I'm going to build my foundation, Sun Huaijin suddenly said. Ning Shiro was astonished. Brother, you're going to build your foundation so soon? Congratulations, brother. You'll have a lot to do next. Buying foundation building pills will cost a lot of spirit stones. Sun Huaijin's expression was complex as he slowly said, I feel like I shouldn't need foundation building pills. He stood still, and the spiritual energy within him surged wildly, starting to build his foundation directly. In the outer sect's task hall, a woman dressed in white robes stopped midair on her sword and slowly stepped into the hall. She was graceful and light, like a willow, with several jade pendants clinking at her waist as she walked. Every disciple who saw her stopped in their tracks. Sister Yue. Sister Yue. Calls echoed, but the woman merely nodded slightly. Her stunning beauty always carried a hint of pride. However, this only endeared her more to the disciples. She was one of the top 10 beauties of the outer sect, Xie Yue, the person in charge of the first-level magic tool area on the first floor of the magic tool pavilion at the 5th level of qi refining. Her decorations were somewhat similar to Dongfang Yu's, adorned with many various accessories. It wasn't that she deliberately imitated Dongfang Yu. Rather, the items on her were magical tools that either helped with cultivation or could save her life at critical moments. In the magic tool pavilion, female disciples with a bit of wealth often dressed this way. After all, as internal personnel, they enjoyed certain discounts when purchasing magical tools. Of course, the accessories on Xie Yue's body were certainly not as valuable as those on Dongfang Yu's, as one was at the qi refining stage and the other at the foundation building stage. Sister Yue, just because I ranked second in contributions this month, does that mean I can't make an appointment with you? A young male disciple hurriedly approached, looking pained. He was the second in contributions in the first-level magic tool area this month, always falling just a bit short of the first place. Xie Yue recognized him and smiled, saying, Junior brother, you have to believe in yourself. All right, sister has things to do today, so I won't chat with you. You should hurry and earn contributions. Watching Xie Yue's alluring figure move away, the young man clenched his fists. Sister, one day, I will definitely become number 1. After entering the back hall of the task hall, Xie Yue arrived at Imo Xiangling's room. Looking at Imo Xiangling, who was casually munching on spirit herbs, Xie Yue respectfully said, Sister Imo, Sister Dongfang asked me to come and greet you. Imo Xiangling slightly raised her head and saw Xie Yue holding a box with both hands, offering it to her. This is a small gift from the magic tool pavilion for Sister Imo. I hope you won't find it lacking. Seeing the box, Imo Xiangling's brows immediately furrowed. Receiving something from the magic tool pavilion made her feel uneasy. She took the box and opened it, discovering a jade pendant inside. It was actually a high-quality first-level spirit weapon jade pendant, worth at least 3,000 contributions. You guys from the magic tool pavilion are really generous. Did Li Chuan go to you again? As the saying goes, no kindness without a reason. She usually had no dealings with the magic tool pavilion, so suddenly receiving such a big gift was definitely unusual. She could only think of Li Chuan. Originally, she thought Li Chuan was going to find those junior sisters, but unexpectedly, he had gone to the magic tool pavilion to spend lavishly. Now, it was clear that the magic tool pavilion knew about Li Chuan's contributions of 1 million. She asked angrily, Tell me, how much contribution did our lordly spend at the magic tool pavilion? Xie Yue smiled brightly and replied, 730,000. Chapter 86. In a flash, he reached the 6th level of qi refining. These past 2 days, Li Chuan had been living comfortably. However, comfortable days are earned through hard work. Without struggle, how could there be a happy life? Before entering the small world number 43, Imo Xiangling actually told him that when he came out next time, she would arrange for him a sister from the top 10 beauties of the outer sect. This was incredible. Li Chuan praised Imo Xiangling for being very insightful. Knowing how many spiritual plants he could harvest, Li Chuan now carried several Chinquan bags. planning for a round trip every month. Mo Xiangling didn't tell him who the top 10 beauties she was arranging was, leaving Li Chuan both excited and anxious. But this provided motivation for him, making him occasionally think of it and unable to suppress his restlessness. On this day, Li Chuan continued to control the flying boat at high speed. This naturally represented an increase in his speed. At the same time, it also indicated that his mental strength had been enhanced after prolonged high-intensity use. Just like the many life-and-death crises he had faced before, he had gained combat power far beyond that of his peers. Suddenly, Li Chuan's flying boat came to a stop in front of a steep cliff. After searching for so many spiritual plants, he was rarely surprised, more often feeling numb. There was a small crack about 20 to 30 centimeters wide on the cliff. And through the gap, Li Chuan looked deeper inside and saw a fruit emitting a faint blue light. Inside the crack was pitch black, with only the dim light of the spirit melding fruit. His flying boat moved swiftly, flashing past. But in that fleeting moment, he caught sight of the spirit melding fruit. If it had been anyone else, they might not have noticed it. Although he could infer what spiritual plants might be nearby based on the terrain and surrounding vegetation. The crack was closed, and the cliff face was bare, so how could he have made a judgment? Therefore, this was a coincidence upon coincidence. The spirit melding fruit was like a divine fruit for Li Chuan at this moment. It could merge all the Yin energy, cold energy, Yin fire energy, and residual power of pills in his body into the spiritual energy within him, transforming it into his strength and enhancing his power. There is a saying in the world that if you are afflicted by an incurable poison, you might try the spirit melding fruit. Perhaps it can save you. It is said that a 10th tier spirit melding fruit can dissolve all poisons in the world. Of course, this is just a legend. What Li Chuan faced was a 1st tier spirit melding fruit, which was just right for him. Although Li Chuan did not know what a 2nd tier spirit melding fruit was like, it was impossible for a 2nd tier spiritual plant to appear in this small world in a short time. The growth of spiritual plants also requires an environment, and the environment here determined that it could not produce 2nd tier spiritual plants. Perhaps in a few hundred or thousand years, when the spiritual energy underground increases, then there might be a chance for the tier of spiritual plants to break through. Of course, a greater possibility is that after a few hundred or thousand years, the spiritual energy of this small world has already begun to deplete. However, none of this was what Li Chuan was considering. He took out his spiritual weapon sword and began to dig. This was just ordinary rock, which was as fragile as tofu under the spiritual weapon. Soon, a hole large enough for a person to walk through appeared on the cliff. The faint light emitted by the spirit melding fruit was somewhat similar to the light on the spiritual stone. Li Chuan approached and reached out to pick the spirit melding fruit. Without hesitation, he ate it. Did you think he didn't want to indulge every day? It was just that his strength was insufficient to suppress the surging Yin energy. Even with the burning sun body technique, it was not enough. But the spirit melding fruit could. As the fruit entered his belly, Li Chuan immediately felt an increase in spiritual energy within his body. This energy fused automatically into his limbs and bones without his control. After eating the spirit melding fruit, he took out the pills that the sect leader had rewarded him with and began to consume them. He had been carrying these pills with him, as one could not eat too many pills in a day, hence he would take one every couple of days. So even though he hadn't practiced during this period, his progress and strength was still faster than that of his fellow disciples, as they didn't have such good pills to consume. As he swallowed one pill after another, the spiritual energy within Li Chuan gradually increased. He could feel every part of his body being nourished by the spiritual energy and sensed that the Yin energy within him was quickly transforming into power. However, he could not feel the medicinal effects left by the pills. The reason he didn't eat the pills first and then the spirit melding fruit was that he didn't know how the spirit melding fruit would react. If he took too many pills and couldn't merge them, that would be disastrous. The power contained in the spirit melding fruit, if not entirely consumed, would remain in the body. With this characteristic, eating the spirit melding fruit first and then the pills would have no impact. While feeling the gradually increasing spiritual energy in his body, Li Chuan ate 2 pills and practiced at the same time. He didn't know how long it had been, but he felt that both the Yin-Yang initial activation technique and the burning sun body technique had broken through to the 5th layer. Subsequently, he also broke through from the 4th layer of qi refining to the 5th layer. Indeed, the fastest breakthroughs come from heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Li Chuan couldn't help but sigh. How long had it been since he last broke through to the 4th layer of qi refining? Just a little over 2 months. The effect of the spirit melding fruit was far better than he had imagined. He continued to eat the pills slowly until the next day, when he had consumed about 700 to 800 pills before stopping. Li Chuan couldn't help but laugh happily. Haha, I didn't expect a spirit melding fruit to help me break through 2 small realms. A divine fruit indeed. That's right. He had broken through another layer that morning and was now at the 6th layer of qi refining. Although the total value of those 700 to 800 pills was nearly 10,000 spiritual stones, it was a trivial matter for Li Chuan. As long as he could break through, he would be willing to spend not just 10,000 spiritual stones, but even 100,000. It's just that he had this financial capability. If it were someone else, even with the spirit melding fruit, they couldn't break through in such a short time. The effects of the spirit melding fruit had not yet completely faded, and he still had pills left, but he did not plan to continue eating. After all, it was better to save them for dealing with Imo Xiangling's cold energy, Su Yaoyue's Yin fire, and other Yin energy. Li Chuan glanced at his lifespan. Because he had broken through, it had increased by 12 years. Truly, good things come in succession. His gaze fell on the spirit melding fruit tree. Such a good item. He naturally wanted to take it with him. Although the spirit melding fruit only bore fruit once every 10 years, which was a bit long, it was still better than not having it at all. Chapter 87. Li Chuan invites the ladies to eat meat. Luckily, he now had the ability to plant spiritual plants and knew the characteristics of the spirit melding fruit tree. Otherwise, if someone else came and dug it out to take back, it definitely wouldn't survive. After securing the spirit melding fruit tree, Li Chuan continued his journey of digging for spiritual plants. However, the small world was limited in size, and there would eventually come a day when all the good items would be dug up. As a result, Li Chuan's harvest began to decrease. Before he knew it, a month had passed, and it was time to settle accounts. Imo Xiangling and the 4 supervising disciples were still there, having eaten a spirit melding fruit. Li Chuan did not hide it. The spirit melding fruit tree was in his Qingquan bag, so he couldn't conceal it. While the spirit melding fruit could enhance strength, what was more important was that it could eliminate impurities from the body, almost giving a person a new life. However, Li Chuan had no time to chat with them. Sister, where's the person you mentioned last time? Li Chuan asked Imo Xiangling. Don't worry, junior brother, the person is already waiting for you in the mission hall. Imo Xiangling replied. Li Chuan did not want to wait even a moment longer and hurriedly urged everyone onto the flying boat. They rushed to the mission hall and arrived at the room where Mo Xiangling usually worked. Indeed, there was a stunning beauty in the room. Sister Yue, now you have to call Li Chuan's senior brother, Imo Xiangling said from behind Li Chuan. In just 1 month, you've gone from the 4th to the 6th layer of qi refining? It's fine to earn contributions quickly, but how can the breakthrough speed be so outrageous? She naturally guessed that Li Chuan might have consumed some heavenly materials or earthly treasures, but how many of those could one find in the small world? Haha, sister. There's no need to be polite. Li Chuan was not being polite at all. As he spoke, he had already taken Xie Yue's hand and naturally pulled her into an embrace. Xie Yue smiled shyly but showed no signs of resistance. Instead, her demeanor was enchanting. Imo Xiangling smiled and said, you can have this room. We'll go to another room to count. She gestured to the 4 supervising disciples, but was stopped by Li Chuan. Wait, senior sister, stay. I have something to say to you. Imo Xiangling was taken aback, then gave Li Chuan a playful glare, and said to the 4 supervising disciples, you go ahead and count. Remember to use the recording stone. I'll join you later. Looking at the closed door, the 4 supervising disciples felt a pang in their hearts. They glanced at each other and then at them. Is this the life of the rich and the dogs? Although Li Chuan's strength had improved in the past half-month, his gains were less compared to the previous month. After doubling his contributions, he had gained a total of 626 contributions and spirit stones. Now he had a total of 668 spirit stones and 169 contributions. It can be said without hesitation that beneath the core formation stage, he was the wealthiest disciple. Even among the core formation period disciples of the Yin-Yang Sect, Li Chuan's savings could rank among the top. With so many spirit stones in his pocket, how could he not use them? Li Chuan planned to treat himself. So he spent several thousand spirit stones to buy some expensive spirit beast meat, ready for a grand feast. Of course, he couldn't finish several thousand spirit stones worth of food alone, so he naturally shared it with his senior sisters and junior sisters. The gathering took place at Li Chuan's residence. Now that Li Chuan was far ahead in contributions among the outer disciples, he had upgraded to a larger house. In the treasure pavilion, Lu Yao, Chun Lu, Xie Yue, and several female cultivators from Lu Yao's group were handling the spirit beast meat. As there was so much that Li Chuan couldn't be bothered to deal with it. Mo Xiangling arrived with Zhou Hanhua's partner, Hu Min, an acute-looking female cultivator. Junior brother Li Chuan, this is junior sister Zi Ling, the partner of junior brother Zhao Mingxian. According to your instructions, I brought her here, Hu Min said respectfully. Zi Ling had a doll-like face with big eyes, looking adorable. She quickly bowed to Li Chuan. I've met junior brother Li Chuan. Thank you for inviting me to your spirit meat banquet. Senior sister is very grateful. The news that Li Chuan's treasures were worth over 1 million had spread throughout the entire Yin-Yang Sect. Although Zi Ling was a senior sister, she felt no confidence in front of Li Chuan. When she heard that Li Chuan had bought several thousand spirit stones worth of spirit beast meat and personally invited her, she felt both happy and apprehensive. After all, she wasn't familiar with Li Chuan. However, she never thought of not attending. After all, several thousand spirit stones worth of spirit beast meat shared among just 10 people meant hundreds of spirit stones each, enough for her consumption for a year. As the saying goes, once a stranger, twice familiar. If they weren't familiar this time, wouldn't they be after a few more times? Last time, when she heard Zhao Mingxian mention her senior sister, she had wanted to meet her, but she had been too busy recently to find the time. Li Chuan smiled and waved at Zi Ling. Just in time today. Come, senior sister, come sit. Zi Ling hurriedly moved forward and sat down beside Li Chuan. She was then shocked to see Hu Min kneeling on the other side of Li Chuan, helping him massage his thigh. Zi Ling's little mouth immediately formed an A shape. What is this? Did senior sister Hu Min sell herself, or what? Why is she acting like a servant right when she arrives? This made Zi Ling even more nervous. Although she knew that Hu Min and Li Chuan's relationship was definitely not ordinary, she never expected it to be this kind of relationship. Senior sister kneeling and massaging junior brother in front of so many people, isn't that a bit too blatant? Just as she was lost in thought, Li Chuan suddenly stuffed something into her mouth. Here, senior sister, don't be polite, eat some spirit fruit. Zi Ling opened her mouth in a hurry. As the spirit fruit entered, she chewed it once, and the spiritual energy instantly spread in her mouth, making her feel extremely pleasant. Thank you, junior brother. Zi Ling quickly expressed her gratitude. She didn't even know what Li Chuan had fed her, but it was definitely something she couldn't normally eat. There were several kinds of spirit fruits on the table that she didn't recognize. Just as she was about to thank him, Li Chuan stuffed another spirit fruit into her mouth. Here, senior sister, eat. After feeding her several pieces, Zi Ling was overwhelmed and couldn't chew fast enough. She felt both happy and touched, thinking that this junior brother was truly nice. Chapter 88. All the girls gather. Joy beyond words. Junior brother, what about senior sisters? Mo Xiangling opened her enticing little mouth, sitting beside them, waiting for Li Chuan to feed her. Mo Xiangling effortlessly caught it with her mouth. Thank you, junior brother. Hu Min quickly expressed her gratitude. The spirit fruits on the table had cost Li Chuan over 1,000 spirit stones. While Mo Xiangling was used to eating good things, it was the first time for Hu Min and Zi Ling to feast on such a lavish spread of spirit fruits. Just as Li Chuan was happily feeding, Su Yaiwe arrived. She hadn't expected there to be so many people at Li Chuan's place. Naturally, she didn't know that Li Chuan had spent several thousand spirit stones today to hold a spirit meat banquet. Su Yaiwe nodded and, upon entering, greeted Mo Xiangling. Mo senior sister. Only Hu Min had the privilege of not needing to stand up. Mo Xiangling looked at Su Yaiwe, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and said to Li Chuan, "It seems junior brother Li Chuan has called quite a few junior sisters this time. Su senior sister, you can sit next to Mo senior sister." Li Chuan said to Su Yaiwe. One was the former outer sect's #1 beauty, and the other was the current outer sect's #1 beauty. With the two girls sitting together, Li Chuan's gaze kept shifting between their faces and bodies, comparing them. Just then, another graceful figure appeared at Li Chuan's door. Li Chuan hadn't seen Chu Mingyu for a while, and her stunning face was still as captivating as ever. After establishing her foundation, she looked even more radiant. Chu's senior sister, Su Yaiwe and Zi Ling stood up to greet her, while Mo Xiangling just sat there and called out. Chu Mingyu didn't mind, as Mo Xiangling had a special status. Mingyu senior sister, come in quickly, Li Chuan happily waved. Chu Mingyu sat next to Su Yaiwe, and the three beauties each had their own charm, making Li Chuan feel restless. After sitting down, Chu Mingyu smiled at Li Chuan and said, "Junior brother has made quite a bit of money lately. I've heard about it in the inner sect. I thought you had forgotten about me." Li Chuan responded, "How could that be? I still have several thousand spirit stones stored with you that I haven't spent. No matter what, I have to spend them, right? Chu Mingyu couldn't help but give Li Chuan a reproachful glance. Mentioning the stored spirit stones reminded Su Yaoyue of the spirit stones Li Chuan had stored with her. And it seemed Li Chuan had a habit of storing spirit stones everywhere. Mo Xiangling, hearing this, couldn't help but ask, how many spirit stones did junior brother store with Chu Mingyu? Why don't you store some with me? Li Chuan replied irritably, senior sister. How can you still have the face to ask me for spirit stones? Just say how much benefit I've given you. Mo Xiangling pouted. Yes. I deserve to give junior brother something for free. While they were speaking, another graceful figure appeared at the door. It was Ning Shiru, junior brother Li Chuan. Ning Shiru greeted Li Chuan, then nervously looked at Mo Xiangling and Su Yaoyue, Mo senior sister, Su senior sister, Chu senior sister. Previously, she hadn't felt anything when she saw Mo Xiangling and Su Yaoyue. But ever since Li Chuan told her that she was more beautiful than Mo Xiangling and Su Yaoyue, the two had transformed from objects of her admiration into rivals, and her mindset naturally changed. Especially since Li Chuan had told her, Shiru senior sister, you can sit next to Mo senior sister. Ning Shiru took a deep breath and sat down beside Mo Xiangling. She sat up straight, her posture proper, as if waiting for someone to comment on her. However, she didn't wait for Li Chuan's praise. Instead, Li Chuan patted Hu Min's head and said to her, go. Call Sister Xieyue here. Xieyue was currently cooking spirit beast meat with Lu Yao and Chun Lu. Now, 4 of the once top 10 beauties from the outer sect were present. And Li Chuan naturally couldn't help but want to see what the 5 of them looked like together. Soon, Xieyue was called over and sat next to Chu Mingyu. You all come closer, Li Chuan said with interest. The 5 girls complied and huddled together. Looking at the 5 stunning faces, Li Chuan exclaimed, so beautiful. He couldn't help but pick up a spirit fruit the size of a thumb from the table and toss it towards Su Yaoyue, saying, open your mouth. Watching the flying spirit fruit, Su Yaoyue easily opened her mouth and caught it. Li Chuan then tossed one to Xieyue. He continued to feed each person in turn from afar. After playing for a while, Li Chuan found it boring again. So he had the girls stand up to catch the fruits, forbidding them from using spiritual energy, with a reward of 500 spirit stones for each one caught. The last person ranked would be punished, while the first would receive an additional reward. This made it fun. Without using spiritual energy, the differences between them weren't significant, so it came down to who could be more aggressive. Hu Min and Ziling also joined the game. Initially, it was thought that Su Yaoyue, who often helped others clear spirit plants and spirit beasts, would have an advantage, but unexpectedly, Hu Min turned out to be the strongest. She seemed to have let herself go completely, not caring at all about her image, using every underhanded means to snatch the spirit fruits. Mo Xiangling, Su Yaoyue, Chu Mingyu, Ning Shiru, Xieyue, and Ziling were all made to look quite embarrassed by Hu Min. This made Li Chuan feel extremely proud. It seemed the women he trained had exceptional combat abilities. Under Hu Min's lead, the group of senior and junior sisters also dropped their pretenses and began the spirit fruit snatch. The scene left Li Chuan in awe. Although joy doesn't necessarily need to be built on money, having money can multiply the joy several times over. The same is true in the cultivation world. Having spirit stones means smiles all around. Before long, the cooked spirit meat was served one after another. The aroma of spiritual energy filled Li Chuan's small room. Once all the spirit meat was on the table, Lu Yao closed the door and started the feast. The sky was overcast with rain, and it had been 2 days since Li Chuan invited the sisters for the feast. After a good mix of work and play over 2 days, it was naturally time to get back to work. To be honest, he was much more tired than a regular job. At least a job has set hours and a few days off each month. But he had no set hours. While on the flying boat, aside from eating, drinking, and sleeping, all his time was spent looking for spirit plants. He took 1 day off last month and 2 days off this month. Sigh, poor fellow. Chapter 89. The year has come. Although the 43rd small world could still provide Li Chuan with plenty of spirit plants, it significantly reduced his efficiency. After all, many of the spirit plants he was looking for were difficult for others to find, so he decided to switch to another small world. Everything was still the same. Li Chuan continued the monotonous task of searching for spirit plants. What was he doing? According to Mo Xiangling, it was to line his own pockets. In normal circumstances, no matter how hard it was to mine premium spirit stones, a lower-grade spiritual vein could be exhausted in a month or 2. Yet for some reason, every place that had spiritual veins or spirit stone mines required them to spend 10 times or even dozens of times longer to finish mining. Mo Xiangling understood this best. Of course, it was all about indulging and showing off. The spiritual veins belonged to the sect, and the spirit stones inside were also the sect's. And no one could take them. However, no one said they couldn't set up formations to absorb the premium spirit stones inside. Originally, Mo Xiangling didn't know about this. But when she found out that Li Chuan's million contributions were known inside and outside the sect leader actually didn't send anyone to find her. At first, she thought the sect leader was in seclusion, but later she discovered that Zhao Deshang, who was in charge of the inner sect, hadn't called them for a meeting for some time. Upon investigation, she learned that Zhao Deshang and the sect leader had gone to the new spiritual vein site to serve the seniors from the sect who were there to mine premium spirit stones. With Zhao Deshang's appearance and cultivation, who would want him to serve them? The rest weren't saying they wouldn't give opportunities. They were just waiting for the sect leader and others to enjoy themselves first before sending others. Mo Xiangling criticized this for a while, claiming that such actions harmed the sect's interests, and she wouldn't go, as if she were some upright person. In the past, Li Chuan might have envied such matters. But now he just treated it as a story to listen to, which delayed his work or entertainment. However, mentioning spiritual veins did remind Li Chuan of something. That is, since his spirit plant technique could discern spiritual lands, could it also eventually upgrade to discern spirit stone mines and spiritual veins? After all, the spiritual energy of spiritual lands is underground, and spirit stone mines and spiritual veins are also underground. They have commonalities. To be honest, Li Chuan was quite hopeful that the spirit land discernment would have this function in the future. If he could master a spirit stone mine of his own, would he still need to work so hard for a few thousand spirit stones and contributions a day? But thinking about these things was still too early. As spring passed and autumn came, in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In this year, Li Chuan lived both a bitter and joyful life. The joy goes without saying. During his breaks, he would spend thousands of spirit stones to buy spirit beast meat and spirit fruits, calling over senior and junior sisters like Mo Xiangling and Su Yaoyue to eat together. The bitterness, of course, came from the relentless digging for spirit plants. Not only had he run through the first-tier spirit plant small world, but he had also explored a few second-tier spirit plant small worlds. This was because his spirit plant technique had leveled up. The cultivation of mutated plants and planting upgrades could only be improved to 100 and could not be raised further, meaning he spent 200 days on that. Once he reached the second tier, he immediately upgraded to second-tier spirit plant discernment. With second-tier spirit plants to find, why bother looking for first-tier ones? The prices of second-tier spirit plants are generally more than 1 times that of their first-tier counterparts. Although the initial level of second-tier spirit plant discernment was still quite low, preventing him from directly identifying many places for second-tier spirit plants just by terrain, his harvest was still nearly half more than before. Afterward, when his second-tier spirit plant discernment reached level 10, his daily harvest was 1 to 2 times that of the past. Once his spirit plant technique reached full second tier, he subsequently learned both talisman crafting and puppet techniques. The content of the Little Black Book also underwent significant changes. Fortune Master, Li Chuan, lifespan, 50 years 67 years realm, Qi refining level 6, Fortune, 0, spirit planting technique, level 2, level 1. 02 Level 2 Spirit Plant Identification, Level 10 Level 2 Spirit Land Identification, Level 10 Level 2 Spirit Seed Cultivation, Level 10 Level 2 Spirit Planting Level 714 Talisman Making Technique, Level 1. Level 1, 01 Level 1 Gold Talisman Making Level 1, 01 Level 1 Wood Talisman Making Level 1, 01 Level 1 Water Talisman Making Level 1, 01 Level 1 Fire Talisman Making Level 1, 01 Level 1 Earth Talisman Making Level 1, 01 Puppet Technique, Level 1, Level 1. 01 Level 1 Giant Strength Puppet Making Level 1, 01 Level 1 5 Elements Puppet Making Level 1, 01 Level 1 Mixed Puppet Making Level 1, 01 Level 1 Combination Puppet Making Level 1, 01 The Talisman Making Technique has one more category than the Puppet Technique and Spirit Planning Technique. But according to the fortune points needed to max out a level 1 category, it only requires an additional 18 days. If it were the same as spirit planning technique, under the condition of all maxed out, it would take about a year for both puppet technique and talisman making technique to reach level 2. This time is actually not too long. After all, these are things that other Qi refining stage cultivators would spend their entire lives researching and may not necessarily understand. Once spirit planting technique reaches level 2, the fortune points required for each category's improvement also doubles. But for now, Chuan can accept this. However, speaking of acceptance, what can he do if he doesn't accept? The newly learned talisman making technique and puppet technique appear to have one more category in talisman making, which seems to be more difficult, but the actual situation is the opposite. Talisman making is incredibly simple. Making a few talismans in a day is not a problem. On the other hand, puppet technique is complex and intricate, potentially taking a year or two to produce one. After all, a puppet is equivalent to a cultivator, and its power is frightening, so its creation is naturally very difficult. In puppet technique, the giant strength puppet focuses on strength, while the 5 elements puppet can use 5 elemental spells. The mixed puppet can freely combine abilities, allowing the maker to give it both great strength and knowledge of elemental spells. The crafting requirements for this type of puppet are relatively high, and it also takes longer. As for the combination puppet, it can combine into a larger puppet. Chapter 90 New chapter in the last nearly 300 days, with doubled exchange rewards. Chuan has exchanged over 8 million spirit stones and contributions. Now he has 10 million spirit stones and over 3 million contributions. During this period, he held banquets costing around 100,000 spirit stones, with no other expenses. After all, they all come when called, and Chuan is not worried at all. He hasn't fought or cultivated this year, and he finds it troublesome to buy magic treasures. After all, he had promised them before. He is a person who takes promises seriously. Senior Sister Tang, Senior Sister Dongfang wants you to greet a guest on the 2nd floor. Dongfang you never cares how they greet guests. She only looks at the monthly performance. This is the first time Dongfang Yu has asked her to greet a guest. How to greet? This surely doesn't need thought, so she finds it a bit strange. Tang Qiming sneered upon hearing this. Is it that junior sister Xieyue? They've been pestering for almost 10 months and haven't come once to see Chuan? Who doesn't know Chuan's reputation? There is now a saying that Chuan is the person who has contributed the most to the entire Minshan branch. Because the contributions of the sect leader also need to be accumulated bit by bit, unlike spirit stones that can be obtained through killing or other means. The matter of the sect leader being tricked by Chuan and Mo Xiangling has spread. It is unknown how the higher sect will react to this. Of course, these are all speculations, since Chuan hasn't come to the Magic Treasure Pavilion to spend. Tang Qiming and the others also don't know how many contributions Chuan currently has. For this, Tang Qiming is also quite curious. Let's go. Let's meet this legendary junior brother Chuan. Tang Qiming said confidently as she walked towards the 2nd floor. When Tang Qiming arrived at the private room on the 2nd floor, she found it quite lively inside. Xieyue, Lu Yao, Chen Lu, and several senior sisters from Lu Yao's group were all present. She finally saw the legendary Chuan, dressed in a striking bright red robe, with a not-so-good-looking old face. Fortunately, Tang Qiming had long cultivated a firm heart of Tao, so Chuan's appearance, whether beautiful or ugly, did not affect her much. What influences her is only the spirit stones and contribution tokens in Chuan's bag. Junior brother Li, I've heard so much about you, and seeing you today, you truly are impressive. Tang Qiming immediately flattered him. After all, they make a living by their mouths. If they can make someone happy, they will buy some magic treasures from them. When Chuan saw Tang Qiming, his eyes lit up. He saw Tang Qiming in a flowing green dress, giving people a fresh and elegant feeling. Her beauty was on par with Xieyue, Chu Mingyu, and others, captivating people at all times. Senior sister's name is well known. I have heard it more than once, and today I finally see your true form. You truly are a beauty, as the rumors say. Chuan laughed heartily. Lu Yao beside Chuan took the initiative to stand up and gave a seat to Tang Qiming. Chuan was not polite, reaching out to pull her into his embrace. Tang Qiming cooperated well. After a while, Chuan asked her, Senior sister, I heard you are in charge of level 2 sword-type magic treasures. I want to buy a level 2 spiritual weapon sword today. Do you have any recommendations? Buy one. Tang Qiming smiled brightly. Junior brother, can a single spiritual weapon be worthy of you? Chuan loved to hear this, and he asked, if I don't buy one, would I buy a bunch? Tang Qiming laughed. Of course, buying just one doesn't match your status, junior brother. Now, from the newly admitted disciples to the elder stage, who doesn't know that you have made the most contributions in the entire sect? A mere level 2 spiritual weapon worth 2 to 300,000 contributions. How could it match your flying boat worth 200,000 contributions and your armor worth 650,000 contributions? Upon hearing this, Li Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Well, you're trying to provoke me, thinking I wouldn't buy low-priced items, huh? I can only say, you really know how to read people. If junior brother wants to buy, you should buy a sword array, Tang Qiming said with a firm tone. The sword array is powerful, and when paired with your 650,000 contribution armor, it couldn't be more suitable. A powerful sword array could easily allow you, a Qi refining level 6 cultivator, to kill Foundation establishment cultivators. Li Chuan nodded upon hearing this. Killing beyond realms is a standard ability for protagonists. He felt he should be the protagonist now, so having an ability to kill beyond realms is not too much. Just as he was about to ask Tang Qiming what she was going to recommend, unexpectedly, Tang Qiming suddenly changed the subject and said, but for a sword array that can easily kill Foundation establishment cultivators, senior sister believes it is still not worthy of you. Junior brother. Not only was Li Chuan puzzled, but Xie Yue, Lu Yao, and the others were equally confused. It's already outrageous to kill Foundation establishment with Qi refining. How could it not be worthy? Senior sister, you're here to sell goods. Don't just remember to sell and throw the goods away. They were genuinely afraid that Tang Qiming would mess things up. After all, the customers belonged to them, and Tang Qiming was merely helping. It wasn't impossible for her to be careless or even disrupt things. Li Chuan specifically requested that Tang Qiming come, and they had no choice. After Li Chuan heard what Tang Qiming said, he first laughed heartily and then said, isn't it only a sword formation that can directly kill nascent soul cultivators that is worthy of my junior brother? Although he also hoped to buy a powerful sword formation. The idea of a Qi refining stage cultivator killing a nascent soul stage cultivator was completely absurd. He was just joking. In fact, he initially came for the sword formation. And the reason he mentioned buying a sword was that he was afraid the many enchanting women at the treasure pavilion would trick him. Now, his resistance was a bit low. As the saying goes, 2 ears cannot withstand many mouths, so he was constantly on guard. He did not expect that as soon as Tang Qiming arrived, she would give him the strongest intensity and set the bar high for him. Chapter 91. Selling a sword formation worth 10 million contribution junior brother Li is indeed clever. He knows that senior sister is going to recommend a sword formation that can kill nascent soul cultivators. Tang Qiming's words left Li Chuan stunned. She really recommended a sword formation that could kill nascent soul cultivators? Was she calculating based on his contributions? Lu Yao and the others were also taken aback. Lu Yao quickly said, senior sister Tang, Li Chuan is only at the 6th layer of Qi refining. He wouldn't be able to use a 4th grade sword formation. You should recommend a 2nd grade sword formation for him. She was afraid that Tang Qiming would scare away her big client, Li Chuan. She estimated that if it weren't for the friendship they had built over the past 10 months, Li Chuan might have exploded with anger by now. However, she was mistaken. Li Chuan was only curious and wanted to see what kind of scheme Tang Qiming had. Don't forget, the task volume for sword-type magical tools is also determined by your senior sister. Her words seemed to threaten and assert her authority, but they also indicated that she was the one who understood swords the best. Junior sister Lu Yao, you should let senior sister Tang finish. Xie Yue suddenly spoke up. Losing a single business deal was not a big deal. But if the treasure pavilion lost Li Chuan as an important customer because of her, Dongfang Yu would not let her off easily. Li Chuan could almost guess what they were all thinking as they spoke back and forth. He often heard the saying in his previous life that in a girl's dormitory with 4 people, there were 5 groups, and he found it quite amusing. He couldn't help but speak up. Senior sister Tang, putting aside whether I can use a sword formation that can kill nascent soul cultivators, I am very curious as to how our Minshan branch would even have such a sword formation. So, who is this 4th grade sword formation being sold to? Who has the strength to buy it? Oh, I forgot. He has that strength. Junior brother is indeed extraordinary. He did not question the intentions of senior sister recommending a 4th grade sword formation to you. Tang Qiming sighed and praised him before continuing. Given our Minshan branch's situation, there shouldn't be such a level of sword formation, but it just happens to exist. This matter dates back to over 200 years ago with a former sect leader. After that sect leader went to the upper sect, their cultivation continued to advance rapidly, unstoppable by anyone. This sword formation was obtained by her when she was still at the Foundation establishment stage from an immortal estate relic. She used this sword formation to kill core formation cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage and nascent soul cultivators at the core formation stage. By the time she reached the nascent soul stage, the sword formation's power remained formidable. However, it became somewhat inadequate at the out-of-body stage. Out of nostalgia, she wanted to give this treasure to her old friends in the Minshan branch. But as you all know, our Yin-Yang Sect emphasizes balance in exchanges and forbids directly giving gifts, especially such valuable magical tools. Therefore, she took this set of sword formations and exchanged it for contributions in our Minshan branch, and this sword formation began to be sold in our treasure pavilion. But who would have thought this set of sword formation was priced too high? And none of the predecessors in our Minshan branch managed to gather enough contributions to exchange for it over the years. Chuan almost burst out laughing. What a ridiculous story. It turned out to be something that couldn't be sold and was returned to him. However, there was still a lot of information in Tang Qimeng's words, and he couldn't help but ask, this set of sword formations is 4th grade? Tang Qimeng nodded. Yes. 4th grade. Chuan. Can it be used at the foundation establishment stage? Tang Qimeng. It can be used at the qi refining stage. This answer greatly surprised Chuan. A 4th grade sword formation could be used at the qi refining stage? Why? He didn't doubt Tang Qimeng's professionalism. He just found it hard to understand. Tang Qimeng explained. Because this sword formation is composed of 108 2nd-grade top-grade spirit swords, and it doesn't require all 108 swords to be activated simultaneously. As long as you can control 3 of the swords, you can form a small sword formation. Although senior brother is only at the 6th layer of qi refining, he shouldn't be unable to control 3 2nd-grade spirit tools, right? Upon hearing this, Chuan was immediately tempted. A sword formation that could be used directly from the qi refining stage to the nascent soul stage was simply a treasure. It could form groups and be used individually. And it could also kill across levels. It perfectly met his requirements. Just tell me the price, he said boldly. Tang Qimeng's lips parted slightly, and with a friendly smile, she revealed a staggering number, 10 million contributions. What? Lu Yao exclaimed, as if she were expected to produce that contribution, her eyes nearly popping out. Xie Wei, Chen Lu, and the others were also stunned. It wasn't that they thought the price was too high. It was just that such a high price was unaffordable. No wonder it hadn't sold for over 200 years. Chuan's mouth twitched, inwardly cursing whoever spread the rumor that he had 10 million contributions. He knew that rumors about him were everywhere, but he didn't expect it to have inflated to 10 million. Although he indeed had earned 10 million contributions, there was no way they could just take his balance entirely. Did they want him to be left with nothing and have to take out a loan? These enchanting women were too scary. Senior sister, let's discuss the sword formation tomorrow. Today, we won't talk about the sale, Chuan said. Humph. He thought to himself that once tomorrow came, he would just pull up his pants and run. No buying anything. Tang Qimeng couldn't help but smile, saying, Junior brother, are you scared? Chuan would never admit that. However, Tang Qimeng looked at Lu Yao, saying, Senior sister hasn't finished speaking, and you all are already in a fuss. The 10 million contributions was the old price. Over the years, since the sword formation hasn't sold, it has been a loss for the sect. So every few years, our Minshan branch's treasure pavilion applies to the upper sect to lower the price of the sword formation. Now, the sword formation is priced like this. She proudly extended 3 slender white fingers. Chuan's eyes lit up, and he slammed the table in excitement, saying, So now it's only 300,000 contributions? Great, great. Wrap it up for me. I want this sword formation. Tang Qimeng was momentarily taken aback, then playfully chastised him. Oh, Junior brotherly, you're so naughty. You clearly know senior sister said it's 3 million contributions. Chapter 92. Calling dad junior brother. You really are something, always trying to take advantage. Senior sister has already given you the lowest price. Tang Qimeng knew exactly what Chuan was thinking and advised him. You must seize this opportunity. This price is already very low. Where can you find a 4th grade spirit tool for over 1 million contributions that you can buy? In fact, Chuan had already decided to buy it when Tang Qimeng extended 3 fingers. Such a good item, sold at 3 times less. It would be foolish not to buy it. After all, although the disciples of the treasure pavilion dare not privately change the price of the magic treasures, this sword formation is clearly not within that range. Its original price is 10 million contributions. If Tang Qimeng can sell it for 10 million contributions, the sect will definitely not blame her. It looks like 3 million is already the bottom price. But 3 million? I don't have that either, Junior brother said deliberately. Seeing that she was not falling for it, Chuan stopped teasing her and said, All right, I'll buy it. Is that okay? They did not expect that Chuan actually had 3 million. After all, previous guesses were one thing, but now that it was confirmed, it was another matter. 3 million. How much commission would they earn? Xie Yue's expression changed, She did not expect Tang Qiming to sell a 3 million contribution magic treasure right after she arrived, which made her feel somewhat incompetent for the past 10 months. Without our careful maintenance over the past 10 months, this deal would not have been possible. Although she comforted herself in her heart like this, she quickly began to think about what high-priced goods in her first-tier magic treasure area were unsellable. In the basement of the first floor, a pile of second-tier spiritual swords appeared out of thin air, flying towards the second floor, and quickly drilled through the window, lined up in front of everyone. Tang Qiming's voice couldn't help but get a little excited. These are the 108 swords of the Xianfeng sword formation. Each one is a top-quality second-tier spiritual weapon. Even if one is taken out individually, it is a treasure in the foundation establishment stage. Although the characteristic of the Xianfeng sword formation is speed, among these swords, there are also many with 5-element attributes and attributes such as thunder, ice, poison, and wind. As she spoke, Tang Qiming was almost moved to tears. Although this deal counted as Lu Yao's, it meant too much to her. Because this is a set of sword formations that hasn't been sold for over 200 years. Now that she has sold this set of sword formations, the credit is immense. As long as she is in the treasure pavilion, this achievement will be with her. If she has the opportunity to enter a higher sect, or even the main sect in the future, this achievement will also become a boost for her promotion. The invisible benefits it brings are simply too many. Oh, what's going on? Li Chuan saw the sparkle in Tang Qiming's eyes and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Are they your companions? Are you so reluctant to sell them?" Originally, Tang Qiming was just suddenly moved and had no intention of crying, but after Li Chuan said this, she burst out laughing, unable to hold back her tears. "Junior brother, what nonsense are you talking? Senior sister is not crying at all." As she spoke, she stretched out her delicate fingers to gently wipe away the tears on her face. "Haha." Li Chuan laughed and pointed at her, asking the others, "What do you say? Is she not crying?" Xie Yue couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckled, saying meaningfully, "Sister Tang is just happy. Junior brother doesn't know, but when sister is happy, she cries." Upon hearing this, Li Chuan was stunned for a moment, then fell into deep thought. Interesting. The more he looked at Tang Qiming, the more interested he became. What do you think he is thinking? He was merely thinking that since she likes to cry so much, he might as well give her a good beating to let Tang Qiming cry to her heart's content. No wonder they say he is not human. He glanced at the 108 swords, waved his hand, and unceremoniously put them into his Qingquan bag. Then he threw the contribution token to Lu Yao. "Go deduct the contribution." Lu Yao's hand trembled as she received the token and hurriedly responded, "Yes, senior brother." Chun Lu and Xie Yue's eyes immediately brightened, wanting to follow Lu Yao to see Li Chuan's contribution balance. At this moment, Li Chuan said, "No one is allowed to go. Just sit tight." He looked at Lu Yao and said, "Whatever you see later, you are not allowed to tell them. No one can tell." "Ah." Lu Yao hesitated and looked at Chun Lu, then nodded, "Yes, senior brother, I know." In fact, Lu Yao was quite happy in her heart. In the future, only she would know Li Chuan's balance. If others asked, she would also have a reason to evade. Senior brother, junior brother, Xie Yue, Tang Qiming, and the other women looked eagerly at Li Chuan. They were very curious to know how much Li Chuan's contribution balance was. Don't even think about calling him senior brother or junior brother. Today, even calling him dad would be useless. Li Chuan snorted. The news of his contributions was spreading everywhere, and everyone wanted to know how much his contribution actually was. Hey, he just wouldn't let everyone have their way. Let them guess slowly. It would kill their curiosity. He was feeling quite pleased in his heart. "Dad." Several delicate voices almost echoed at the same time. Goodness, Li Chuan stared blankly at Tang Qiming and Xie Yue. "Is this their bottom line? You are making it very difficult for me." Li Chuan expressed that he had never encountered such a big scene before. How to deal with it? He was waiting online, quite anxious. The scorching sun blazed, making people feel irritable. But in the Yin-Yang Sect, this little sun was nothing. The scorching sun and cold weather had little impact on cultivators. In the corridor of the treasure pavilion, a graceful figure was walking briskly. Knock knock. The door of Dongfang Yu's room was knocked on. "Come in." Her voice was very calm. When the door was pushed open and she saw Lu Yao outside, a smile suddenly appeared on Dongfang Yu's expressionless face. She waved to Lu Yao and smiled. "I heard yesterday that junior brother Li Chuan has arrived. I've been waiting for your good news, junior sister Lu." Chapter 93 Senior Sister. Take a look at the courtyard. Dongfang Yu was very much looking forward to the amount Li Chuan would spend this time. She had been waiting for this day for over 10 months. After all, A single expenditure of over 1 million contributions is something even few golden core cultivators can achieve. Even some elders have come to inquire about Li Chuan's news. While Li Chuan was working hard in the small world, people in the Yin-Yang Sect were everywhere inquiring about his news. Nobody could clearly say whether this news was true or not. After all, immortal in the Yin-Yang Sect, except for the sect master, does not sell anyone's accounts. As for where immortal's confidence comes from, to be honest, even Dongfang Yu, who is already considered a mid-level manager in the Yin-Yang Sect, does not know. Therefore, she regarded Li Chuan's spending at the treasure pavilion as extremely important. She could do anything, but she could not lose to the pill pavilion. 3 million. Lu Yao's beautiful eyes squinted with a smile as she extended 3 fingers. Yesterday, senior brother Li Chuan spent 3 million contributions with us. This was simply the heavens favoring her, allowing her to earn resources that could almost be used in the golden core stage at the qi refining stage. She didn't expect Li Chuan to be truly like the rumors, harvesting spirit plants as if they were cutting grass. This number made Dongfang Yu feel relieved, and she opened her eyes to look at Lu Yao, asking, "What did he buy?" Dongfang Yu was immediately astonished. "You mean the Xianfeng sword formation of senior sister, Nangong Wanru? I completely forgot about that. I didn't expect junior sister Tang to remember it. It seems I didn't make a mistake in assigning the second-tier sword area to her. After all, that set of sword formations had been in the treasure pavilion for far too long. When she first saw the related records, she didn't take it seriously at all. If Lu Yao hadn't mentioned the figure of 3 million and the sect master from over 200 years ago, she might not have remembered this sword formation at all. This Xianfeng sword formation is a good thing. This time, not only did junior brother Li Chuan make a large profit, but our treasure pavilion's performance will also soar because of him, and we have sold something that hasn't been sold for over 200 years. This year, our rewards will not be small." Dongfang Yu had a rich smile on her face and asked Lu Yao, "Li Chuan's contributions should be limited now, right?" Lu Yao suddenly recalled the balance she saw yesterday, and she couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Although Li Chuan had already spent 3 million, he still had over 6 million left. She could hardly believe how he managed that. If he could empty the remaining 6 million, she would have a faster start than others after reaching the core formation stage. She looked at Dongfang Yu and hesitated, saying, "Senior sister Dongfang, Li Chuan doesn't let me disclose his contributions to others, not even to senior sisters Xie Yue and Tang Qiming." As she spoke, Lu Yao couldn't help but want to laugh. Even if Xie Yue and Tang Qiming called him dad, Li Chuan still didn't tell them about his contribution balance. He really kept his word. Even if they called him dad, he wouldn't tell them. However, Dongfang Yu's brows furrowed immediately. She took a deep breath and said, "If he doesn't show it to others, that likely means he has a lot of contributions left. So, how much could it be that he continues to hide it even after using 3 million? Lu Yao had originally worried that Dongfang Yu would be angry, but she didn't expect her to start analyzing it. The remaining contributions must be considerable, at least not less than 3 million. Lu Yao pursed her lips, thinking that senior sister was quite bold. If it were her, she definitely wouldn't have guessed so much at once. No, it might not be 3 million. It could be 6 million. Lu Yao's eyes suddenly widened, not understanding how Dongfang Yu guessed it so quickly. Although there was a difference of tens of thousands, that difference could be ignored. What an extraordinary person. It seemed to be over 6 million, Dongfang Yu suddenly said with certainty. Lu Yao quickly shook her head. No. Although she hadn't said anything, it was all Dongfang Yu's guess, but she felt so anxious and feared that after Dongfang Yu said it, Li Chuan would think she hadn't kept the secret. If that happened, she'd really have no way to defend herself. "Don't worry, senior sister, I won't spread it around," Dongfang Yu said, patting Lu Yao's head with a smile. Lu Yao was almost moved to tears upon hearing this. Dongfang Yu said she wouldn't spread it around, which meant she would still talk about it. Lu Yao made a sad face and said, "Senior sister, it's not good for us to spread rumors about Li Chuan, so please stop guessing." Dongfang Yu was amused by her little appearance and laughed, saying, "Don't worry, it won't get out. You don't need to worry about it." Seeing her like this, Lu Yao knew she couldn't persuade her and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Senior sister, how did you guess it was 6 million? Why not 4 million or 5 million? She actually wanted to say, "You can't possibly know how to read minds, right?" But by asking this, wouldn't she be telling Dongfang Yu that she guessed correctly? Dongfang Yu smiled and said, "Since it's a guess, of course, it's just a wild guess. As for why it's 6 million, isn't that because you told me, senior sister?" Lu Yao quickly waved her hands. No, senior sister, don't wrong me. We didn't say anything. I already said you guessed wrong. She was so frightened her face turned pale. All right, senior sister was just joking with you. Look how scared you are, Dongfang comforted her. You're still young, only 18 years old. Although you're already quite smart among your peers, you still have less experience. Once you've experienced more, many things won't seem so complicated to you. I believe that with your intelligence and diligence, in a few years, you'll also be able to see through the facts. Lu Yao nodded quickly. She hadn't felt anything while being with Dongfang Yu before. But now she felt a bit nervous, as if Dongfang Yu had moved into her heart. Senior sister, I'm leaving now. Lu Yao hurriedly prepared to leave, but she turned back again. Where are you going? You haven't done the important business yet. She wasn't there to report work. Senior sister, I came to call you. Lu Yao said somewhat dejectedly. She almost forgot such an important matter. Call me? Li Chuan asked you to come, Dongfang Yu asked. Lu Yao nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Senior brother Li Chuan said he doesn't know what the inner disciples' residences look like and asked you to take him to have a look. Chapter 94. This is how a financial backer should be. Li Chuan spent 3 million contributions at once and wanted to see Dongfang Yu, so of course, Dongfang Yu wouldn't refuse. With that amount, even if Li Chuan asked Dongfang Yu to gather all the female disciples from the treasure pavilion, she would fulfill his request. Moreover, since Li Chuan's contribution token still had over 6 million contributions, Dongfang Yu also wanted to extract all the remaining contributions for him, leaving not a single cent for the pill pavilion. On the sword, occasional flashes of lightning danced, making it hard for him to put it down. In the private room, he was alone. Xie Yue, Tang Qiming, and the others had all gone to rest. When he saw the exquisitely made-up Dongfang Yu, his eyes immediately lit up. Everyone knows that the first time one sees a very beautiful woman, there is a significant impression bonus, making them feel very amazed, and their hearts unconsciously quicken. It was the first time Li Chuan saw Dongfang Yu. That restless heart began to stir again. Senior sister Dongfang. Li Chuan immediately put down the sword in his hand, stood up, and approached Dongfang Yu, as if he were a leader meeting a subordinate, warmly shaking Dongfang Yu's hand. I've long heard of senior sister Dongfang's great name. Today, seeing you in person truly opens my eyes. I never expected there would still be such beautiful people in this world. She knew very well about Li Chuan's relationships with the external disciples like Imo Xiangling, Su Yaoyue, and Ning Shiro. Every time Lu Yao and the others returned from getting spirit beast meat from Li Chuan, they would tell her what had happened. So, she naturally didn't believe Li Chuan's words about never having seen someone as beautiful as her. Senior sister, your looks are truly beautiful. There is no second one to be found. Li Chuan couldn't help but praise her repeatedly, as if he were admiring an object. After just a couple of sentences, he was already touching her hands and face. To be honest, it was indeed her first time encountering this kind of behavior. No wonder he said he had never seen someone as beautiful as her. It turned out he wanted to take the opportunity to touch her. The disciples of the Yin-Yang Sect usually interacted politely, who would directly touch someone without saying anything like Li Chuan. If it were anyone else, she would definitely not give them a good face. Generally, disciples who did not show her respect would not receive respect in return. But this was clearly not applicable now. Who asked the other party to be Li Chuan? Junior sister, you should go rest first. She turned to Lu Yao and said. Li Chuan's recent behavior had already told her that he did not respect her much. Therefore, she didn't want the authority she had painstakingly maintained as the head of the treasure pavilion to be shattered in front of Lu Yao by Li Chuan. Yes, senior sister. Lu Yao bowed to both of them. Senior brother Li Chuan, junior sister will take her leave first. Go on, go on. Li Chuan waved his hand at Lu Yao, then casually wrapped his arm around Dongfang Yu and walked out. Just right, I need to leave too. It was as if Dongfang Yu was brought by him. Now taking her away seemed reasonable. Dongfang Yu had no choice but to follow Li Chuan out. There was no way around it. Big clients held absolute power. And no matter how Li Chuan treated her, she had to greet him with a smile. Li Chuan walked out with Dongfang Yu, passing through the hall. The disciples of the treasure pavilion who witnessed this scene were both surprised and felt it was reasonable. They secretly speculated how much contribution Li Chuan had exchanged this time to make the head sister of their treasure pavilion, who was like a small delicate wife, lean against him like that. For those who came to buy treasures and didn't know the two, seeing Li Chuan hugging so naturally and Dongfang Yu being so obedient, they thought the two were in a Dao partner relationship. The stark contrast between Dongfang Yu's beauty and Li Chuan's rough appearance naturally sparked much discussion. Could this old man in red be the Li Chuan from our outer sect? Who is the beautiful sister he is hugging? He is only at the Qi refining stage. How does he have a foundation establishment Dao partner? And such a beautiful one at that. What old man? Li Chuan is still young, he is only 50. With his low cultivation, which foundation establishment sister would be willing to be his Dao partner? I think she is after his spirit stones. I've heard he can earn quite a bit. But to be fair, this inner sect sister is really beautiful. She is just my type. Oh my god. She is so pretty. Why haven't I seen her before? You don't know her? She is the head sister of the treasure pavilion, Dongfang Yu. One of the top 10 beauties of the inner sect. You don't know her? Ah, it's Sister Dongfang. No wonder she is so beautiful. But why is she so obedient in front of Li Chuan? I've heard she is very powerful. If any disciple in the treasure pavilion doesn't listen to her, she'll kick them out without even asking the sect. You say she is so obedient? Li Chuan has spent almost 1 million contribution points in the treasure pavilion. No. He is here again. He must have surpassed 1 million this time. Otherwise, why would Sister Dongfang personally accompany him? Amidst the whispers, they saw Li Chuan take out his flying boat worth 200,000 contribution points and sail away with the stunning head sister of the treasure pavilion. Along the way, who knows how many envious eyes were left behind. On the flying boat, Li Chuan lay down, and Dongfang Yu was puzzled when he pointed to his lower back and instructed her. Sister, my waist is a bit sore. Can you massage it for me? Dongfang Yu was speechless. What did he take her for? To be so presumptuous. However, she still squatted down, massaging him while smiling. Junior brother, you really know how to enjoy. Li Chuan replied. Sister, you should be more observant. Don't let me teach you everything. It makes you seem useless. Chapter 95. Training Dongfang Yu. Qi refining 7th layer. Dongfang Yu didn't expect that Li Chuan would treat her like a servant and even lecture her. What does it mean to be observant? She was both angry and amused. Junior brother, how is the strength? Is it okay? Dongfang Yu asked softly. While she thought one thing in her heart, she wouldn't show any negative emotions on her face. Yes, yes, yes. Next time I will definitely pay attention. Dongfang Yu nodded repeatedly. After entering the room, Dongfang Yu closed the door, while Li Chuan boldly sat on a stool. Hurry up and pour me a cup of spirit tea. Li Chuan continued to order her without courtesy. Watching her graceful figure, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. This was why Li Chuan was so rude in treating Dongfang Yu like a servant. He didn't need to care about her thoughts since she would adjust herself anyway. Just like Chu Mingyu, no matter how much you humiliated her, she would greet you with a smile. As the head sister of the treasure pavilion at the 8th layer of foundation establishment, Li Chuan believed her Dao heart was more stable than Chu Mingyu's. Junior brother, your spirit tea is ready. Dongfang Yu was taken aback, almost guessing what Li Chuan was planning. Junior brother, if you treat your sister like this, it wouldn't be right if you don't buy more things in my treasure pavilion, she said, lowering her beautiful body and kneeling beside Li Chuan's thigh. Seeing this, Li Chuan laughed heartily while stroking her face. Haha, sister, don't worry. What I lack the most is spirit stones and contributions. What did he just say? The sister's Dao heart is very stable. Generally, outer sect disciples don't have the right to come to the inner sect's residential area, so Li Chuan, thinking it was rare to come here, stayed for 2 days before preparing to leave. During these 2 days, he treated Dongfang Yu like human, and it turned out that giving orders was quite smooth. In the room, Dongfang Yu knelt on the ground, helped him put on his boots, and showed him a flattering smile, sweetly saying, Junior brother, take care. Don't ask why she looked so flattering. It was naturally Li Chuan's request. Otherwise, she wouldn't be this servile. All right, go to your thing. Li Chuan stood up and stretched lazily before walking out. As for buying treasures, Li Chuan said he would find time to do it later. He wanted to go back and refine the sword formation he had just obtained. This made Dongfang Yu gnash her teeth in frustration. She had been so obedient these 2 days. Meanwhile, Li Chuan also understood the principle of fishing with a long line to catch big fish. He knew that the reason Dongfang Yu and the others were so obedient was that they were eyeing his contributions and spirit stones. If he used them all up at once, they would definitely start to hesitate and make excuses. So, going to buy a treasure after some time was the best approach. Each time, he would make them almost lose patience, but not quite enough to explode. This was both a strategy and a source of amusement. After returning to his outer sect residence, Li Chuan excitedly took out the 108 swords he had just bought. Treasures needed to be refined before they could be used skillfully. Otherwise, just using spell techniques would greatly reduce their power and make them easy to be taken away by others in battle. The first sword Li Chuan refined was the one with lightning attributes. Taking out the sword, he dripped blood onto the blade and began to infuse his spirit, fully focusing on the refinement. When Li Chuan opened his eyes again, he was drenched in sweat, his face pale, and looking out the window, it was pitch black. Unknowingly, day had turned to night. Why didn't anyone tell me it was this hard to refine? Li Chuan complained. Although the sword was a second-grade spirit weapon, he hadn't found it this difficult when refining armor before. Could it be because it was part of a sword formation that made it so hard to refine? Li Chuan shook his head, looking at the sword in his hand that was glowing with lightning, and thought about the 107 other swords like this. And he felt an urge to cry. Indeed, when pulling a heavy cart, one must bear the cost. Casually tossing the lightning sword aside, he took out an ice attribute sword and began to refine it. It was his style to throw around things he had already obtained. Li Chuan gritted his teeth and refined for several days. However, when he turned his head to look, damn, I only refined 4 swords on average per day? Li Chuan lay flat on the bed, his eye sockets deep and his eyes vacant. God knows how hard he had worked these past few days. This was even more tiring than digging for spirit plants. He couldn't help but wail. In fact, it was still his own fault for not knowing how to balance work and rest. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry. Refining 1 sword a day would be fine. Why torture himself? But that was just his character. He was obsessive-compulsive when doing things, always wanting to finish everything at once. If you let him rest, he would feel uncomfortable. If things weren't finished, it would always be on his mind. After lying for a while, he suddenly felt something unusual in his body. The spiritual energy within him started to stir. Hey, am I about to break through? Li Chuan immediately got up, calmed his mind, and sat cross-legged. Before long, he felt all the fatigue in his body dissipate, and when he opened his eyes again, his previously dull gaze was now vibrant and spirited. He had reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Li Chuan smiled. Although he hadn't practiced for a year, he hadn't neglected the medicinal pills. Every day while searching for spiritual plants, he was also digesting the potency of the pills, which was equivalent to a form of indirect cultivation. If it weren't for his average talent, he would have broken through long ago. However, this speed was already not slow. In this year, he had continuously broken through 4 small realms, a speed that was extremely terrifying even for those talented in cultivation. Of course, the spirit fusion fruit played an indispensable role in this. After the breakthrough, he felt invigorated again, so it was time to start the arduous refining life once more. He took out a treasured sword again. The sword with attributes had already been refined by him, and now he randomly picked another one to refine. Why is this sword different from the others? This time, however, Li Chuan discovered something unexpected. Chapter 96, The New Beauty. The big shot Nangong Wanru Li Chuan looked at the treasured sword in his hand, then glanced at the swords he had thrown on the ground that had already been refined. With a casual gesture, the few attribute-less swords flew back to him. The swords with attributes had special colors on their blades, while the attribute-less ones were mostly silver, white, gray, or black. At first, the sword was still gray, but as he looked closer, the color of the sword became lighter. Li Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a good item. Could it be that it can turn invisible? Thinking of this, Li Chuan immediately felt energized and began the refining process. By then, the cultivators who fought against him would not know how many would die unjustly under this treasured sword. What the hell? Did I just enter the sword? Li Chuan felt a lingering fear as he looked at the empty space around him, momentarily confused. He scanned the surroundings, and then his entire body froze. He saw a woman with long arms waving, her legs together slightly swaying, as if she were swimming. This scene made Li Chuan's heart tremble. However, even though he felt uneasy, he couldn't bring himself to look away. Her stunningly beautiful face seemed like a gift from heaven, perfect beyond compare. Under her gaze, Li Chuan felt a bit uncomfortable and couldn't help but ask, "Are you the spirit of this sword? Online novels truly do not deceive me. A sword spirit? How powerful." "You're not a sword spirit?" He flew over, curiously looking at the woman, swallowing hard, and asked, "Then how did you end up here?" But it seemed there was indeed something behind her. As she leaned back, she really did lean against it. He saw her arms stretch out to the sides, resting in the void. This posture reminded Li Chuan of when he soaked in hot springs in his previous life, leaning back against the spring with his hands on either side. "Wait, are you soaking in air?" The woman's behavior was indeed a bit strange, leaving Li Chuan somewhat baffled. Then, a mist from nowhere enveloped the woman, revealing only her face. This made Li Chuan pound his chest and stomp his feet. He hadn't even flown over yet. Couldn't she wait a moment? Who do you think I am? The woman did not answer Li Chuan's question, but instead countered him. He initially thought he would have a good view, but before he could even get close, the benefit was gone, which made Li Chuan's mood somewhat sour. Is this fishing? He didn't dislike fishing, but he hated being treated like a fish. You're nothing, he said bluntly. Damn it, if you don't show me, then you're nothing. The woman was taken aback, then smiled and said, Oh, not much strength, but quite a temper. Do you want to see? She suddenly asked temptingly. Li Chuan swallowed hard again, then shook his head madly, looking disgusted, not interested. As soon as he finished speaking, the mist in front of the woman suddenly dispersed, and Li Chuan immediately stared at the mist, fearing he would miss every detail. However, just as he thought he could see everything, the mist stopped moving. He stared for a long time, only to find it was all in vain. Li Chuan was furious, realizing he had been played by the woman. He looked up at her stunning face, and sure enough, she was looking at him with a half-smile. Did you not say you weren't interested? I want to see. I want to see. Li Chuan immediately changed his tune. The woman smiled softly and said, But I don't want to show you. Heaven knows how tempting it was for her to say this to Li Chuan at that moment. Then I'll look myself. Li Chuan, being reckless, charged forward. After all, there was no one else here, and this woman was most likely not even human. Even if he did something, it wouldn't get out. Of course, his main purpose was definitely not this. He primarily wanted to probe the woman's background. What exactly was she, and what was she doing here? However, Li Chuan did not get his wish. He passed through the mist directly, going through the woman's body to the other side. He floated in the air and huffed at the woman. I knew you weren't a decent thing. The woman smiled. Are you angry out of shame? Is it really me who is indecent, or is it you? Where is the logic in coming here just to see someone else's body? Li Chuan didn't even want to argue with her. She was the one floating there first. Did he want to see? He was forced into it, okay? Actually, if you want to see, it's not impossible. The woman's tone suddenly changed. What are the conditions? Li Chuan asked her. He knew there was no free lunch in the world. She had to be luring him in, wanting him to do something. However, the woman's words were surprising. She said, When you come to the main sect one day, standing in front of me and saying you still want to see, then I will show you. Huh? Li Chuan was stunned. The main sect? Who exactly are you? Could it be that she is a serious person? The woman looked at Li Chuan with great interest. Have you guessed something? Li Chuan shook his head. I can't guess. I can't guess. The woman smiled and said, My name is Nangong Wanru. Do you know who I am? Hiss. Li Chuan's mind went blank. It really was this person. He couldn't understand how Nangong Wanru ended up here. He shook his head madly. I haven't heard of your name. Senior, I don't know who you are, but your name does sound quite nice. Nangong Wanru left the Minshan branch sect over 200 years ago, which means she was already in the nascent soul stage back then. No, wait. The Xianfeng sword formation is also a great treasure in the nascent soul stage. Since she sold the Xianfeng sword formation, it means she had already reached the out-of-body stage over 200 years ago. So what realm is she in now? Generally speaking, those who can be the head of the Yin-Yang Sect are the ones with the best talent in the branch sect. This means she is at least in the transformation stage now. Li Chuan couldn't help but cover his face. He had just said to a cultivator at least in the transformation stage. Let's take a look. Chapter 97. Take a look at the mist. You bought my sword formation and didn't even know who I am? Ah, so it's senior. Oh my god. So your name is Nangong Wanru? That's such a beautiful name. Nangong Wanru looked at him with a half-smile and said, Seeing how well you can speak. When you come to the main sect, not only will I show you, but you can also do as you wish. Is it really that good? Li Chuan looked weakly at Nangong Wanru and said, But I feel that when I go to the main sect, I will be slapped to death by senior. Looking at Nangong Wanru's eyes shining with excitement, he could only admit that she was indeed beautiful, but as for whether she was a good person, that was hard to say. Can this little chi refining guy really entice the big boss? Of course, if the big boss can give him a good view, he wouldn't necessarily refuse. Oh, so that's how it is. Li Chuan thought to himself, isn't this just the otherworldly version of a video call, but a full-body version? Li Chuan regretted so much that he could almost bite his teeth off. The big boss's live broadcast is truly a rare gem. Nangong Wanru said, Of course it's the spirit spring. Do you think I'm showing you for free? Li Chuan swallowed again. Do all grand cultivators speak in this tone? Actually, senior, if you charge, it wouldn't be impossible. Li Chuan couldn't help but say. Oh, quite bold. You really want to see, huh? Nangong Wanru said with some surprise. What surprised her even more was that Li Chuan was nodding eagerly. Nangong Wanru was indeed generous, and seeing this, she directly said, Since you want to see, I will fulfill your wish. Just watch carefully later, don't blink. Hiss. Li Chuan swallowed again, nodding like a woodpecker pecking a tree. He stared intently at the mist on Nangong Wanru, only to see the mist disperse. Just when he was about to feast his eyes, the mist stopped again. Li Chuan was filled with anger. Damn, she was playing with him again. Ha ha. Nangong Wanru's laughter filled the entire space. And she looked at Li Chuan with a silly smile and said, "How did you manage to connect twice in a row?" Li Chuan replied, "Because I really want to see." What a simple and unadorned answer. This response left Nangong Wanru stunned. She looked at Li Chuan and said, "You really dare to talk back to me? Aren't you afraid I'll slap you to death?" Li Chuan laughed and said, No. Senior is a good person. Everyone who knows Senior knows that Senior is very nice." Nangong Wanru laughed again, saying, "No wonder you could by my sword formation. You truly are not an ordinary person, following your heart, not hiding anything, and your courage is indeed extraordinary. How much contribution did you spend on this sword formation?" Li Chuan felt a bit elated from the praise, teasing a grand cultivator and still receiving compliments. This kind of treatment could only be found in the Yin-Yang Sect. He said, replying to Senior, "The sword formation cost me a total of 3 million contributions." Nangong Wanru nodded. "I didn't expect the price to drop so much. You really picked up a big bargain. However, to earn 3 million contributions at the core formation stage, you are indeed a standout in the entire Yin-Yang Sect. What level of core formation are you at now? How many years have you been in core formation?" Nangong Wanru's words made Li Chuan's expression strange. So she didn't even know he was a chi refining cultivator? But then again, how could a video call show the other person's cultivation level? "Senior, you asked the wrong question," he said to Nangong Wanru. "Oh, what did this honorable self ask wrong?" Nangong Wanru asked in surprise. Li Chuan said, "Senior should ask me, what level of chi refining are you at now?" Nangong Wanru frowned. "What do you mean by that?" A thought flashed through her mind, but she felt it was impossible and instantly dismissed it. Li Chuan wore a mysterious expression and said, "If Senior asks, you'll know." Nangong Wanru narrowed her eyes and asked according to Li Chuan's words, "You, what level of chi refining are you at now?" Li Chuan bowed to her and said loudly, replying to Senior, "I am currently at chi refining level 7. The already quiet space fell into a prolonged silence with his words. There was no echo. It was unclear whether it was due to the place being too big or too special. After a long while, Nangong Wanru slowly opened her mouth. "Are you joking with me?" Her expression was serious, clearly. The combination of chi refining level 7 and 3 million contributions had given her quite a shock. "Senior, did you not hear clearly?" Li Chuan said in a louder voice, replying to Senior, "I am currently at chi refining level 7, and I just broke through. When I bought the sword formation, I was only at chi refining level 6. You." Nangong Wanru looked at Li Chuan, momentarily speechless. Seeing her shocked expression, Li Chuan couldn't help but feel pleased. Look at your inexperienced beauty." Nangong Wanru suddenly appeared in front of Li Chuan, staring at him intently, and said solemnly, "You didn't lie to me?" Li Chuan glanced down and found he could still only see mist, silently cursing in his heart. However, the spirit spring Nangong Wanru was in was a bit too large. Was she still in the spirit spring? If only he could drink a few sips of such a large spirit spring. But he didn't know if Nangong Wanru mixed water in when she soaked in the spirit spring. But it shouldn't affect the taste. As the thought passed, he spoke. "Chi refining level 7 isn't something to be ashamed of. Do I really need to lie to Senior?" Nangong Wanru. How could she say that chi refining level 7 isn't something to be ashamed of? When did chi refining cultivators stand so tall? With such confidence and arrogance, Li Chuan didn't seem like he was lying. 3 million contributions. Where did you get that? She asked Li Chuan. Li Chuan looked at her perfect face so close to him, swallowed, and said, "Does Senior want to know?" Nangong Wanru had a look of "Stop wasting my time." But Li Chuan wasn't intimidated. Instead, he looked at the mist surrounding Nangong Wanru and grinned. "If Senior shows me, I'll tell you." When chatting with online friends, one must boldly make all sorts of outrageous requests. Chapter 98 Senior, come and shock me. Nangong Wanru was really amused by Li Chuan's sudden turn. Is the craving really that strong? Of course. Li Chuan's eyes were eager. This was the body of someone whose strength surpassed the transformation stage. So he was naturally obsessed. This was a seductive statement that made one's bones feel weak. Li Chuan quickly lowered his head, fearing he might miss any details. However, this time, the mist didn't budge at all. Li Chuan raised his head with a dark expression. Damn it, he was played again. How did you manage to do the same thing 3 times in a row? Nangong Wanru laughed so hard she was out of breath. This online friend was not reliable. Clearly very bold, yet he wouldn't show him anything. Li Chuan cursed in his heart. Wanting to freeload without giving any benefits, how dare he criticize others? A real man keeps his word. If he doesn't show, he won't say anything, and it's useless no matter who comes. 10 million contributions? Sure enough. Nangong Wanru was once again shocked by this amount. Li Chuan did not immediately exit. Instead, he waited for Nangong Wanru. However, Nangong Wanru said to him, "This honorable self also has some news. Do you want to hear it?" If it weren't for her absolute confidence, Nangong Wanru would never act this way. She wanted to leave immediately, not giving Nangong Wanru the chance to release any news. But thinking about it, with Nangong Wanru's attitude of not being in a hurry to speak, it seemed that even if he left, it would be useless. Since Senior has news, I will naturally listen attentively. He was also realistic, and his attitude softened immediately. This made Nangong Wanru surprised. I haven't even said anything yet. Why are you acting like this? Hurry, keep it up, she teased. To be honest, Li Chuan's attitude did surprise her. She felt a sense of having her next move seen through. Looking back at Li Chuan, he had a confused expression. What are you talking about? I have always been respectful to you, and my attitude has always been like this. His expression was as if the person who just said he wanted to see was not him at all. You truly make me see you in a new light. I won't tease you anymore, Nangong Wanru said directly. With my current strength, it would be easy to erase the connection between the sword array and myself. The reason I haven't done so is that this Xianfeng sword array cannot simply be used after refining it. Li Chuan sighed inwardly, knowing he was being manipulated. The sword array has a specific incantation for activation, which was not passed on to the sect because there was fear that it might be leaked, causing the sword array's power to become ineffective. But who would have thought that he would wait for over 200 years, and his fellow disciples were truly useless, wasting their expectations? As soon as Li Chuan heard her finish, he immediately said, Senior, your righteousness, I am extremely grateful. Your kindness, I will never forget. Your virtue is truly moving, and your beauty is unrivaled in this world. All right, stop flattering. Aren't you going to look now? Nangong Wanru teased. You little one, I still can't hold you down. Li Chuan's face instantly lit up with anticipation. Is that possible? Nangong Wanru couldn't help but roll her eyes. She originally thought that by asking like this, Li Chuan would be terrified and apologize immediately. But instead, he asked if it was possible. Can you say that? She was truly at a loss for words regarding Li Chuan's persistence. Li Chuan was very savvy. Without waiting for Nangong Wanru to ask, he directly stated, Senior, weren't you just curious how I earned over 10 million contributions in a year? Let me tell you now. A year. Upon hearing this time limit, Nangong Wanru couldn't help but glance at Li Chuan. You're like a medicine, squeezing a little out at a time. Actually, my method for earning contributions is very simple. I am extremely familiar with first and second tier spirit plants. I can almost tell if there are spirit plants just by looking at the terrain. Coincidentally, the sect leader of the Minshan branch gave me a reward of double contributions for a year. So I bought a flying boat and tirelessly searched for spirit plants day and night. All of this was earned through my hard work, without a trace of deception. Li Chuan said proudly, So you were looking for spirit plants? Nangong Wanru couldn't help but exclaim, but your speed in finding them is just too fast. Not just fast. It's simply unbelievable. In any case, Nangong Wanru could not comprehend it. She said, It seems that the Minshan branch has produced a discerning sect leader this time, who discovered you as a good seed for earning contributions and specifically used the double contribution reward to stimulate you. You exchanged for spirit plants worth 5 million spirit stones and 5 million contributions in a year. The sect didn't lose out this time, but instead increased the contribution value of the Minshan branch, adding merit to your sect leader. The only downside is that all the good spirit plants in the small world have been dug up by you, which will greatly reduce the income of other disciples in the coming years. Li Chuan smiled a bit embarrassedly and said, Actually, the spirit plants I exchanged for were all rewarded to a senior sister in the sect and did not enter the sect storage. What? Nangong Wanru looked at Li Chuan in shock. Is he crazy? All rewarded to disciples? Is that disciple the sect leader's mother? No. Even a mother wouldn't give away so many things. Li Chuan immediately defended Yi Xuan. How can you say that about our sect leader? He is the best sect leader in the world. Isn't that right? It has made it hard for the sect leader, but it has benefited him and Mo Xiangling. What kind of sect leader is good if this kind is not? Nangong Wanru asked with a dark face. Then tell me, how did your best sect leader get so foolish to do such an outrageous thing? Li Chuan chuckled awkwardly and said, maybe it was us who led him to it. The reward for Mo Xiangling was requested by him from Yi Xiuwen, and his double reward was instigated by Mo Xiangling. Chapter 99. Here a sword, here a sword, here another sword. Li Chuan recounted the situation at that time to Nangong Wanru, who stared at him in silence for a long time. In the past year, didn't your sect leader notice anything abnormal about your contributions? Li Chuan replied, we discovered a spirit vein here, and I heard that a senior from the upper sect came to dig for top-grade spirit stones. So our sect leader took the senior management of the sect to help. However, you should be careful this time with how you're treating him. He might seek revenge on you later. You're fine. With this sword array protecting you, you can just hide in the sword array when the time comes. Li Chuan directly asked, I wonder how you would pass on the incantation for activating the sword array to me? All right, it seems we can't get past this matter. Can we? Li Chuan was thinking about how to handle it. He thought about giving some spirit stones as a bribe. But not to mention how many spirit stones a big shot like Nangong Wanru would need, even if the price could be negotiated. He couldn't afford to give them away. This time, Li Chuan didn't just say he would take a look, and the mist didn't scatter like before when Nangong Wanru was intentionally messing with him. It was now spreading apart. Li Chuan was immediately excited. He called out, big shot. You really do show. Finally, Li Chuan got his wish. He saw that Nangong Wanru had seemingly put on a set of undergarments. Who told you to wear that? He was truly a man moved to tears. How about it? I said I would show you, and I showed you. Are you satisfied? Nangong Wanru giggled. She opened her arms, and a pure white long dress slowly draped over her body. It seemed someone on the other side was helping her get dressed. Then, Nangong Wanru parted her lips, and a stream of profound information surged into Li Chuan's mind. Before he could even see what Nangong Wanru had put in his brain, he heard her say, this is the incantation for activating the Xianfeng sword array. Familiarize yourself with it well. Oh, I look forward to the day you use it to tear my clothes. Here a sword, here a sword, here another sword, she said while spinning in circles on her clothes. Li Chuan's mind instantly filled with the explosive scene Nangong Wanru had sketched out, making him feel as if thousands of ants were crawling inside him. Shameless, trying to seduce him. Tonight, don't think about me, okay? Nangong Wanru said seductively to Li Chuan. And then, under his gaze, she took off the clothes she had just put on again and blew a breath towards him. Li Chuan could only see her undressing scene before being involuntarily forced back into reality. You vixen, only lighting the fire without putting it out. Li Chuan couldn't help but curse. You've just gotten dressed, why take it off again? It's obvious you're doing it on purpose to mess with him, making him restless and his inner fire surge. But what could he do? He took out a paper crane and said to it, Lu Yao, come to me. The paper crane flew away, and Li Chuan pressed his forehead, feeling a bit of pain. He had felt it while in the sword. It should be due to his low strength, causing his mind to sink into the sword and be overloaded. After resting for a while, Li Chuan began to study the incantation that Nangong Wanru had given him. This thing wasn't too difficult. As long as he refined the sword, he could use it. Before long, there was a knock on the door. Li Chuan waved his hand, and the door opened, revealing none other than the graceful Lu Yao, senior brother Li Chuan. Lu Yao entered the room with a sweet smile and turned to close the door. Come here, Li Chuan beckoned her. Coming, senior brother. Lu Yao quickly walked to Li Chuan's side, and before she could speak, he had already pulled her into an embrace. It is said that money can nurture people, and this saying holds true in the cultivation world as well. Since Li Chuan has been spending lavishly in the treasure pavilion, Lu Yao's changes are visibly noticeable. It's not that her appearance has changed much, but her aura. Now, she is more confident than ever, and her temperament has changed greatly, making her look radiant and delicate at all times. She was already good-looking, but after some time of guidance from Li Chuan, she is now not much different from the top 10 beauties of the outer sect. Perhaps in less than 2 years, she will be on the top 10 beauties list. However, this is not important to Li Chuan. Regardless of whether Lu Yao makes it to the top 10 list, he doesn't have to spend any money. He can summon Lu Yao whenever he wants. After Lu Yao left, Li Chuan began the tedious process of refining again. Whenever he felt lonely, he would summon a junior sister with a paper crane. Life was difficult yet sweet. Finally, after nearly a month, he finished refining all 108 swords. During this time, he wanted to go find the sword in the formation I to chat with Nangong Wanru, but he couldn't get in no matter what. However, after refining all the swords, he finally entered. Seeing that Nangong Wanru was still there, Li Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. Even if this big shot couldn't be seen, chatting occasionally was fine. Nangong Wanru sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, seemingly in meditation, but as soon as Li Chuan arrived, she opened her eyes. "You're here to see me again," she said with a smile, and then, under Li Chuan's gaze, she reached out to pull her clothes. "I know you want to see." That look was really very proactive, but she just refused to show him. "Of course, if you come to the main sect, I would show you, and let you do as you please," he. Just when it seemed like he was going to see something, Nangong Wanru managed to tease him out again, making Li Chuan furious. "Just you wait," he said fiercely to the air. If she wouldn't show him, then fine, what's the big deal? He had seen before. Then he tried the sword formation and found that he could control 2 swords at the same time. 2 swords couldn't form a formation. He needed 3. Clearly, he had been tricked by Tang Qiming, so he summoned her and gave her a good scolding. After scolding Tang Qiming, Li Chuan felt refreshed and was able to control 3 swords to form a formation. This left Tang Qiming dumbfounded, so she had been deliberately teased just now. What kind of sin had she committed to deserve this? This was the simple and unadorned life of Li Chuan. Now, his second-tier spirit planting technique classification had all been raised to level 10. To upgrade to the third-tier spirit planting technique, he needed 90 points of fortune, which meant 3 months' time. Chapter 100. Chu Xin came with gifts. The first-tier talisman making and puppet techniques were different from spirit planting techniques. Their levels only affected manufacturing speed and success rate. Take talisman making for example. As long as it was a 5-element talisman, regardless of difficulty, Li Chuan could draw it. Therefore, upgrading talisman making and puppet techniques was clearly not cost-effective, especially since his spirit planting technique was already at the 2nd tier, and he would definitely make money from spirit planting. Moreover, he still needed to prepare to become a spirit landowner. He told Tang Qiming to clean his room well, and then flew on his sword to find Imo Xiangling. He was looking for Imo Xiangling for a serious matter. The tree he found earlier had no place to plant, so he planted it in the task hall for Imo Xiangling to keep an eye on. Because it was too precious, even though no one dared to steal it. Some might still cause damage. This was also a limitation for spirit planters. They couldn't leave once they planted something valuable for fear of accidents. A precious spirit plant could tie a spirit planter down for a lifetime. "How is it, junior brother? Have they given birth?" Imo Xiangling squatted in the spirit planting garden of the task hall, looking curiously at the in front of her. He had obtained 2 trees. The second one was obtained last month, but it had not borne fruit. He certainly didn't hesitate to dig up the tree. This was what Imo Xiangling referred to as giving birth. It was indeed starting to mutate. This was good news. Anyway, Li Chuan believed in the little black book. He believed that the bonus of cultivating mutations could bring him surprises. At that time, when Imo Xiangling saw Li Chuan making the 2 trees pockmarked and then putting them together, she had scolded him for wasting resources in her heart. However, the facts proved that she was short-sighted. In the realm of spirit planting, Li Chuan was definitely an authority among authorities. After all, she had secretly asked other spirit planters afterward, even 2nd-tier spirit planters, and all of them had scolded Li Chuan for not understanding spirit plant cultivation, saying that those 2 trees would definitely die. And what was the result? Although the 2 trees now looked strange, they were growing very well based on their lush green leaves. "Senior sister, you are really impressive. Even this little thing is worthy of your praise," Li Chuan said with an air of pride. He couldn't say anything else, but now in the realm of 1st and 2nd-tier spirit planting techniques, he could directly call himself an ancestor, while others were all descendants. No one could compare. He pulled Imo Xiangling over, kissed her enough before asking, "Senior sister, has anything special happened in the sect recently?" Since he didn't have much interaction with the outside world, he would ask Imo Xiangling and Xie Yue about the happenings of the Yin-Yang Sect from time to time. Imo Xiangling said, "Junior brother, the seniors who went to the new spiritual vein have all returned one after another. It is said that the sect leader is also about to return. Have you thought about how to explain it since you took such a big advantage from the sect leader?" This made Li Chuan angry, and he said unhappily, "What do you mean I took advantage of the sect leader? Didn't you get any benefits?" Speaking of which, the rewards he and Imo Xiangling received were equivalent in value. But he had worked hard for a year, while Mo Xiangling had leisurely enjoyed herself for a year. If the sect leader asks, "I'll push it all on to junior brother." Saying it was all you're doing, Imo Xiangling laughed. "All right, you little vixen, just wait until I deal with you," Li Chuan said fiercely as he pinched Imo Xiangling. She ran around in response. "Oh no, don't. I won't dare, you little vixen." This was no longer the spirit planting area of the task hall. It was more like their flirtatious garden. Occasionally, disciples passing by would see Li Chuan chasing their managing senior sister around, making her squeal. And the envy and bitterness in their hearts were indescribable. What a sin. Why do they have to see such a scene that destroys their resolve? There really was nothing more frustrating than being powerless in one's own realm and witnessing others freely enjoying their fairy-like senior sister in their hearts. At some point, a paper crane fluttered over and landed in front of Li Chuan. This was the paper crane Li Chuan had sent out. If any junior sister or brother lacked spirit stones, they could contact him. A specific spell was placed on the paper crane, and a voice came out. Junior brother Li Chuan, where are you? Senior sister Chu Xian asked me to deliver something to you. It was the voice of Chu Mingyu. When did Mingyu become involved with senior sister Chu Xian? Li Chuan wondered. Although he had called on Chu Mingyu a few times using Chu Xian's name, the two had not directly interacted. I'm in the outer sect's task hall. Senior sister, you can come over. Li Chuan left a message for the paper crane, and it flew away. Thinking of Chu Xian's well-proportioned figure, Li Chuan's heart couldn't help but feel hot. Don't be fooled by Chu Xian's usually upright demeanor. From his rich experience, she was definitely the type who was internally restless. Wow, junior brother, you're impressive. Even Elder Seven's disciple is actively looking for you. Mo Xiangling teased. Is she coming to get close to you? Li Chuan felt a bit puzzled and said, why did senior sister Chu Xian not give me something herself? Why make senior sister Mingyu run a trip, or she could just ask me to go directly? He did not support the idea that it was a gift from Chu Xian. After all, if it were a gift, she could have come directly. Maybe senior sister Chu Xian is shy, Mo Xiangling teased. Li Chuan couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. Do you really believe that, senior sister? These senior sisters, one more flirtatious than the other. He couldn't believe that Chu Xian would be shy. However, he was curious about what Chu Xian wanted Mingyu to bring him. Could it be a top-grade spirit stone secretly dug out from the spirit vein? But that didn't seem right. Their relationship didn't seem to have reached that level yet. Soon, Mingyu arrived. As soon as she came, Mo Xiangling teased, Senior sister Chu, you wouldn't be too shy to find junior brother Li Chuan yourself. So you borrowed senior sister Chu Xian's name, would you? Mingyu showed no signs of shyness and laughed. If the junior brother says I'm flirtatious, how could I possibly be shy about looking for him? Goodness, if this continued, it would ignite a fire. The kind of fire that couldn't be suppressed on Li Chuan. Chapter 101. Chu Xian takes the initiative to invite. Alright, you two stop chatting. Senior sister, what did senior sister Chu Xian ask you to bring me? Li Chuan interrupted the two women's meaningless banter and asked Mingyu. Mingyu took out a copper mirror and handed it to Li Chuan. Senior sister asked me to give you this mirror, but it contains spiritual energy. Although Chu Xian and the others had benefited from Elder Qi and were brought to the new spirit vein, Li Chuan believed that after she returned, someone would definitely inform her about him. So he couldn't understand why Chu Xian would give him a first-tier magic treasure. He asked Mingyu, did senior sister Chu Xian say anything when she gave you this copper mirror? Hee. Li Chuan made a sound to indicate his attitude, and he asked Mingyu, senior sister, how did Chu Xian think of having you deliver something to me? Are you very familiar with her now? Mingyu replied, senior sister has already become a disciple of Elder Qi, so you tell me, are we familiar or not? Mingyu understood what Li Chuan meant. After all, he had once said in front of her that Elder Qi was flirtatious. She rebuked, you must not be disrespectful to senior sister's master. Junior brother, you can congratulate senior sister, but why are you pulling her into the room? Mingyu smiled wryly. Who didn't know Li Chuan's thoughts? He could use any reason to congratulate someone. Li Chuan paused and picked up the copper mirror. Senior sister, Chu Xian. Li Chuan exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected that this copper mirror had video call functionality. If it were Mingyu or Mo Xiangling asking him, he wouldn't have been surprised. Senior sister, what aspect are you referring to? He asked. Chu Xian giggled. Of course it's a serious thought. What else could the junior brother think? Li Chuan couldn't help but curl his lips and said, senior sister, in this way, I can't see what's serious about it. Suddenly, Chu Xian said, does the junior brother think that I'm being flirtatious? Today must be a day of peach blossoms. Someone was actually taking the initiative to flirt with him. Li Chuan felt quite strange. However, after thinking a bit, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, an old man sweeping the street wouldn't attract beautiful women. But if it were an old man wearing a watch worth millions and driving a luxury car worth millions, then there would be a group of beautiful women flocking to him. The old man was still the same old man. The difference was that he had money now. Li Chuan couldn't help but sigh. What does it matter if one is a disciple of Elder Qi? They still come to flatter him. Money. Truly a wonderful thing. Li Chuan was previously 49 years old, with the appearance of a 79-year-old and the mentality of a 99-year-old. Now he was 50 years old, with the appearance of a 70-year-old and the mentality of a 15-year-old. Not only was he getting younger, but he was also becoming more proud and narcissistic. Full of energy every day. In the copper mirror, after Chu Xian finished speaking, the image suddenly shifted from her face to her body. She was seen lying sideways on the bed, wearing not her usual light blue robe, but a long red robe. Junior brother said last time that senior sister was dressed flirtatiously. I wonder which outfit is more flirtatious compared to this one. The camera briefly flashed back to Chu Xian's face. Her serious questioning made Li Chuan gasp. His eyes lit up as he said, "When did the junior brother say senior sister was dressed flirtatiously? Senior sister, please don't slander me. Senior sister is dressed so modestly. How could it be flirtatious?" This was clearly prepared in advance. He had mentioned that he liked red, and Chu Xian wore red. After speaking, Li Chuan glanced at Meng Yu beside him. He had only said to Meng Yu that Chu Xian was dressed flirtatiously. He thought Meng Yu had sold him out after becoming a disciple of Elder Qi. However, Meng Yu shook her head innocently, indicating that she knew nothing and hadn't said anything. Chu Xian seemed to guess the situation here and said to Li Chuan, "Junior brother, you don't need to look at Meng Yu. Didn't you realize that the copper mirror in your hand is a good thing? When you called Meng Yu out in the middle of the night under my name, I was watching what you two were doing the whole time." Li Chuan suddenly realized that this girl was actually a voyeur. Meng Yu leaned over and smiled at the mirror showing Chu Xian. "I didn't expect you to be this kind of senior sister." As one of the parties being spied on, she didn't show any signs of embarrassment. One must say, her composure was already at a high level. Otherwise, Chu Xian wouldn't have recommended her to Elder Qi. Chu Xian giggled and said, "Junior brother Li Chuan, today I'm feeling lonely. Want to come?" This was too much. What do you think? Li Chuan immediately summoned his flying boat, "Senior sister. Wait for me. I'll be there soon." Without waiting for a response, he hugged Meng Yu and Mo Xiangling and boarded the flying boat. Mo Xiangling looked confused and said angrily, "Junior brother, senior sister Chu Xian asked if you're going, not me." Li Chuan replied, "I don't know the way to Elder Qi's peak. I need you, senior sister Mo, to guide me." Seeing him speak without any shame, Mo Xiangling rolled her eyes at him, too lazy to respond. "Don't know the way? Didn't you know to ask Meng Yu?" Who would have thought that Meng Yu would cooperate, smiling. "I don't know either. It's over. We're going to get lost." These two scheming individuals made Mo Xiangling want to kick them both off the flying boat to monopolize it. "Don't know the way? Senior sister, I'll guide you." Chu Xian laughed from the copper mirror. Soon they arrived at Elder Qi's peak, and Chu Xian indeed guided them. Under her direction, the flying boat stopped in front of a courtyard rich in spiritual energy. Chapter 102, Light the Fire. Quickly opened the door. Li Chuan had no time to marvel at the abundant spiritual energy here. He pulled Mo Xiangling and Meng Yu and eagerly got off the flying boat. Following Chu Xian's instructions, they stopped in front of an exquisitely carved door. The door was adorned with various blooming flowers, clearly indicating it was a woman's room. Moreover, there was flowing spiritual energy on the door, as if it had an array set up. In the copper mirror, Chu Xian, with charming eyes, bit her lip and said, "Junior brother, you say?" Should the flirtatious one open the door quickly? Hiss. Li Chuan loved this. The door opened with a creak, revealing a misty interior. Li Chuan was taken aback. He hadn't seen so much mist in the mirror just now. However, the misty spiritual energy in the room suddenly dispersed, revealing a stunning woman sitting cross-legged in the center. With a clang, the copper mirror in Li Chuan's hand fell to the ground. "Ah, master, what are you doing here?" Chu Mingyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Mu Yuling in the room, quickly bowing. Disciple pays respects to master. Li Chuan felt numb, realizing he had been tricked by Chu Xian. Elder 7. What a coincidence, Li Chuan said dryly with a forced smile. At that moment, a voice came from the right side. "Li Chuan, junior brother, the door is open. Where are you?" "Ah." She looked shocked. "Junior brother, you weren't just knocking on Master's door, were you?" However, Li Chuan had no mood to appreciate the situation. He only wanted to grab her and give her a good beating. If he said Chu Xian didn't do it on purpose, he absolutely wouldn't believe it. But it wasn't over yet. The sound of the door opening continued from the left and back. Li Chuan saw Mu Yuling's disciples coming out of the room one by one. "Damn it, peak moment. Everyone is a witness, huh?" Just then, someone shouted. Who was shouting just now? El Qingzhou came out from the room on the west side. After seeing Li Chuan in front of Mu Yuling, he paused slightly. Oh, it's junior brotherly Chuan, then it's fine. I'll go back to my cultivation. He took a step back and retreated into the room. Li Chuan also saw He Fenglin, who clasped his hands at him. So you are junior brotherly Chuan. Thank you for your help last time. Let us find a time to talk again. I'll go cultivate first. Hey, senior brother He, no need for next time. I just happen to have something to ask you. Li Chuan quickly waved his hand. Just as he was about to run over, Mu Yuling blocked his way. Her bright eyes looked at him, resembling a young girl looking at her idol, hiding an unknown amount of admiration. Of course, this was just Li Chuan's fanciful feeling. Today, Mu Yuling was dressed the same as that day, still looking cool and refreshing. Li Chuan's eyes involuntarily prepared to pay his respects when he heard Mu Yuling softly ask, "What did you just call this elder?" Li Chuan glanced at the copper mirror on the ground. As expected, Chu Xian's image had disappeared, leaving behind an ordinary copper mirror. "I called you Elder 7. Of course, I called you Elder 7. Li Chuan pretended to be foolish. Really? How come this elder just heard someone shout, "Slut, hurry up and open the door"? Mu Yuling imitated the voice in a delicate manner, which sounded nothing like Li Chuan, but was quite charming. However, Li Chuan didn't have the heart to think about anything else at that moment, because Mu Yuling exuded a pressure that belonged to a core formation expert, making him feel inexplicably anxious. This wasn't fear, but rather a natural reaction of a lower-level cultivator facing a higher-level cultivator, like a mouse instinctively afraid of a cat. "Elder, I have some spirit stones here." Li Chuan decided to admit defeat and directly use spirit stones to resolve the situation. He planned to deal with them one by one later, huffing to himself. However, Mu Yuling's mouth curled up slightly as her delicate hand lifted Li Chuan's chin, asking him, "How many spirit stones are some? Is it more than a vein of spirit stones?" Hearing this, Li Chuan silently cursed himself for forgetting that Mu Yuling had just returned from a spirit vein. Although most of the spirit stones in the vein had been absorbed, there were still some left. But this not much was relative to a spirit mine, because this not much spirit stone was more than enough to sustain a sect. Moreover, there were precious spirit stones that ordinary cultivators would never see in their lifetime. Although the spirit stones inside belonged to the sect, with so many people going in, it wasn't impossible for them to pocket a few into their bags. So now, discussing spirit stones in front of Mu Yuling didn't seem that tempting. Mu Yuling continued talking to herself. This elder absorbed quite a bit of spiritual energy from the spirit vein, filling up nicely. And my realm has gone directly from the 7th layer of golden core to the 8th layer. Now, I can't absorb anymore. So spirit stones aren't that urgent for this elder anymore. By the way, how many spirit stones did you say? Is it 1 million? Li Chuan's face twitched, and he spat a mouthful of saliva in his heart. Damn. Shouting slut costs 1 million spirit stones. Why don't you go rob someone? 1 million. I can go find a nascent soul fairy to cultivate with. Li Chuan inwardly grumbled. Of course, this price was just his wild guess. There were no nascent soul female cultivators in the Min Mountain branch, and he didn't even know the price for Golden Core stage, let alone nascent soul stage. Regardless of his inner complaints, the problem at hand still needed to be solved. Li Chuan noticed that Elder 7's male disciples had all retreated back into their rooms, while the female disciples were still outside watching the excitement. He couldn't help but curse them for being cowards. What's so scary about Elder 7 just dressing a bit cooler? While grumbling, Li Chuan suddenly said to Mu Yuling, "Elder 7, you heard wrong. What I shouted just now was, 'Firewood, hurry up and open the door.' I just have a bit of an accent and didn't shout it clearly." Uffed. Someone nearby couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Li Chuan looked over. It was Mu Yuling's eldest disciple, Yao. Yao wore a pure white robe, always wearing a faint smile on her face. She had few accessories, but due to her good looks, even in a plain white robe, she still looked extremely noble. Just now, Chu Xian had come out from the room on Mu Yuling's right, and Yao was in the room on the left. After saying that, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Even Mu Yuling's mouth twitched, nearly bursting into laughter. "So what fire are you talking about?" she urged Li Chuan. Meanwhile, Chu Xian directly sent a message to Li Chuan. "Junior brother, don't talk about firewood, just shout it out. I promise Master will definitely like it." "Harvest?" Mu Yuling raised an eyebrow. "It's okay. What's wrong?" Her medicinal garden's harvest was not just okay. It was losing money year after year, nearly driving her mad. After all, the peaks where the elders were located had spirit-gathering formations drawing spiritual energy from the spirit veins, so they should be making a fortune no matter what they planted. However, over the years, after deducting the costs for buying spirit seeds and seedlings, they lost money every year. Because of this, several batches of spirit plant masters had been kicked out of the Yin-Yang Sect by her. She felt these spirit plant masters were stealing her spirit stones. But she had no evidence. Li Chuan grinned and said, "But in my opinion, Elder, your medicinal gardens probably don't yield much." She replied, "You just say what you know. If you're right, I'll let the previous matter go." Li Chuan said, "Didn't I just say it?" Firewood. Mo Xiangling, Chu Mingyu, and the other girls also found it hard to hold back. Mu Yuling looked at him suspiciously and huffed. "Do you think you can trap this elder?" Seeing her like this, Li Chuan laughed. "Who are you trying to scare?" He said bluntly, "In this Min Mountain branch of the Yin-Yang Sect, you are the elder, and I have to listen to you. But in the area of spirit plants, I am the authority. Even if you are an elder, you have to listen to me." Mu Yuling was taken aback by Li Chuan's boldness. Then she became somewhat angry. "You, a mere Qi refining stage disciple, dare to shout at an elder?" Before she could blow up, Mo Xiangling suddenly spoke up. "Elder 7. In the area of spirit plants, junior brother Li Chuan is indeed an authority. I think in our Min Mountain branch of the Yin-Yang Sect, no one understands spirit plants better than him. In fact, throughout the entire Yin-Yang Sect and the spirit realm," Li Chuan added earnestly, "of course, I'm referring to first and second tier spirit plants." Mu Yuling, Chu Xian, Yi Yao, and the others looked at Li Chuan, somewhat speechless. They certainly knew that Li Chuanling's skills in spiritual plants were far beyond that of an ordinary person. This news had spread throughout the Yin-Yang Sect. However, they didn't expect Li Chuan to be so arrogant as to claim that he was an authority in the entire spirit realm. You might say he's young and reckless. While the recklessness was evident, the youthfulness was not. Mo Xiangling's expression froze for a moment, unable to help but give Li Chuan a glare, as if to say, "I'm trying to help you out here, so why are you butting in?" She continued, "If Elder Qi wants to resolve the issues with the medicinal garden, then you must believe in him. But he has to give this elder a reason." Mu Yuling said. She didn't doubt Li Chuan's professional abilities. She doubted his character. She felt that Li Chuan was merely concocting an excuse to escape. Mo Xiangling couldn't help but poke Li Chuan, signaling him to quickly come up with a reason. Yes, that's right. Even Mo Xiangling thought Li Chuan was just making up an excuse to get out of trouble, which was why she had just stepped into cover for him, hoping to increase the credibility of what he said. But Li Chuan was indeed serious. He said, "There is a type of spiritual plant buried deep underground that specifically absorbs the spiritual energy from other plants to sustain itself. And it only absorbs energy after other plants have matured. To outsiders, the plants that are absorbed seem intact, but once harvested, it becomes apparent that their spiritual essence has been significantly diminished and they can't be used normally. This is the reason why Elder Qi's medicinal garden has poor yields. It's not because there's too much spiritual energy that has suffocated the medicinal herbs, but because they've been stolen." Mu Yuling felt she was being mocked. This type of plant is called the secret breath-stealing vine. Because it is buried underground, its presence is hidden, and its method of absorbing spiritual energy is unique, making it hard for people to detect. However, the secret breath-stealing vine is afraid of fire. As long as a fire is lit in the medicinal garden, they won't appear. Finally, Li Chuan arrogantly added, "Why am I telling you all this? You wouldn't understand anyway. Just light a fire." It seemed that without saying this, he couldn't showcase his authority in spiritual plants, and of course, he also subtly used a pun. However, what he said wasn't wrong. As Mu Yuling and the others looked completely bewildered, clearly having never heard of the secret breath-stealing vine before, Mu Yuling couldn't help but look at Mo Xiangling. Mo Xiangling was in charge of the outer sect. Although she wasn't a spiritual plant master, she knew more about spiritual plants than others. Mo Xiangling suddenly showed a look of realization. So it's the secret breath-stealing vine. No wonder Elder Qi's people have not discovered it for so long. Only you, junior brother Li Chuan, could find it. If it weren't for you, Elder Qi's medicinal garden would have been ruined. Mu Yuling squinted and asked Mo Xiangling, "You know about the secret breath-stealing vine too?" Mo Xiangling nodded. "Yes. Although this type of spiritual plant is hidden underground and hard to see, I happened to hear someone mention that fire can indeed repel them. If you were to ask her where she heard it, well, where else could she have heard it?" Li Chuan had just mentioned it. Mo Xiangling was merely putting on a show, trying to help Li Chuan build credibility. After all, she felt that the loophole Li Chuan created regarding this spiritual plant was quite significant, and if she didn't come in to add some weight, it would be hard to convince them. Chapter 104. This plot doesn't seem right, sure enough, Mu Yuling said to Li Chuan. Lighting a fire will scare away the secret breath-stealing vine? This means we can never see this plant, and even if it doesn't exist, we wouldn't know. She asked Li Chuan, why don't you bring this plant out to convince this elder? Mu Yuling didn't realize that Li Chuan was using a pun on her. She asked, what is so difficult about that? Is it because the secret breath-stealing vine is just a plant you made up on the spot? So it's impossible to catch? After all, what are the odds that he would call out for help and coincidentally have a fire-averse plant come to his rescue? However, Mu Yuling admitted that Li Chuan had indeed identified the problem with her medicinal garden. Junior brother, what do you mean? Yi Yao, who was nearby, asked. But don't blame me for not reminding you. This thing may lack intelligence, but it has a natural ability to avoid disaster. You don't go digging it out, and it will wither away underground on its own because it can only absorb the spiritual energy from plants, not from the ground. Of course, if you can trap them, then I won't say anything, but they are buried very deep, and I wonder if the formation on Elder Peak can trap them. After all, she was already convinced that Li Chuan had identified the issue with the medicinal garden, and she wanted him to resolve it for her. This was a problem she hadn't considered before. In fact, the characteristics of the secret breath-stealing vine were very obvious. As long as Li Chuan mentioned them, he could immediately prove it to Mu Yuling and the others. The reason was simple: hidden intentions. He had never been a generous person. He had discovered the secret breath-stealing vine the first time he came to Elder Cheese Peak. At that time, he didn't fully understand the power of the little black book and believed that the spiritual plant masters on Elder Cheese Peak could identify it. However, when he came back later, he took a quick look at the other medicinal gardens on Elder Cheese Peak and found serious problems. Now, more than a year later, he had become excessively confident in the little black book's ability to identify spiritual plants. He knew that the knowledge he had about many spiritual plants was not something other spiritual plant masters possessed. For example, the secret breath-stealing vine's every vine is coiled like paper, and it is segmented. These segments can detach from its body, break through the soil, and then spread out their coiled bodies to attach to other spiritual plants. Once spread out, they become very thin. And since their color is similar to that of the part of other plants that protrudes from the ground, they are very hard to detect. Even when they are occasionally discovered, no one pays them any mind, simply thinking they are just the roots of the spiritual plants peeling. Even Li Chuan couldn't spot them at a glance. The reason he could find these creatures was that he used a process of deduction. By analyzing the overall characteristics of the plants, he could infer the problems they might encounter. Then, by examining the limited environment around them, he would find suitable answers. This thing was not something Li Chuan could see with the naked eye. It required deduction based on the surrounding environment, so other spiritual plant masters wouldn't stand a chance. The secret breath-stealing vine is extremely rare, which has resulted in very few people knowing about it. The reason they are so rare is that over many years, the spiritual plants above them would eventually be drained of their energy, and they themselves would not actively seek out a new location. The spiritual energy on Elder Cheese Peak is rich, so the spiritual plants they drain won't die in the short term, allowing them to reproduce. This is Li Chuan's ability to survive, and since the secret breath-stealing vine is easy to identify and handle, he naturally didn't want to disclose it. However, that said, Li Chuan wouldn't necessarily refuse to speak. As long as Mu Yuling asked him to form a few hundred fateful connections, he would guarantee to teach her how to identify them properly. At this point, after some thought, Mu Yuling directly said to Li Chuan, "You don't need to say this to this elder. I will leave these medicinal gardens on Elder Peak to you, no matter what method you use. Just help this elder solve the problem." The implication of this statement was that once the issue with the medicinal garden was resolved, she would let go of the matter of him calling her a slut. But Li Chuan surprisingly refused. He directly replied, "I don't have that much time to keep watching over these medicinal gardens on Elder Peak. Anyway, I've already told you the method. You can just go light a fire." After all, he had just been tricked by Chu Xian. He didn't believe Mu Yuling couldn't see through it. After resolving such a significant issue for Elder Peak, what more does she want? Let him manage the medicinal garden? In her dreams. If you have this attitude, then you won't be able to leave. Mu Yuling gave Li Chuan a sidelong glance, her tone laced with a hint of threat. What does the elder want? Li Chuan almost drew his 3 treasured swords. However, considering that the sword formation made up of the 3 swords could at most just tickle Mu Yuling, he ultimately refrained. Mu Yuling said, "How about this? You become my disciple, and as your master, I have always been generous to my disciples. Once we become a family, I naturally want to pursue the mistakes you made in the past." This sudden twist made Mo Xiangling, who was standing nearby, look intrigued. Li Chuan's eyelids twitched. Damn. After making such a big fuss, could this really be the ultimate goal? It turns out she was not interested in his body, but rather his abilities. So shallow. What a disappointment. He decided to lie flat. No way. Li Chuan directly refused, and he did so loudly. Qingzhou and He Fenglin, who had already returned to their rooms, couldn't help but peek out. Mu Yuling's expression froze. If he doesn't want to, then why is he shouting so loudly? She wasn't deaf. A flash of anger and embarrassment crossed her face as she glared at Qingzhou, He Fenglin, and the other disciples, scolding, "Aren't you all so idle? Don't you need to practice?" Qingzhou and the others felt a powerful force hit them and were instantly knocked back into their rooms. They felt bitter. Being a disciple of the elder was not an easy task. Chapter 105. Swearing not to submit. Swearing not to submit. Swearing not to submit. Li Chuan also noticed that at Elder Peak, the status of male disciples seemed to be far lower than that of female disciples. Running errands were male disciples, and they were the punching bags. Just look at the female disciples, doing nothing, just standing by watching the show. Li Chuan said, "I have already promised the sect master that after building my foundation, I will become his disciple, so I cannot become your disciple, Elder 7. Now, I, Mu Yuling, the 7th elder of the Yin-Yang Sect's Minshan branch, officially accept you as my disciple." No, did I agree? Li Chuan thought Mu Yuling was going to attack him. So he quickly donned his precious armor, not caring whether the sword formation made up of his 3 swords was effective against Mu Yuling. He summoned them anyway. Then, Li Chuan felt Mu Yuling step closer, coming nearer to him, and even the fragrance on her was more enchanting. Suddenly, he felt a tightening around his neck as Mu Yuling hugged him and pulled him into her embrace. This is not the scene I imagined. If you don't agree to this elder today, I will strangle you, Mu Yuling threatened fiercely. Threatening him? Instantly, anger surged in his heart, and he felt a surge of courage. He immediately put away his swords and armor, tightly hugging Mu Yuling's slender waist, and loudly declared, "Elder 7, you won't succeed. I will not agree to you. This cannot be allowed." He vowed to fight against evil forces to the end. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly became strange, and Imo Xiangling and Chu Mingyu exchanged speechless glances. "Aren't you going to look at what you are doing? Can you not be so rash? Can you show a bit of the elder's authority and a bit of the disciple's humility? The elder doesn't he look like an elder? And the disciple doesn't he look like a disciple? Elder 7, I still have matters to attend to in the task hall, so I will take my leave," Imo Xiangling said. From her understanding of Li Chuan, he could probably hold out for a long time, so she didn't plan to waste time here. Mu Yuling didn't keep her, nodding, "Go ahead." However, Li Chuan called out to her, "Wait, senior sister. What is it?" Imo Xiangling stopped with curiosity. Li Chuan released his hold on Mu Yuling's slender waist and tossed her a bag. "This is the auxiliary materials I prepared for the spirit plant. Take it and use a little every day." Although Li Chuan didn't specify, Imo Xiangling knew he was referring to the fusion spirit fruit tree. Previously, she had seen Li Chuan throw these so-called auxiliary materials to the fusion spirit fruit tree. "So, you plan to stay here for a long time, right?" Imo Xiangling said somewhat speechlessly. Looking at Li Chuan again, she found he had already wrapped his arms around Mu Yuling's waist again. Shaking her head, Imo Xiangling flew away on her sword. After she left, Li Chuan said, "I see that many spirit herbs in the medicinal garden of Elder Peak are about to mature, and the secret breath-stealing spirit vine is about to start moving. If you still want to keep those spirit herbs, I advise you to hurry and stoke the fire." Mu Yuling looked down at Li Chuan, resembling a beautiful woman gazing at a baby in a swaddle. The charm between her brows was simply indescribable. The two stared at each other in silence for a long time before she instructed the nearby Yi Yao and the other women. "You all go and have someone stoke the fire." As the saying goes, a lie said 100 times may become the truth. Mu Yuling had never studied spirit plants much, and seeing Li Chuan's repeated insistence, she felt a bit shaken inside. What if it really is that coincidental? She gave Yi Yao a glance. She thought Yi Yao should know what to do. If Li Chuan's trick doesn't work later, she would see how to deal with him. Li Chuan also looked at Yi Yao, saying, "Hurry, stoke the fire." This sounded somewhat off. Yi Yao's pretty face immediately darkened, and she shot Li Chuan a glare before leaving. Just that one glance, Li Chuan tagged her as someone with a failing moral heart. Why? Just look at Chu Xian and Chu Mingyu. You wouldn't say stoke the fire. Even if you directly called them sluts, they would still smile and respond, and might even chat a bit around that topic. This senior sister of Elder Peak is going to have a tough road ahead. Great. This little chi refining stage guy is actually commenting on a foundation establishment stage cultivator. But on the other hand, Chuan had seen a lot, based on his experience. Any female cultivator who could adopt a selfless mindset, even with average talent, would have a faster cultivation speed than other cultivators. For them, the hurdle of mindset is almost negligible, and mindset often plays an essential role during breakthroughs. They can obtain resources more easily in the Yin-Yang Sect than others, which naturally makes them stronger. Like Lu Yao, she had risen from the first to the third level of chi refining in just a year, already topping the newcomer rankings. Xie Yue also progressed from the 5th to the 6th level of chi refining, seemingly about to break through to the 7th level soon. Ning Shiro had also moved from the 9th to the 10th level of chi refining. Even Hu Min and Zi Ling, who had somewhat inferior talent, had each broken through a level. Meanwhile, Tang Qiming and Su Yaiwe had successfully established their foundations. All of them had broken through the shackles in their hearts. So as long as they have resources, they can break through easily. The one lagging behind was obviously Mo Xiangling. Despite consuming so many spirit plants, she had no reaction. Of course, she wasn't of the devouring constitution and ate relatively slowly, nearly vomiting from eating spirit plants daily, and had only consumed 1/3 so far. The reason she hadn't broken through was also uncovered by Chuan through continuous digging. She was simply a woman from another dimension, able to enhance her spiritual roots by absorbing spirit plants. Originally, she had a top-tier ice spiritual root, and now it had become a Dao-grade ice spiritual root. She planned to eat until she reached a holy-grade spiritual root before breaking through. As for why she didn't eat after breaking through, according to Mo Xiangling, as her realm increased, the difficulty of improving the quality of her spiritual roots would become greater. Before she started cultivating qi, it was the easiest time for her to improve. It was also during this time, in a daze, that she accidentally consumed a frost herb, which granted her the ice spirit root. However, she didn't understand it back then, and she didn't have the conditions to grasp it, so she missed the best opportunity. After she started cultivating qi, she slowly realized this matter, but her realm uncontrollably soared. Fortunately, she eventually stabilized at the 10th level of qi refinement. Otherwise, the cost of enhancing her spirit root would be even greater in the future. But that's a different matter. After Chu Xian, Yi Yao, and the others left, Mu Yuling also wrapped her arms around Li Chuan's neck and returned to the room, thinking that the elder would definitely not be able to take him down. Li Chuan shouted, "I swear I will not yield. I swear I will not yield. I swear I will not yield." Chapter 106. Elder, even if you suffocate me, I will not submit. Chu Mingyu and the 7th elder gathered several female disciples to light fires around the herb garden. Just mentioning the peaks might not convey much feeling. One wouldn't know how vast they truly are. The herb garden has always been one of the main sources of income for the elder peak. She was prepared to wait for another 2 years, and if things remained the same, she would directly resign as an elder. Although the elder holds significant power, the vast area of Elder Peak means that every year, a considerable portion of the herb garden's profits must be handed over to the sect on schedule. One can think of it as a tax calculated based on estimated production. Once becoming an elder, even if the herb garden on Elder Peak isn't cultivated, taxes still have to be paid on time every year. Therefore, if the issues with the herb garden are not resolved, she definitely cannot continue as an elder. In this regard, Yi Yao and the other disciples were also worried. After all, if Mu Yuling were no longer an elder, their income would sharply decrease. Junior sister Mengyu, how trustworthy do you think Li Chuan's words are? On the way, Yi Yao couldn't help but ask Chu Mingyu. Although Chu Mingyu spoke confidently, she herself could not ascertain whether what Li Chuan said was true or false. After all, Li Chuan was not a trustworthy person. He often concocted all kinds of excuses to trick her into doing ridiculous things. So whenever Li Chuan said something beyond her understanding, her first instinct was to doubt it. At this moment, Chu Xian, with a curious expression, spoke up. Junior sister Mengyu, I heard you often visit Li Chuan in the outer sect. What do you go to see him for? Chu Mingyu initially spoke normally, and the several senior sisters accompanying her were listening intently. Unexpectedly, the tone of the conversation suddenly changed. Instantly, the senior sisters widened their eyes. Only Chu Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement, while the other senior sisters looked shy, wanting to listen but feeling a bit embarrassed. It seems Li Chuan was right. This senior sister's Dao heart still needed tempering. However, this also indirectly indicated that Yi Yao had good aptitude. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been accepted as Mu Yuling's eldest disciple. To verify whether Li Chuan's words were true or not, while lighting the fires in the herb garden, Yi Yao chose a few herb gardens that had not been managed, which was also what Mu Yuling had hinted at earlier. If the fire piles truly worked, then by comparing the two and observing afterward, perhaps they could find some clues. Unknowingly, the sun began to decline, and it was already afternoon. In the outer sect's task hall, Imo Xiangling walked toward the area where the fusion spirit fruit was planted. As soon as she returned to the task hall, she was surrounded by her subordinates and was busy until she finally found time to provide materials for the fusion spirit fruit tree. In fact, the materials Li Chuan prepared could be understood as fertilizers that promote the growth of spiritual plants and even encourage mutations. Of course, these were specifically prepared for the fusion spirit fruit tree, so they were only effective for that tree. Imo Xiangling poured the materials under the fusion spirit fruit tree and was about to leave. She had seen Li Chuan do it this way before. However, as soon as she stood up, she noticed something unusual. She saw the materials disappearing at a visible speed, and on the fusion spirit fruit tree, a small flower bud was slowly appearing. The bud was very small, just barely poking out. But Imo Xiangling knew exactly what this meant. Flowers must bloom before fruits can form. This indicated that the fusion spirit fruit tree was going to bear fruit. How is it so fast? Imo Xiangling exclaimed. One was astonished that the moment the materials were placed, the fusion spirit fruit tree reacted. The second astonishment was that Li Chuan had only planted the fruit tree for less than a year, and it was already the second time it was bearing fruit. It is known that this type of fruit tree takes 10 years to bear fruit. Could it be due to grafting? Imo Xiangling couldn't help but mutter to herself. There were two fusion spirit fruit trees. One had its fruit picked by Li Chuan, while the other had not borne fruit when Li Chuan encountered it. Mutation in the realm of spiritual plants is extremely rare, and no one has ever successfully intervened in it. All mutations of spiritual plants are natural phenomena. Therefore, Imo Xiangling did not consider the possibility of mutation. She merely thought that after Li Chuan merged the two fruit trees, the other began to bloom and bear fruit. After observing for a while, Imo Xiangling took out Li Chuan's communication paper crane. She initially meant to inform Li Chuan that the fusion spirit fruit tree was flowering. But after a pause, she said nothing to the crane and simply released it. Then she followed the paper crane out of the task hall. I want to see if this guy has submitted, she thought to herself. With Li Chuan's current strength in the qi refinement stage, it was almost impossible for him to have any substantial relationship with Mu Yuling, who was in the core formation stage. This was because Li Chuan was too weak. Even she, with her ice spirit root in the qi refinement stage, didn't dare to frequently approach, let alone Mu Yuling, who was in the core formation stage. The difference between the core formation stage and the qi refinement stage is like comparing a giant peak to a small hill. They are simply not on the same level. This is also a characteristic of the Yin-Yang Sect's techniques. One cannot freely control the amount of spiritual power used like in regular attacks. Even cultivators in the core formation stage cannot reduce the yin and yang energies to a level that a qi refinement stage cultivator can withstand, unless the fusion spirit fruit that Li Chuan planted matures. Thinking of this, Imo Xiangling secretly felt that Li Chuan had taken advantage of the situation. With Mu Yuling's attitude, once the fusion spirit fruit matures, Li Chuan would be free to do whatever he wanted. However, although it was unlikely that Li Chuan would have any substantial relationship with Mu Yuling, it did not mean that he wouldn't engage in other matters. Based on Imo Xiangling's understanding of Li Chuan, this guy would create conditions even when there were none, let alone now when the conditions were favorable. Seeing the paper crane flying toward the inner door, Imo Xiangling felt reassured. Since Li Chuan was still in the inner door, it proved he was still fighting back fiercely. In the same courtyard, in the same room. When Imo Xiangling arrived, the door was open. She stood at the entrance, watching the two people inside still in confrontation, speechless for a long time. Inside the room, a low table was covered with various spiritual fruits and brews. Mu Yuling was sitting on the floor cushion, hugging Li Chuan, and was feeding him spiritual fruits. Li Chuan was chewing on the spiritual fruits while shouting, "Elder, even if you suffocate me, I will not submit." Imo Xiangling thought to herself that if it were her, she also wouldn't submit. Chapter 107. Bestow Chu Xian to Li Chuan for a month. 7th Elder. Imo Xiangling spoke up. Mu Yuling merely responded and asked, "Xiangling, what is it?" While speaking, she did not forget to reach out and catch the fruit pulp that Li Chuan spat out. She said, "I came to inform junior brother Li Chuan that the fruit tree he planted is flowering." Imo Xiangling nodded. "Don't worry, with senior sister around, no one can ruin it." Mu Yuling became curious and asked Li Chuan, What kind of fruit tree did you plant? Why not transplant it to my elder peak? The spiritual energy here is denser than in the outer sect's task hall. Mu Yuling's lips pursed slightly as she picked up a spiritual grape, peeled it, and stuffed it into Li Chuan's mouth, saying fiercely, "See if this elder can suffocate you." She didn't even say hello and just left. This seventh elder is hopeless. However, it seems she forgot that she is also tightly controlled by Li Chuan. Mo Xiangling looks for an excuse every day to see Li Chuan. She just wants to see how long he can resist. What she never expected was that Li Chuan was incredibly resilient. After 5 days, Li Chuan still hadn't yielded. All right, I can't hold it anymore. I need to pee. Finally, on the 6th day, Li Chuan broke free from Mu Yuling's death grip. Because he was still at the qi refining stage, he couldn't completely refine the impurities from the spirit fruit, or else this situation wouldn't have occurred. "You promised to be my disciple?" Mu Yuling almost cried out. After spending so many days together, the relationship between Li Chuan and Mu Yuling was no longer as distant as before. He patted her head and said, "Master, I am now your disciple." "Good disciple." Mu Yuling couldn't help but hug Li Chuan. "Oh, I already said I need to pee. Why are you still hugging me?" Li Chuan impatiently pushed her away. If he hadn't been unable to hold it, would he have gotten up? She really has no sense at all. Oh, I'm sorry, disciple. I'll take you right away." Mu Yuling quickly apologized, her attitude so humble that it seemed like she was the disciple. After Li Chuan took care of his personal issue, Mu Yuling even held a ceremony for him to accept him as her disciple, calling all her disciples and the miscellaneous disciples of the 7th Elder Peak. On the spacious ground, a huge crowd gathered. This scene must be said to show how much Mu Yuling valued Li Chuan. "Today, this elder accepts the outer sect disciple Li Chuan as my closed-door disciple. He is the last disciple of this elder. After today, this elder will no longer accept disciples." On the high platform, Mu Yuling sat at the forefront, her authoritative voice resonating throughout the area. Her words already hinted at her regard for Li Chuan. After all, it's rare for someone to publicly announce that someone is their closed-door disciple. Generally, if they don't want to accept disciples anymore, there's no need to say it out loud. Then everyone witnessed what true importance looked like. Li Chuan stood before Mu Yuling, and a disciple handed him spirit tea. At this moment, Li Chuan was supposed to hold the spirit tea and kneel before Mu Yuling to present it to her. After offering the tea and bowing, it would count as completing the apprenticeship. However, just as Li Chuan held the tea and was about to raise his foot, Mu Yuling had already proactively stood up from her seat, quickly walked to Li Chuan, directly took the tea from his hand, and said with a radiant smile, "We don't need to adhere to those formalities. This tea will be drunk by me." Saying this, she drank the spirit tea in one go. This scene made Mu Yuling's disciples feel bittersweet. They recalled how strict the steps were when they accepted the apprenticeship. Mu Yuling had always sat with a stern face, never smiling so kindly. Moreover, that spirit tea, due to its first-tier status, Mu Yuling had merely taken a sip back then and set it aside. Unlike now when she seemed afraid of drinking slowly. The more they compared, the more they felt like they were not human. But who told Li Chuan not to be an ordinary outer sect disciple? No one could say for sure how many spirit stones and contributions he had, but everyone knew that his treasures were worth over 1 million, more impressive than most of the Golden Core seniors. It was already a great effort for Mu Yuling to take Li Chuan as her disciple from the hands of the sect leader, and they knew they couldn't compare. Disciples listened to their master, Li Chuan said with a smile, looking at Mu Yuling. Having such an obedient master was really great. This apprenticeship ceremony felt both grand and casual. After finishing the spirit tea, Mu Yuling called over Chu Xian and said to her, "Chu Xian, for the next month, you will teach your junior brother Li Chuan the rules of the 7th Elder Peak and the techniques that elder disciples should learn. I will be in seclusion for a while, and other matters will be discussed after I come out." In fact, she had absorbed a lot of the power from high-grade spirit stones in the spiritual vein and had returned because she could no longer absorb any more. Initially, she planned to go into seclusion right after returning, but after hearing about Li Chuan, she decided to bring him into the sect first. After all, everyone could see Li Chuan's value. Did she really think it was an accident to knock on the wrong door? Would Chu Xian dare to do this without her consent? It was just an excuse. The original plan was to use this reason to take a hard approach with Li Chuan first, to see if she could make him yield. If that didn't work, then she would take a soft approach. The fact proved that Li Chuan didn't respond to hard tactics. It was worth her while to lower her status to accommodate him as a respectable elder. "Yes, disciple obeys," Chu Xian replied. Upon hearing this, Li Chuan's eyes lit up. This master understands him. He couldn't help but look at Chu Xian, who was still dressed in a bright red robe, perfectly showcasing her voluptuous figure. The two of them, both in red, stood together, complimenting each other like a bride and groom. Chu Xian also looked over at that moment, her face radiating a dignified smile. Junior brother, let's go to my room, and I will teach you slowly. All right, sister. Li Chuan immediately summoned his flying boat, wrapping his arms around Chu Xian as they flew away. Thousands of eyes in the audience watched, filled with envy. Chapter 108. Nangong Wanru. Where do you want to see me? Although the sun was in the center of space, it was warm and not scorching. In Chu Xian's room, it had already been the third day since Li Chuan became Mu Yuling's disciple. He had already understood the general situation of the seventh elder peak. Furthermore, he learned from Chu Xian that Mu Yuling had something for him to do. Although Chu Xian wasn't too clear about what it was, she felt it was significant. For Li Chuan, it couldn't be better that Mu Yuling needed his help. Chu Xian mentioned that this time Mu Yuling wouldn't be in seclusion for too long because she could tell that Mu Yuling was actually quite anxious. Besides that, learning new techniques was of course essential. This technique was from the same lineage as the Yin-Yang initiation technique and the fierce sun-burning body technique he had learned before, so after learning it, the three techniques fused into one, and he quickly reached the 5th level. Li Chuan didn't know when he had fallen asleep last night. When he opened his eyes and saw Chu Xian's exquisite face, he unceremoniously pulled her into his arms. Normally, Chu Xian wouldn't take the initiative to call him. If he wanted to soak, of course, he should soak first. Li Chuan immediately felt invigorated. Which senior sisters want to soak in the spirit spring? He asked expectantly. If you want to soak, of course, you should be the first to soak before it's the turn of others, Chu Xian teased with a smile. You'll know why when you get there. Li Chuan left the room with Chu Xian, their fingers interlocked tightly, like a young couple. It felt a bit awkward at first. And even Li Chuan couldn't help but complain about Chu Xian, questioning why she was playing innocent. However, walking like this really felt different. Especially when other disciples looked over with that gaze, making Li Chuan feel that it should be like this, holding hands. When he usually walked with other senior sisters with his arms around their waists, why didn't he feel this way? Perhaps it was because, in the eyes of others, he was merely someone who had senior sisters. But holding hands, especially with the charming smile on Chu Xian's face, easily led people to think that Li Chuan not only had Chu Xian, but also had her heart. One is having someone, and the other is having both someone and their heart, which means everything. Just say, which one feels more fulfilling? Even if Li Chuan doesn't care about the sincerity of any senior or junior sister, Chu Xian is not genuinely sincere to him either. She is deliberately creating this sense of accomplishment for him. However, Li Chuan feels good about it, bursting with pride. Once a person acquires immense wealth, they will seek other pursuits, and strength cannot be improved in a short time, which is why Chu Xian has a firm grip on Li Chuan's psychology. Under her leadership, Li Chuan arrived at the spiritual spring at the peak of the 7th elder. This is a flat area surrounded by some spiritual plants, and the spiritual energy here is even denser. Li Chuan looked around but didn't see any spiritual spring. There was only a small pond at his feet, emitting a slight spiritual mist, shallow enough for the sole of his shoe. Sister, where is the spiritual spring you mentioned? Li Chuan said, stepping on the small pond uneasily. Don't tell me this is the spiritual spring? He could feel that the water in the small pond was not ordinary. It contained rich spiritual energy. Chu Xian smiled and said, So, how is it, junior brother? Are you shocked to see the spiritual spring for the first time? Do you know how much spiritual spring water you just splashed out with that one step? If other disciples did that, Master would definitely make them face the wall for a year. Li Chuan was indeed shocked. Recalling how Nangong Wanru used to swim in the spiritual spring, he looked at the small pond in front of him and thought, is this really the same thing? He couldn't help but complain. How did they convince you to call this a spiritual spring? Chu Xian couldn't help but giggle. Junior brother, you are really funny. No wonder you are so favored by the junior sisters. Hearing this, Li Chuan was not pleased. He said, Sister, do you think I need to be someone who seeks to please others? Do I need to provide emotional value? ISNT at the sisters and master who provide me with emotional value? Ah, look at your mouth, sister. You've misspoken. You should be punished. Chu Xian immediately took Li Chuan's hand and gently slapped her own face. Li Chuan was quite satisfied and said while patting Chu Xian's face, Now that's more like it. To be fair, the emotional value that Chu Xian provided was always at its peak. However, looking at the spiritual spring in front of him, Li Chuan thought of Nangong Wanru. It had been a while since he last visited this senior. With a thought, he appeared in the sword space. After he refined the sword formation, it was stored in the little black book, so he didn't need to take it out. His mind could directly sink into it. Strangely, a space had appeared in the little black book at some point, just enough for him to store his treasures. Otherwise, according to reason, even if it was refined, it shouldn't be able to be stored in his body if it wasn't a lifebound treasure. The space in the sword was still lifeless. Nangong Wanru stood in the void, her gaze sweeping around with an air of superiority. Although Li Chuan could only see her image, he could still faintly feel the pressure of a strong person emanating from her. At this moment, Nangong Wanru resembled a queen overlooking her subjects, looking coldly at them. However, in Li Chuan's mind, all he could think of was the celestial demeanor of this queen when she swam in the spiritual spring, leaving no room for anything else. Swallowing hard, Li Chuan spoke, "Senior, what are you looking for? Do you want me to help you find it?" This is the benefit of the internet. If he encountered Nangong Wanru in this state face-to-face, he would never dare to approach her, no matter how long he lived. He wouldn't dare to get close to a big shot, especially since his intentions were not pure. Nangong Wanru's gaze swept over, and upon seeing Li Chuan, the superior look gradually faded, replaced by a teasing expression. "Oh, isn't this our Lin Qianwan here again to see my true form?" Lin Qianwan. Li Chuan was a bit confused and asked, "Senior, what does that mean?" Nangong Wanru laughed and said, "Lin Qianwan is not an object. You can earn millions of spirit stones and contributions even in the qi refining stage." Li Chuan was speechless, so it was a nickname for him, and a playful abbreviation at that. Then he saw Nangong Wanru's alluring lips lightly bite as her slender fingers pointed to herself. "Today, our Lin Qianwan wants to see where?" Her finger moved. Li Chuan felt his heart nearly leap out. Good heavens, who could withstand this? Did this question even need to be asked? Chapter 109, Roar Senior. "Can I choose for myself?" Li Chuan excitedly asked. "Why not?" Nangong Wanru smiled and said, "You just need to say stop." "Senior, can I look here?" He cautiously asked Nangong Wanru. Senior, can I look?" Li Chuan nodded madly, his face filled with anticipation. However, seeing his expression, Nangong Wanru found it somewhat amusing. "But here is the waist. Are you sure you only want to look here?" There were so many places on her body to look at, yet Li Chuan actually wanted to look at her waist. Li Chuan said, "Senior, just say whether I can look or not. I'm not greedy. I only want to look here today." "All right, as you wish." Nangong Wanru wore a gentle expression and reached to untie the belt at her waist. This time, it wasn't she who sent Li Chuan away, but Li Chuan who left on his own. He knew that the place he wanted to see, Nangong Wanru would definitely not show him. If she wanted to play tricks on him, no way. Nangong Wanru watched the place where Li Chuan had disappeared, muttering to herself, "I was in a good mood today and thought about giving this kid a favor, but it seems he doesn't have that fortune." Due to his low level, he couldn't observe the situation in the sword for long, but he hadn't completely left just now. So he knew what Nangong Wanru had said. "All right, today, I will grant you a favor." Nangong Wanru smiled and nodded. This time, it was indeed Nangong Wanru who sent him out. "Hey, I knew it." After leaving the sword, Li Chuan immediately pulled Chu Xin over. In fact, by the second time he went in, he already had a premonition that Nangong Wanru was still playing tricks on him. But what if? What if Nangong Wanru really showed mercy and acted like a goddess? After all, he didn't have to pay to go in. As long as Nangong Wanru actually showed him once, wouldn't that be worth it? So he still got tricked in. As expected, Nangong Wanru was still playing tricks on him. But on the other hand, having such a big shot willing to flirt with him was something worth being proud of. "How do you soak in this spiritual spring?" Li Chuan asked Chu Xian. "With this little pond, soaking your feet is already tough, let alone soaking your whole body." Chu Xian laughed. "Anyway, there's no one here. Junior brother can soak however he likes." If an ordinary person heard this, they wouldn't think much of it. But the person hearing it was Li Chuan, and the one saying it was Chu Xian. Looking at the face before him, which was both playful and charming, Li Chuan didn't hold back and lunged toward the small pond, hugging Chu Xian. I have to say, spiritual springs are indeed spiritual springs. Although it couldn't even soak his feet, to soak his whole body, he would have to roll around. But after Li Chuan soaked, he instantly felt clear-headed, and his whole body was filled with strength. It felt like he was one step closer to the next realm. This made Li Chuan exclaim, "What a divine water!" If he could soak in this spiritual spring regularly, his strength would indeed improve quickly. Unfortunately, after they left, the shallow pond was more than half empty. One might think it had been drunk by the two of them. Feeling refreshed after leaving the spiritual spring, Li Chuan took Chu Xian to the outer gate mission hall. He wasn't looking for Mo Xiangling because he was energetic, but to check on his spirit fusion fruit tree. On the flying boat, both of them were dressed in red. Chu Xian was beautiful and captivating, while Li Chuan was flamboyant. They stood on the boat, fingers tightly interlocked. Not knowing how many disciples were envious of them, one must understand that beauty is just one of Chu Xuanwei's merits. Her identity as a disciple of an elder is what makes her admirable. Privilege exists even within the Yin-Yang Sect. For instance, if an ordinary disciple violates the sect rules, they would be punished by the law enforcement hall, while an elder disciple would be dealt with by the elder themselves. You can guess how an elder would punish their own disciple, right? And now, an inner sect elder disciple at the foundation establishment stage has been caught by an outer sect chi refining stage junior brother. Just imagine how envious they must be. Oh, it seems many people have overlooked that Li Chuan is also an elder disciple now. Clearly, he could sit on the flying boat and quickly reach the outer sect's task hall, but Li Chuan chose to stand on the boat, drifting slowly. Along the way, he didn't know how many disciples felt a pang of envy. As for Li Chuan, the person involved, despite his serious expression, he was actually thrilled inside. Chu Xian was also quite helpless. Had she known Li Chuan loved to show off this much, she wouldn't have used such a method to please him back then. Now, not only did Li Chuan hold her hand wherever they went, but he also deliberately walked slowly. It seemed she had become a prop, solely providing emotional value for Li Chuan. Arriving at the outer sect task hall, Li Chuan pulled Chu Xian off the boat and walked inside. In fact, Chu Xian was in the back hall, and he could have directly parked the boat there. But if he parked in the back hall, who would know that he was holding hands with Chu Xian? Senior brother Li Chuan, junior brother Li Chuan, senior sister Chu Xian. Along the way, numerous disciples stopped to greet them respectfully. This had never happened before. After a while, the number of people greeting them increased by one. Senior sister Mo, junior brother Li Chuan, senior sister Chu Xian. In the corridor of the back hall, Mo Xiangling looked down expressionlessly at Li Chuan's hand tightly holding hers, then glanced at the other side. On the other side, Li Chuan's left hand was naturally interlocked with Chu Xian's. Damn it, who taught him to walk like this? Mo Xiangling cursed fiercely in her heart. Just now, she was handling affairs in her room when Li Chuan came in, and without saying a word, he pulled her to see the fusion spirit fruit tree. Fine, let us see it. Mo Xiangling knew that with Li Chuan's personality, it was definitely not as simple as just taking her to see the fusion spirit fruit tree, especially since he had brought Chu Xian along. However, she never expected that Li Chuan would start playing the finger-holding game with her. Seriously, at this age, what are you playing at with such innocence? And what does it mean to hold two at the same time? Isn't one enough to satisfy you? In the corridor, the three walked side by side. The disciples ahead saw the three of them and quickly stood against the wall, greeting them respectfully. Their eyes were dumbfounded as they looked at the jade-like hands held by Li Chuan, unable to accept it for a moment. Do you know you're blocking the way? Do you know you're blocking the way? Do you know? Chapter 110, A New Beauty, the most beautiful in the inner sect, Su Li. Is this the fusion spirit fruit? Chu Xian squatted on the ground, looking up at Li Chuan, who was holding Mo Xiangling, then at the strange fruit tree in front of her. She certainly knew what the famous fusion spirit fruit looked like. However, the fusion spirit fruit tree in front of her, which Li Chuan had fused, looked quite different from the one in the catalog. It looked really strange. Just like her junior brother, Chu Xian teased. Humph, Li Chuan snorted, too lazy to respond to her. Hey, didn't they say that a fusion spirit fruit tree can only bear one fusion spirit fruit at a time? Why does this tree have two buds? A foot came over and kicked Chu Xian, making her stumble and sit down on the ground. Li Chuan said irritably, why do you have to ask so many questions when all I asked was to add a supplementary material? A fusion spirit fruit tree bearing two buds is naturally due to a mutation. One can only say that the ability to cultivate spirit seeds is truly impressive. Li Chuan now had a basic idea in his mind. For a fusion spirit fruit tree to mutate, it wasn't just because he used special methods to fuse two trees together. In spirit seed cultivation, to cultivate high-quality spirit seeds, supplementary materials are also needed. Li Chuan's idea was that he could cultivate spirit seeds to sell without needing to specifically cultivate mutations. Just high-quality spirit seeds compared to those cultivated by other spirit plant masters. Moreover, he could also prepare supplementary materials that promote spirit plant growth, an area that the cultivation world is also lacking. Just like those seed companies and fertilizer companies in his past life, they are quite profitable. Of course, It's still a bit early for him to think about these things. After all, to make this happen, he must at least have strong strength. Otherwise, even if he earns spirit stones, he won't be able to keep them safe. He also needs his own raw material base, as both spirit seeds and supplementary materials cannot be supplied to the entire cultivation world in small quantities. For this, he already has some ideas. Relying solely on himself is too difficult because there will always be cultivators stronger than him. But now, with the backing of the Yin-Yang Sect, he can push it forward. Everyone can earn money, and the Yin-Yang Sect can take the heat. He has developed feelings for the Yin-Yang Sect and feels that everything about it is good. There's no other sect in the world that can satisfy him like the Yin-Yang Sect does. He also doesn't have the ability or energy to establish a sect like the Yin-Yang Sect. Although the Yin-Yang Sect can be a bit shady at times, at least the shady dealings are out in the open, so he has some peace of mind. Over the years, he has indeed never heard of the Yin-Yang Sect coveting any disciples' extraordinary treasures. This can also be considered a reputation. To be honest, Chuan is quite at ease with the Yin-Yang Sect. In the future, he can completely let the Yin-Yang Sect plant the spirit plants needed for supplementary materials, while he blends them, treating the Yin-Yang Sect as a material supplier and tying them together. The Yin-Yang Sect earns labor money, and he earns intellectual money. Perfect. This Minshan branch can just serve as a pilot. However, there's no rush for these things. The priority is still to handle the current matters well. After staying in the outer sect task hall for over an hour, Chuan left with a refreshed expression, bringing Chuan along. He planned to call Su Yaoyue, who had already reached the foundation establishment stage and was now also an inner sect disciple. Chuan hadn't seen her for some time and missed her quite a bit. However, halfway through on the flying boat, a woman flew towards them on a sword. Generally, when ordinary disciples see Chuan's flying boat, they would take a detour, but this woman flew straight towards Chuan's boat. Not only that, but she was also wearing a red long dress and standing on a red flying sword. This eye-catching color is quite rare in the Yin-Yang Sect, so Chuan was immediately attracted to her. Upon closer inspection, the woman had a face as bright as the moon, her beauty akin to a celestial being descending to the world. Her delicate cheeks glowed with a hint of rosy hue under the sunset, like a fairy in shyness, stirring one's heart. This woman's looks were not inferior at all to Mo Xiangling and Su Yaoyue. The most notable thing was that even the bracelets on her hands, the earrings on her ears, and even the necklace faintly visible around her neck were all red. Chuan's heart immediately trembled. This was definitely a look specifically styled for him. It wasn't self-love. He believed his instincts were right. Sure enough, Chuan huffed beside him. This flirt, dressed so provocatively, must be here to seduce you, junior brother. In fact, that woman wasn't dressed provocatively at all. She was wrapped up tightly and looked incredibly appropriate. Even if you brought in royal queens or princesses, they might not dress more appropriately than her. However, according to the rumors circulating among the female disciples of the Yin-Yang Sect, Chuan said that red is provocative, so she must be provocative. Junior brother, you must be careful not to buy the longevity pills they recommend. Those pills are all scams, expensive and useless. Some are even worse than ordinary pills. Chuan looked indignant. Upon hearing this, Chuan suddenly realized the identity of the female cultivator in front of him. She is from the pill pavilion? Junior brother, you don't recognize her? Chuan glanced at Chuan in surprise. Su Li, the #1 beauty of the inner sect, the head manager of the pill pavilion. And you actually don't know her? In Chuan's view, with Chuan's temperament, he must have already set his sights on the particularly outstanding female cultivators among their peers, both in the inner and outer sects, even those in the core formation stage. Junior brother, you've never been to the pill pavilion? Chuan smiled and said, Sister Dongfang has been keeping a tight hold on me, so I haven't had the time to go. Chuan laughed upon hearing this. Sister Dongfang knows she can't compete with Sister Su Li and her group, which is why she doesn't let you have time to go to the pill pavilion. But they are also doing it for your own good. Sister Su Li's pill pavilion is notoriously ruthless. It's rare for Chuan to speak up for a competitor, showing just how poor the reputation of the pill pavilion is. However, it is strange, since their reputation is so bad, why do so many people still fall for it? Looking at Su Li's stunning beauty, Chuan pondered. With a face like that, how many could withstand it? And from what Chuan implied, the quality of the pill pavilion is clearly higher than that of the treasure pavilion.